Su Xiaolan's support made Lin quite elated. The two of them began to discuss who they should target. I think we should ignore the Dao integration stage super mighty figures who have pledged allegiance to the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army for now. After all, if we mess with them, it could very easily attract divine heaven stage powerful beings or even heavenly gods, Su Xiaolan analyzed. And Lin nodded in agreement. All right, then we'll start with those who harbor enmity toward the Kingdom of the Nine States, but who have yet to join the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Su Xiaolan nodded. They're all potential landmines who could jump out to target the human race when we least expect them to do so. If we could eliminate them, it would be killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, a woman in a rainbow dress made her way over to them with a bright and beautiful smile. Master, I collected some nectar from the flowers in the myriad flower forest of the gem state. Would you like to have some? Oh ho! You look good, little goo. And Lin accepted the nectar before sizing up the gorgeous woman standing before him with a surprised smile on his face. The woman curtsied in an elegant and graceful manner with rippling eyes and a gentle smile on her face. Thank you, master. And Lin clicked his tongue with wonder. Since when was little Gu so feminine? Could it be that her disposition had also changed after she progressed to the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage? Little Gu seemed to have read Lin's mind and provided a patient explanation. I'm cultivating in the Tao of metamorphosis from chrysalis to butterfly, so I have to do things a butterfly does. As such, dressing up in vibrant colors is both my hobby as well as a part of my cultivation. You can do that? And Lin was shocked. This world is filled with wonders. Little Gu didn't really see a problem here. Her best friend, Xiao Hong, could even attain her divine Tao just by sunbathing. So why couldn't she attain her divine Tao by dressing up a little? Su Xiaolin chimed in with a dainty smile. This world is indeed filled with wonders, and the 4-9 Immortal sect really epitomizes that saying. Su Xiaolan began to tick off a list with her fingers. We have little Gu, who is trying to attain her divine Tao by dressing up in vibrant colors. We have Xiao Hong, who attained her divine Tao through sunbathing. We have Xiao Tu, who succeeded in Tao integration simply because he didn't want to die. We have Shen Yuancheng, who almost blasted himself to death while experimenting with explosions, but he still progressed to the return to void stage. We have Sun Yulua, who progressed to the return to void stage just as he was suffering from nightmares induced by his sword spirit. We have Cassidy and Merlin, who attained their own unique powers of the divine Tao through their desire for your blood. We have Yi Ling, who progressed to the return to void stage while weeping at your grave. We have little Na, who progressed to the return to void pinnacle stage due to her world leveling up. She ticked off all of the 4-9 Immortal sect members who had made breakthroughs in all sorts of baffling ways while Lin listened with his eyes wide and his mouth gaped open. This was a sect full of fucking freaks. What the hell was going on with the members of this sect? Were they just completely letting themselves go? Tina chuckled with an embarrassed and apologetic expression, as if her method of progression was too simple, and she was feeling a little guilty as a result. Yi Ling's lips were tightly pursed as a deep blush appeared on her face. It was already very embarrassing that she made her breakthrough while weeping in front of a grave. Most terrifying of all was that the person whom she had wept for was now standing right before her. She was so embarrassed that she could die. Su Xiaolan turned to Lin with a meaningful expression as she said, Of course, our sect leader is the weirdest among all of us. I've never seen our sect leader cultivate properly in his life, but his cultivation base progresses at an extraordinary rate just from doing a bunch of strange things. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this, feeling as if the balance in their hearts had been restored. They were all worried that their methods of progression were too strange and were feeling a little perturbed about it. However, this was nothing compared to their sect leader. With that in mind, everyone was feeling a lot better. Wait a minute. And Lin faltered slightly. What were we talking about before this? Su Xiaolan also came to her senses. Oh right, we were talking about which Tao integration stage super mighty figures to beat up, and Lin and Su Xiaolan sampled the nectar little Gu had brought back. The nectar was extremely delicious. Not only was it gently caressing their taste buds, but a sense of sweetness also seemed to spread through their entire bodies, making them feel especially comfortable and at ease. Delicious, Su Xiaolin praised. Some more, please. And Lin was also of the same opinion. Little Gu produced 2 more small cups of nectar with a warm smile on her face before placing them down in front of Lin and Su Xiaolin. The 2 of them continued to sample the nectar as they discussed what they had been talking about before. We don't need to consider the dark marshlands for now. Yi Deng has already been beaten into submission by me, and Emperor Fu Tian is at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, so he won't be easy to deal with. And Lin spoke. Let's look for enemies closest to us. If we get too far away from the Kingdom of the 9 States, we might get surrounded or cut off by other enemies, Su Xiaolin cautioned. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. Then we won't consider the Western Heavenly Dragon Forest and the Creation Realm for now. Su Xiaolin stroked her chin and murmured to herself. In that case, we'd be looking at the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool, the Opposite Shore Realm, and the Void Spirit Realm. And Lin could sense the surge of emotion in Su Xiaolan's heart, and he held onto her hand with a smile. Xiaolan, when I become more powerful, I'll make a trip to the Void Spirit Realm with you. Next time, neither of them is going to get away. Su Xiaolan nodded with a firm expression. Next, they had to choose between the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool and the Opposite Shore Realm. And Lin turned toward Fanny and Little Gu. The former was the daughter of the Pill Sage from the Ghost Tribe, while the latter was once a return to Void Stage Immortal Beast of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool. These 2 would definitely have a better understanding of those 2 places than Lin and Xiaolin. Fanny began to offer her analysis. The Opposite Shore Realm's attitude toward the Kingdom of the 9 States is very murky. Some of them support the human race, while some support the destruction of the human race, and the rest are neutral. And Lin knew that Fanny's father was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, and he had adopted a neutral stance on the matter. Ghost Emperor Pajun and the Dark Spirit King are the Dao integration stage super mighty figures supporting the destruction of the human race. Among the 2 of them, Ghost Emperor Pajun is at the Dao integration intermediate stage and has already joined the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. The Dark Spirit King is at the Dao integration initial stage and is currently at a critical cultivation juncture, and as such has refrained from joining the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army for now, Fanny explained. The Jade Bone Immortal Butterfly also offered her analysis. The Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool is firmly against the human race. All 4 mythological beasts have joined the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, but only the Dao Integration Initial Stage Primordial Demonic Bear and the Dao Integration Intermediate Stage Thousand Change Divine Monkey are actually with the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army at the moment. As for the Dao Integration Initial Stage Divine Bat Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, who is at the Dao Integration Pinnacle Stage, both of them have stayed behind at the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool. But I don't know what they're preparing for. And Lin and Su Xiaolin looked at each other to find that their expressions of excitement were mirrored in each other's eyes. So should we go for the Dao Integration Initial Stage Super Mighty Figures first? Su Xiaolin asked. A cruel smile appeared on Lin's face. Great idea, Dark Spirit King and Divine Bat Emperor. Your days in this world are numbered. And Lin and Su Xiaolin immediately came to the decision to beat the Dark Spirit King and the Divine Bat Emperor into submission first. This operation was going to be focused on speed and stealth, so it would not be a good idea to deploy too much of their forces. Xiao Tu and Xiao Zhe were vital to the Eastern Front and could not stray far away from the Kingdom of the 9 States. As for the Phoenix, Little Huang, it had to replace Su Xiaolan and defend the Northern Front. The defenses of the Northern Front were extremely fragile compared to the other fronts. Even with the likes of the Great Empress and the High Priestess among their ranks, it would still be too much for Su Xiaolan and the Phoenix to leave at once, so during the time in which Su Xiaolan was going to be away, Little Huang had to defend the Northern Front. And Lin and Su Xiaolan discussed the matter briefly before deciding to take Little Na along with them. The 3 of them would be able to beat a Dao Integration Initial Stage Super Mighty figure into submission for sure. After recuperating for 3 more days, they were in peak condition again and traveled to the Opposite Shore Realm. The Opposite Shore Realm was the world of the deceased spirits and heaven for the dead. It was located to the southwestern direction of the Kingdom of the 9 States, and its land area was comparable to the Kingdom of the 9 States. Due to the special laws of heaven and earth, The opposite shore realm was always in eternal night and had extremely abundant yin energy. As such, it was the ideal place for evil cultivators to cultivate. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina traveled through space en route to the opposite shore realm. The Tao of Tao integration stage super mighty figures resonate with heaven and earth, so they're extremely sensitive to one another. As such, I have to teach you a special spell technique that can conceal the aura of your Tao. And Lin smiled. Su Xiaolan was shocked. You have a spell technique like that? Of course. How else did you think Chun Chun managed to escape detection from the other mighty figures during our extermination team's operation? Even the heavenly gods were unable to sense his presence, and it was all thanks to that spell technique. White light shimmered from Lin's fingertips as he pressed them against Su Xiaolan's forehead. Don't resist. I'm going to bestow the true intent of the spell technique upon you. Su Xiaolan closed her eyes and sensed the vast true intent flowing into her mind. She opened her eyes a short while later, and her expression instantly lit up. What an exquisite spell technique! It's so extraordinarily innovative! Su Xiaolan exclaimed. The void body mantra can conceal the aura of one's Tao and even avoid detection from the heavenly Tao. And Lin nodded with a smile. Back when Chen Chen and I were looking for a way out in the river of time, we used this spell technique to keep the heavenly time god's power at bay. This is a problem so many Tao integration stage super mighty figures have tried but were unable to resolve. But the heaven-crushing sect was able to resolve it. You have to admit that the heaven-crushing sect really do know their stuff. They certainly do. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Wow, power that can conceal one's Tao? I want to learn. Tina's emerald eyes glowed as she tugged on Lin's hair excitedly. And Lin was a little surprised. Tina had mastered so many divine techniques that were beyond even his comprehension, yet she was still interested in the heaven-crushing sect's spell techniques. However, seeing as Tina had made this request, he was naturally not going to refuse. He pressed a huge finger against Tina's head and bestowed the spell technique's true intent upon her. Tina observed the void body mantra, and her eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, I see now. This really is an exquisite spell technique. As long as the consciousness of the heavens doesn't try to specifically target the user of the spell technique, it really wouldn't be able to discover them. White light imbued with countless laws suddenly flashed through Tina's eyes before quickly disappearing. All right, analysis complete. The living beings in the divine mirror world won't be able to use similar methods to fool me now. Tina clapped her hands together with an elated smile. And Lin, Su Xiaolan. So this was the reason why she was so eager to learn the spell technique. Tina had surprised him once again with her badassery. Little Na, how is your divine mirror world going? And Lin asked. It's still the same. Tina heaved a forlorn sigh. There are over 20 or so extremely powerful living beings who have attained the powers of the divine Tao. But whenever they tried to progress to the Tao integration stage, it always feels like there's something missing. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. This indicated that the divine mirror world was also facing a bottleneck of its own. In order to break through this bottleneck, an opportunity would be required. Last time, the realm core had been restored, thereby elevating the divine mirror world to the next level. What would the divine mirror world require to evolve this time? And Lin couldn't think of anything, and Goddess of Creation Tina couldn't think of anything either. They could only go with the flow. The three of them did not take long to arrive at the border of the opposite shore realm. And Lin, Tina, and Su Xiaolan tore through space and emerged from within. There was a special law of heaven and earth here that prohibited spatial travel. And Lin and the others flew into the opposite shore realm. Su Xiaolan was a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, so she unleashed her void body mantra from the get-go in order to conceal her aura before getting onto Lin's black brick. The sky became increasingly darker and dark. Bone-chilling winds blew toward them. The ground below wasn't exactly desolate, as there were all sorts of glowing plants down there, most of which were red and purple. They were shining with vibrant colors and presenting a lethal kind of beauty. Su Xiaolan. The Dark Spirit King is located in Tianming City in the northern part of the opposite shore realm, and it rules over countless ghostly soldiers of the northern part of the opposite shore realm. It's extremely renowned across the entire continent, and children are frightened to the point of tears just from hearing its name. All right, stop talking up the enemy. It's just a Dao integration initial stage super mighty figure. And Lin chuckled. Su Xiaolan looked at Lin with a speechless expression. Don't underestimate Dao integration stage living beings. All of them are exceptionally talented cultivators with limitless potential and have been acknowledged by the great Dao of heaven and earth. Furthermore, all of them possess trump cards, which we will need to be extra careful of. And Lin was naturally not going to underestimate his enemies. After all, many of the enemies he had slain had perished as they had underestimated him. As such, he was not going to make the same mistake. Thus, Su Xiaolan continued to boast in the Dark Spirit King's stead. She said things like, its dark earthly energy was unmatched, and even heavenly court emperors were extremely wary of it. She was most likely doing this so that Lin would exercise some caution. Lin could hear the concern in her voice, and he smiled as he listened carefully to what she was saying. The three of them continued to dwell deeper and deeper into the opposite shore realm. Their cultivation bases were extremely powerful, and nothing could stop them in their footsteps. Thus, they flew for over 1,000,000 kilometers. They finally stopped at a very peculiar place. In this place, there were vibrant, rainbow flowers flourishing on the ground below, all of which were waving their enticing bodies. Flowers of all types of colors grew between the dark heaven and earth, releasing the most dazzling and vibrant light. It was exactly because of these flowers that the opposite shore realm didn't appear to be so bland and boring. I feel like there is a very special energy fluctuation here, Tina said. Really, these flowers are quite peculiar in appearance, but there doesn't appear to be anything else special about them. And Lin unleashed his divine sense to survey his surroundings, but he did not make any discoveries. Tina wrinkled her tiny nose as if she was trying to sniff something out as they traversed through the flowers. And Lin and Su Xiaolan could only follow along. They were also quite curious about what Tina had discovered. All of the strange flowers of the opposite shore realm had one common characteristic, and that was that all of them glowed. And Lin traversed through a sea of flowers, which was also a sea of light. There were black stems, faintly glowing leaves, vibrant and enticing flower petals, and bursts of fragrant scents. In conjunction with that, there were also scents that would make one lose control over their senses: lethal poisonous pollen, heaven and earth illusionary formations. This was a beautiful yet lethal place. Living beings with normal cultivation bases would most likely instantly lose themselves should they accidentally stumble into this sea of flowers. They would then wander around with no sense of direction until they died and became compost for the flowers. Of course, and Lin could easily see through the illusionary formations here. Tina was quite intimate with nature, and she saw something different. There! Tina exclaimed, and Lin and Su Xiaolan hurried over before their eyes widened in unison. What the hell is this? And Lin was a little shocked. There was a flower that was about as tall as half a grown man standing before them. All of its flower petals were quite smooth, like mushrooms. However, that was not the important thing here. What was really worthy of note was that there were all types of expressions on those mushrooms. Some of the mushroom flower petals were smiling toothy smiles, revealing a few white teeth that appeared to be real. There were also enraged expressions, bawling expressions with tears dripping down the flower petals, smiling expressions, and even shy expressions with blushing petals. And Lin could see all types of extremely lifelike emotions on these flower petals. This is the special thing you were talking about? Su Xiaolan was intrigued. She couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from that flower, so it seemed to her like this was just a rather outlandish flower. This thing looks like it would be fun to take with us and fool around with. And Lin was also quite intrigued. The flower seemed to have heard what Lin said, and some of its petals revealed shy expressions. Some of them were extremely enraged, and there were even some with scornful expressions spitting out globules of nectar at Lin. And Lin pressed a finger to the nectar that had been spat on his face before licking his finger, upon which a smile appeared on his face. That's really sweet. Su Xiaolan's lips twitched. Tina also turned toward her master with a disdainful expression, and Lin remained unfazed as he turned to Tina. Are you going to tell us what's so special about this flower now? Don't tell me it's just a flower that looks weird. Tina shook her head with a smile, and her emerald eyes were particularly bright with excitement. Master, we've really struck the jackpot by encountering this flower. Oh? What could make you this excited? And Lin's interest had been piqued. Tina was a goddess of creation with extremely high standards. In the holy land of the divine mirror world, she was basically constantly nibbling on spirit fruits as snacks. Even immortal rank exotic treasures wouldn't draw much of a reaction from her. So just what was this flower to make Tina this excited? The semi-transparent wings on Tina's back flapped as she landed lightly on one of the mushroom-like petals. The petal she had landed on instantly became enraged as it bared its teeth with a dark expression, as if it was gritting its teeth in fury. It looks like Xiao Hong with that expression. Su Xiaolan was amused. Tina extended a tiny hand and gently caressed the flower. Not only was that one flower petal infuriated now, but even the other 98 flower petals also became furious at the same time, as if to say, "Unhand me at once." And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both quite amused. A series of golden lines began to appear on Tina's forehead, all of which exuded an indescribable sense of divine power, as if they had been carved by a paramount god. The lines created a peculiar divine symbol. In that instant, Tina's aura completely transformed. It was as if she had transcended beyond this world, as if heaven and earth lay in her palm, and she could flip the world on its head with a flip of her hand. And Lin really was astonished this time. I've only sensed this type of aura from the Taoist Trinity and Nuwa before. Wait, no, I've also sensed this from the Tai Chu continent in the Divine Mirror world. But this is the Tai Chu continent. Su Xiaolan was also very surprised. Could it be that little Na can already wield God of Creation stage power? Even Lin and Su Xiaolan had been awestruck by Tina's aura, so the mushroom flower was naturally frightened as well. All of the flower petals revealed expressions of shock and horror at the same time as they converged to form a red ball before detaching themselves from their stem and rolling into the distance. However, in the next instant, Tina materialized a large vital energy hand to grasp the round ball as a smile appeared on her face. Hee. Have you finally revealed your true form, Underworld Tao Flower? The round ball trembled uncontrollably in the vital energy hand and did not say anything. Underworld Tao Flower? And Lin was dumbstruck. Su Xiaolan finally discovered that something was amiss after the flower revealed its true form, and her expression also shifted drastically. This thing's aura has suddenly become extremely deep and profound, and it can also borrow on the Tao of heaven and earth to conceal its power. Tina stroked the red ball and nodded with a smile. Immortal rank treasures are blessed by heaven and earth and are extremely rare and exotic treasures. Divine rank treasures resonate with heaven and earth and even more exceedingly rare even across the entire Tai Chu continent. This underworld Tao flower is a paramount treasure, which contains an independent Tao. Ordinary plants will have a certain chance of coming to life after living long enough. However, this underworld Tao flower has attained Tao after living for countless years. If it weren't for the fact that I am a goddess of creation and am extremely sensitive to the Tao of heaven and earth, I might seriously have been fooled by its mundane outward appearance and missed the hidden Tao intent imbued within its body. It's most likely only one step away from transcending its tribulation to the Tao integration stage. And Lin and Su Xiaolan each drew a sharp intake of breath as their eyes widened. They then stared blankly at the red ball in Tina's vital energy hand. This mushroom flower was going to attempt Tao integration. They had thought that Xiao Hong was enough of a freak already after attaining her power of the divine Tao just from sunbathing. But this mushroom flower was even more insane. It had attained its own Tao and was trying to silently attempt to progress to the Tao integration stage here. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were initially astonished before turning toward the mushroom flower with scorching lights in their eyes. This was a flower that could progress to the Tao integration stage. Who wouldn't be tempted to take it? Su Xiaolan swallowed while Lin forgot to do so. As a result, drool was flowing down the corner of his lips. The mushroom flower couldn't stand to see Lin's shameless expression, and one of its flower petals opened up again as it spat out another globule of nectar onto Lin's face. And Lin wiped the nectar from his face before licking his fingers. So sweet, Tina, Su Xiaolan. And Lin, please have some dignity. As Lin's future Dao partner, Su Xiaolan couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. However, Lin was not embarrassed in the slightest as he continued to stare at the flower with keen eyes. Little Na, what are you going to do with this flower? How about you give it to me for safekeeping? When you grow up, I'll... Before he had a chance to finish, unfamiliar footsteps suddenly sounded from behind him. Forgive me for being blunt, but what you're doing is robbery, a male voice sounded. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both given a fright. Who could be capable of getting so close to them without them noticing? And Lin immediately turned around to look at the man making his way toward them with a cautious expression. This was a man who appeared to be about 20 years of age in a lilac robe and soft features. He wasn't all that handsome. In fact, he gave one an impression of frailty. A human? There were humans like them in the opposite shore realm? And Lin's expression shifted, but he didn't let down his guard as he retorted in a justified voice. How could this be called robbery? I'm Little Na's master. So what's wrong with me taking some things from her for safekeeping? The man faltered slightly before chuckling with amusement. This is my garden. He pointed at the red ball in Tina's hand. I planted that. And Lin was dumbstruck and momentarily at a loss for words. He had thought that this was just a random passerby, trying to be a justice warrior and accusing them of robbery. But he didn't expect this man to be the master of this flower. In that case, they really did appear to be robbers. Eehee! Tina dropped the flower onto the ground and feigned an innocent, naive smile. Su Xiaolan slapped her hand to her forehead and heaved a resigned sigh. I knew it. How could a treasure like this just be sitting in the middle of nowhere? Turns out it was intentionally planted here. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lin immediately apologized. My sincerest apologies, fellow cultivator. And Lin was completely unable to identify this man's cultivation base, so he was definitely some unfathomable mighty figure. What terrible luck to encounter such a powerful mighty figure here. Hopefully, this was a mighty figure with a mild temper. At this moment, the flower had regrown its petals, stem, and leaves to flourish once again. It seemed to have found a backer, and it straightened its stem before spitting out another globule of sweet, fragrant nectar onto Lin's face, and Lin didn't dare to act in his usual uncouth manner, and he wiped the nectar off his face before putting it away into his storage ring. The nectar of the underworld Dao flower was at least a high-rank spirit treasure, so it was probably quite valuable. The purple-robed man did not appear to be angry in the slightest. Instead, a smile appeared on his face after Tina released the underworld Dao flower, and he appraised Tina with keen interest. You're very interesting. You're not at the God of Creation stage, but you can sense the aura of the underworld Dao flower, and you can release a God of Creation stage aura. Tina was instantly displeased upon hearing this, and she raised her chin and placed her hands on her hips. What? Are you trying to accuse me of being a fake God of Creation? The man instantly waved his hands. No. That was not my intention. I just wanted to say that there are very few beings whom I can't see through in this world, and you're one of them. Oh, Tina nodded. I don't give a crap if you can't see through me. Even though this man appeared to be quite amicable, and Lin still felt like it would be best to get out of here as soon as possible. Senior, we have some things to take care of, so we'll be on our way now. The purple-robed man didn't say anything. Instead, he bent over and picked a colorful flower from the ground and sniffed at it before turning to Lin and speaking in a graceful and refined manner. I've heard of you as well. And Lin, you are the most popular man on the Taichu continent recently, and you are also one of the few beings I cannot see through. Oh? And Lin nodded with a smile. I don't give a shit if you can't see through me. He shot a furtive glance at Xiaolan and Tina, indicating for them to prepare to leave. If they stayed here any longer, the purple-robed man might go down some other strange tangent. It was best to keep out of trouble here, so Enlin decided that leaving now would be a good idea. Wait! The purple-robed man seemed to have seen through Enlin's plans, and he held up a hand to keep him. I believe all encounters are decided by fate, so we were fated to meet here. As such, I could give the underworld Dao flower to you if you're interested. In return, I'll have to ask you to resolve an issue for me, the purple-robed man offered with a smile. Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina's footsteps faltered as their eyes lit up at the same time. The same pitiable expression appeared on all 99 petals of the underworld Dao flower at the same time, as if it was very saddened and hurt by the purple-robed man's decision. Senior, I have to say, you've come to the right person. Enlin smiled with a confident expression. In this world, there is nothing I can't do. Even if that thing is impossible to do, I'll make it possible. Tina also patted her chest. Goddess Tina is not someone to be trifled with either. In contrast with their enthusiasm, Su Xiaolan was a little cautious. Why would you choose us? We won't do it if it's something too dangerous. No, it's not dangerous at all. The man waved his hands again. I chose you because I can't see through you. Perhaps you'll be able to create a different result and help me escape this bind. If you can do it, the underworld Dao flower is yours. Go ahead and tell us what you would like us to do, Senior. Enlin said with glowing eyes. The purple-robed man heaved a faint sigh and looked up into the sky. My name is Ding Xiaoru. This name might be a little unfamiliar to all of you, but you should know who I am if I tell you that I'm Patriarch Zhu Yin of the Ghost Tribe, right? Everyone's expression shifted, and their hearts surged with shock upon hearing this. Patriarch Zhu Yin was the paramount god of the opposite shore realm Ghost Tribe. According to legend, in the land of extreme darkness, there was a creature with a human face and a dragon's body that was over 10,000 kilometers in length, stretching like a winding set of mountain ranges. Each and every one of its simplest movements could control heaven and earth. When it opened its eyes, it was daytime. When it closed its eyes, night fell. When it blew a gust of air, winter struck. When it exhaled, summer rolled around. It was also said that this creature controlled the true meaning of life and death, and it could command all Ghost Tribe cultivators, regardless of their statuses or cultivation bases. To put it more simply, this creature was the most regal and powerful god of the Ghost Tribe, and this man was claiming to be that god. Enlin took a deep breath to calm himself down. Never would he have thought that this frail and delicate man standing before him would be such a terrifying creature. Senior Zhu Yin, what would you like us to help you with? Enlin asked. Please call me Ding Xiaoru, the purple-robed man corrected before a disconsolate expression appeared on his face. I've been dumped. Enlin was rooted to the spot by this response. Patriarch Zhu Yin continued, because I was dumped, my cultivation base also fell. Su Xiaolan? Enlin, the paramount god of the Ghost Tribe, Patriarch Zhu Yin, had been dumped. Tui, that wasn't the point. The point was his cultivation base had dropped because he was dumped? Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina felt like this was absurd. They stared blankly at the purple-robed man. They were at a complete loss for words. Ding Xiaoru didn't seem to be surprised at their reactions. After all, many mighty figures wore the same expression upon hearing this. In fact, some of them reacted even more vehemently. The purple-robed man heaved a faint, resigned sigh. Being dumped is quite embarrassing, and I shouldn't be telling people about this. Enlin was perplexed. You're a god of creation. How could your cultivation base just drop from being dumped? It doesn't make any sense. Ding Xiaoru shook his head with a pitiable expression. If you knew about my relationship history, you wouldn't think like that. Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina all turned their expectant eyes upon Ding Xiaoru, as if to say, please begin your address, O Great One. Ding Xiaoru began his story by saying, I am the monarch of the land of extreme darkness and can transform into countless forms. I have a snake form with a human head, a dragon form with a human head, a dark fire ghost form. Those are only the forms that I am most often seen in, but those are not the forms I like. A thought occurred to Enlin as he looked at the man standing before him. Could it be that you prefer your human form the most? Have you fallen in love with a human woman? Ding Xiaoru nodded before shaking his head. I do prefer my human form above all others, but I haven't fallen in love with a human woman. I fell in love with a female ghost instead. And Lin, he was the paramount god of the ghost tribe, so that made sense. That was a moonless night with howling winds. A reminiscent expression appeared on Ding Xiaoru's face, and he seemed to be in pain. However, he also seemed to be happy as he recounted his story. So on so forth, so on so forth. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were brought to the point of tears. Tina was already sobbing. It's such a moving story. I didn't think that I would fall in love with a ghost. I am the paramount god of the ghost tribe, and I am different from normal living beings. However, she was so unique, and I was caught completely off guard. Before I knew it, I had completely fallen for her to the point of no return. Liyin was her name, and she progressed to the return to void stage, thereby giving her a lifespan of over 1,000,000 years, and she appeared before me in her human form. Naturally, I also appeared in my human form to love her and stay with her. Ding Xiaoru continued. You have no idea how deeply I was in love with her. I'm a god of creation, and the glazed underworld is the world I have created. Everything I created in that world was for her. All of the flora and fauna had all been created based on her ideas and preferences. Everything had a part of her in it. This is my world, as well as her world. I thought we would keep loving each other like this until the end of eternity. A painful expression appeared on the purple-robed man's face as he spoke, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina stirred upon hearing this. The crux of the story was coming up. It was another moonless night with howling winds. Ding Xiaoru continued, and Lin's lips twitched. The opposite shore realm had no sun and dark winds were always blowing. So this was a massive understatement. Why did he keep using this description? Was it supposed to be romantic? Even though he was quite disgruntled, he still listened patiently. Li Yin and I were strolling through this sea of flowers when a woman in a colorful dress suddenly descended from the sky. I have to admit that she was extremely beautiful. No matter how you looked at her, she was like a flawless, artistic masterpiece. No matter what species you were, no one could be immune to her beauty. Perhaps it's because I had been in my human form for so long, but I was entranced when I saw her. Of course, this was the kind of entrancement one was struck with when looking at a beautiful painting or some glorious scenery. It had nothing to do with a romantic interest, Ding Xiaoru explained. And then what happened? Did you pursue her instead? And Lin asked. He could already envision the storyline of him cheating on Li Yin with that exquisitely beautiful celestial maiden, only to have Li Yin find out and leave him from heartbreak. After that, he would come to the realization that Li Yin was his one true love, and he would be racked with guilt and remorse over what he had done. Ding Xiaoru became even more disconsolate. I was entranced, but I didn't think that Li Yin would be even more entranced. I was only visually entranced, but her entire being was entranced by that woman. And Lin? Su Xiaolan and Tina. What the hell was going on? This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. Ding Xiaoru's hands clenched into fists with aggravation and resignation on his face. That woman said that she had come to the opposite shore realm to observe the laws of heaven and earth here in order to further her cultivation. I didn't think too much of it. She was a guest from afar, so I gave her the hospitality she deserved and allowed her to stay with us for a few days. In order to ensure Ian didn't get jealous, I tried to minimize my interaction with her. Thus, during those few days, Ian was the one who was constantly with her, and they had become like sisters in no time. I didn't suspect anything at that point. In fact, I was happy that Ian had found a new friend. Until one day. Ding Xiaoru's entire body trembled as if he was recollecting some sort of nightmare, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina became anxious upon seeing this. This was yet another moonless night with howling winds. I hunted down a rare beast, so I came back early, and I saw Ain and her making out in the sea of flowers. I was completely dumbstruck at that time. My mind had gone blank, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina's minds had also gone blank. Cucked. Patriarch Zhu Yin had been cucked. And he had been cucked by a woman. Everyone's heart surged with unprecedented shock. They had thought Patriarch Zhu Yin's cultivation base dropping due to him being dumped was already a piece of astonishing news. But this piece of news was on a whole new level. Ding Xiaoru grabbed fistfuls of his own hair with an expression of agony on his face. I rushed over to Yin like a madman, asking them what they were doing. I couldn't believe it, and I refused to believe that Yin would do this to me. However, Yin told me in a very justified manner that this was her choice, that every living being should be the truest version of themselves. She told me she had fallen in love with that woman and that she was past the point of no reason. She said that it would be disrespectful to keep lying to me, and after that she just kept on apologizing. Meanwhile, that other woman was spouting some nonsense about how heterosexual relationships were clouded by reproductive instincts, and only homosexual relationships were the purest kind of love. Ah, fuck her and her pure love. I really wanted to rip her to shreds there and then. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both astonished. What a brave woman. Forgive me for being rude, senior. But may I ask you who that woman was? And Lin asked. Ding Xiaoru replied with a furious expression. She is the Moon Palace leader. Chang'e, Su Xiaolan and Tina were astonished. And Lin was enlightened. The Moon Palace leader, the #1 beauty of the Kingdom of the 9 States, had cucked the paramount god of the ghost tribe. And Lin and the others fell into deep shock upon hearing this. And Lin was not astonished, as he had kind of suspected that to be the case. Chang'e had always had those sexual inclinations. When that combined with her unmatched beauty, it made it very easy for her to influence some impressionable young women, even if they were originally straight. And Lin knew about this, but Su Xiaolan and Tina didn't. They felt like their image of celestial maiden Chang'e had been shattered. Their mouths gaped wide open, and they were both at a complete loss for words. Ding Xiaoru looked like he was on the verge of mental breakdown. I wanted to kill Chang'e at that time, but Yin protected her with her life, and I couldn't do anything. Only then did I discover that Yin really had fallen in love with someone else. Her love for Chang'e had exceeded her love for me, and our relationship shattered like a distant dream. Ding Xiaoru looked up into the sky with tears shimmering in his eyes. I really, really loved her. Even the world I created with my God of Creation stage power was created for her. Everything in that world contained a part of her. Hence, when I lost her, the world I created crumbled. It was doomsday, and it was something even I couldn't stop. All matter transformed into nothingness. The realm core shattered, and everything disappeared. After my world was destroyed, I suffered the most severe backlash as a god of creation. Furthermore, my Tao heart had been shaken by that ordeal, so my cultivation base dropped back down to the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Tears began to flow from Patriarch Zhu Yin's eyes again as he spoke, and Lin didn't think that this near-invincible being would have suffered such a severe setback in his life. This was probably the most earth-shattering love story he had ever heard. After all, Patriarch Zhu Yin's entire world had shattered due to the conclusion of his relationship. How terrifying! Tina stroked her chin and murmured to herself. Even though it sounds very absurd, it does make sense. In the world created by a god of creation, the god of creation is the heavens. However, Li Yin was Zhu Yin's heavens. Everything within the glazed underworld had something to do with Li Yin. So the world naturally crumbled after Li Yin dumped him. This is a chain reaction from a series of broken connections, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Tina's eyes lit up as if she had attained enlightenment. She was clearly using Zhu Yin's love story as a cautionary tale for herself. Ding Xiaoru had also noticed this and was even more depressed. He was the mighty patriarch Zhu Yin who had once stood at the pinnacle of the entire continent. But his relationship history was now being used as a cautionary tale. However, he didn't want to think about things like this now. I had thought that after I recover from this breakup, my cultivation base would go back to the God of Creation stage again. Several hundred years have passed since that event, yet I still can't recover. I've fallen in too deep, and I can't forget her. Seeing as I can't give up on her, perhaps I can only return to the God of Creation stage by winning her heart again. I tried many things to make Yin fall in love with me again, all to no avail. She was adamant that she loved women. Ding Xiaoru turned to Enlin and the others with pain and conflict on his face as a hint of beseeching anticipation shimmered in his eyes. What should I do? Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina roughly understood the situation now. Ding Xiaoru was asking them to bend Li Yin straight again. No wonder he was willing to give them the underworld Dao flower, which was close to the Dao integration stage, if they succeeded. In exchange for returning to the God of Creation stage, this was indeed a worthwhile sacrifice. Hence, what I need you to do is to make her fall in love with me again, or in other words, make her develop an interest in men again, provided that you don't force her into anything or hurt her. Ding Xiaoru was confident that as long as Yin rediscovered her interest in men, he would be the one she fell in love with. The problem was that Xianxia had bent Li Yin with her unparalleled beauty. Li Yin was still looking up at the moon to this very day, cheering on Xianxia in her battle of Dao integration. Could be said that she had well and truly fallen. All right, leave it to me. And Lin slapped his chest with a confident expression. Su Xiaolan and Tina were also filled with fighting spirit. Ding Xiaoru's hope was reignited upon seeing Enlin's quick and confident reply. I'll be in your care then. If you encounter any issues during the process, I would be glad to help. He had high hopes for Enlin. Enlin was renowned for creating miracles, so perhaps he really could bend a woman straight again. I need you to take us to her as friends, Enlin instructed. Ding Xiaoru nodded. Come with me. Within the sea of flowers that emanated a white light, the earth was inky black, making the flowers appear as if they were stars over a night sky that were swaying in the wind. A woman in a colorful dress sat on a rock while swinging her well-proportioned legs and silently looking up at the sky, thinking about who knows what. Ding Xiaoru called in a faint voice. Didn't I tell you not to come and bother me? The woman turned with her brows furrowed to look at Ding Xiaoru with her beautiful, translucent eyes. I was afraid that you would be too bored waiting for Xianxia here by yourself, so I brought a few friends for you to chat with. I'm sure you'd be interested in talking to them. Ding Xiaoru's warm smile remained on his face despite the disdain Li Yin was treating him with. Ding Xiaoru, stop bringing all of these random people to see me. If you keep this up, I'm going to hide in a place where you'll never be able to find me. Li Yin flared up with rage. It was clear that Ding Xiaoru had recruited the help of many relationship experts to try and turn her around. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina revealed themselves from behind Ding Xiaoru with friendly smiles on their faces. And Lin was just about to say something when Li Yin's eyes lit up, as if she had seen something that evoked a strong sense of joy within her. She flew toward Enlin before instantly latching onto his hands with her own. It's you. You're Enlin. You really are Enlin. She was ecstatic beyond belief. Ding Xiaoru, Su Xiaolan. Just as Enlin was rooted to the spot with a confused expression on his face, Li Yin continued, You're great friends with Xianxia, right? Tell me about what big sister Xianxia has been up to. Enlin's lips twitched upon hearing this. So she was only excited because of his connection with Xianxia? In that case, things were going to be a little difficult. It looked like she really had fallen very deep. Ding Xiaoru heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this. It looked like he was overthinking things, and there was nothing going on between Enlin and Li Yin. Enlin took advantage of Li Yin's enthusiasm to sit down with her. Li Yin's eyes were extremely bright with curiosity and elation. She was like a teenage girl getting the latest gossip on her celebrity crush. And Lin felt like his miracle-working abilities were going to come under an extremely stern test here. It was quite clear that Li Yin was only extending such a warm welcome toward him because of Xianxia. As for Ding Xiaoru, he had already been completely disregarded. Oh, right, congratulations first of all, on vanquishing the southern heavenly gate, Li Yin said with a dainty smile. And Lin looked at the woman beside him to find that she looked just like a real human woman. It looked like ghosts really weren't that different from humans after reaching the return to void stage. He felt like this subject of conversation was a very good starting point that he could work with. You shouldn't just be congratulating me. I have the woman beside me to thank for being able to vanquish the southern heavenly gate. And Lin pointed toward Su Xiaolan. Oh? Was the divine phoenix maiden a big help to you? Liyin asked, and Lin nodded with a serious expression. Do you know what power I relied on to win that arduous battle against those seemingly insurmountable enemies? What is it? Liyin's interest had been piqued. The power of love. And Lin replied with an earnest expression. Ding Xiaoru. Liyin rolled her eyes. Su Xiaolan forced herself to maintain her unnatural smile. And Lin ignored Liyin's reaction and continued with a serious expression. Don't underestimate the power of love. Xiaolan and I are able to unleash a power greater than the sum of our two wholes because of our mutual love and understanding toward one another. Not only that, but every time I was beaten to the brink of death, my urge to protect Xiaolan transformed into a limitless power, which brought me back from the grave, and I was finally able to defeat my enemies in the end. This was only possible with the power of love. Patriarch Zhuyin was extremely excited. What a rousing speech. And the analysis had a basis as well. Even he had almost believed it. Nothing was more persuasive than one's battle records. And Lin's persuasive tactics were very convincing. Sure enough, even Liyin nodded firmly upon hearing this. Just when Ding Xiaoru thought a development had been made, a yearning smile appeared on Liyin's face. The power of true love really is insurmountable. I believe that my love with big sister Xianxia can also create countless miracles. And Lin's mouth gaped open. Ding Xiaoru felt like a sword had been stabbed into his heart. Why did it seem like her conviction had become even firmer? And Lin was not going to continue along this train of thought, and he immediately cut straight to the chase. Only heterosexual love can create miracles. Homosexual relationships are bound to fail. Why do you say that? Liyin's expression darkened significantly as she glared at Lin. A calm smile appeared on Lin's face at the sight of her unconvinced expression. Have you seen any mighty figures who have stayed together in long-term homosexual relationships? Liyin's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. Looking at the entire Taichu continent, it appeared that there really weren't any mighty figures in homosexual relationships. Big Sister Xianxia and I will create history by becoming the first pair. Liyin's resolve returned after her heart wavered momentarily. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. She was not going to be that simple to crack. He delivered a sincere and heartfelt lecture. The combination of yin-yang follows the great Tao of heaven and earth. Only when those two are combined can all living beings continue to exist and... Stop! Stop! Please don't. My ears are developing calluses from listening to lectures like this. Liyin waved her hands before glaring at Ding Xiaoru. You sure don't give up. You even managed to invite sect leader and Lin here to try and persuade me. And Lin and Ding Xiaoru were both a little embarrassed upon hearing this. They didn't think that their cover would be blown by Liyin this quickly. And Lin decided to lay all his cards on the table. Seeing as you've already figured everything out, then I'm not going to hide anything either. Let me tell you the truth. Xianxia already has someone else that she loves. Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. No, you're lying. The woman's determined and furious voice sounded. Big Sister Xianxia and I were in a loving relationship 300 years ago. After that, she was completely consumed by her battle of Tao integration. So how could she have had a change of heart so quickly? Liyin glowered at Lin with a furious expression. Don't look down on the love between me and Xianxia. You have no right to be spouting nonsense here. You'll know whether I'm spouting nonsense after you look at this. And Lin was not enraged by her vehement reaction, and he pulled out a photographic crystal before injecting his vital energy into it in order to produce the image it contained. Beside the Moon Palace, under the canopy of osmanthus trees, two women in palatial dresses sidled up against one another. One of them was an exquisite yet slightly aloof beauty, while the other had the type of beauty that rivaled hers but was a bit more on the adorable and innocent side. The two of them looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. Flower petals fell around them, creating a scene that was like the most beautiful painting in this world. However, Liyin's body shuddered as she stared blankly at this beautiful scene. How could this be? Impossible. How could Big Sister Xianxia be with her? The two women in the image were none other than Celestial Maiden Xianxia and Setting Moon Celestial Immortal. If anyone else saw this image, they would perhaps think that this was just a pair of close and intimate sisters. However, Li Yin was not one of those people. She could read the emotions within Xianxia's eyes. That expression was so similar to the expression Xianxia had once looked at her with. That expression was one that was reserved for her lover. Li Yin stared at the date on the photographic crystal. It was a photographic crystal from over 100 years ago. So Xianxia already had a change of heart after leaving her? Why? Why would big sister Xianxia like someone else? Why would she abandon me? We promised one another that we were going to be together forever. Tears began to stream down her face. It was as if she had been dealt a massive emotional blow, and she shook her head relentlessly, trying to wake up from this horrible nightmare. And Lin was not going to let her catch her breath. Homosexuality is the purest form of love? What a joke. That's a concept that only exists in your imagination. Celestial Immortal has always loved Setting Moon Celestial Immortal. You're just a pitiful woman who has been played by Xianxia. Think about it. Has Xianxia come to visit you even once in the past several hundred years? You were just a one-night stand to her. Then think about who has stayed by your side and never abandoned you, despite how cruel and cold you've been to him. And Lin's words were like a bolt of lightning that instantly rooted Li Yin to the spot. Her eyes were still shimmering with tears when she looked back at the purple-robed man behind her to find him looking back at her with his perpetual, warm smile. Li Yin's heart jolted as she stared blankly at the purple-robed man. And Lin continued to fan the flames. How does it feel to be betrayed? To be cheated on? It hurts, right? Now look at the person who has continued to stay by your side to protect you and give you warmth and care even after enduring the pain and despair of being betrayed. This is true love. He has stayed with you for several hundred years. Do you know what he has been through? His cultivation base has plummeted, and he's at the lowest point of his life. But you are still his top priority, the person he holds dearest. And what about Xianxia? She has found someone new a long time ago. Don't be fooled by Xianxia's beauty. On the inside, she's a bad woman. You need to look deep into your heart to find your true love. Think about what you would do if Ding Xiaoru was to leave you. And Lin's words were like a series of cannon blasts thumping into her heart. No, it's not true. Li Yin's eyes were a little glazed over, and she pressed her hands against her head as she ran into the nearby house before violently slamming the door. Yin, Ding Xiaoru called out in a concerned voice. Give her some peace and quiet. We've already succeeded for the most part to be able to evoke such a strong emotional response from her. Whether she comes back to you now will depend on whether she can think through this emotional rut for herself. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back as if he truly were a seasoned relationship expert. Ding Xiaoru wasn't an idiot, and he too knew that Lin was right. For some reason, his tears ducts were becoming active again as he looked at the white-robed man standing before him. Mr. Lin, I offer to you my sincerest gratitude. I've never seen Li Yin display such emotions before. I've finally seen some hope that she will come back to me. Ding Xiaoru spoke with a grateful expression. However, Lin was not impressed. What are you still standing here for? Ha! Ding Xiaoru faltered upon hearing this. Hurry up and go provide warmth to your Yin. And Lin chuckled. Ding Xiaoru was enlightened. Li Yin had just been dealt a heavy psychological blow, so this was when she was most vulnerable. At a time like this, he needed to strike when the iron was hot and give her the warmth and love she needed. And Lin was feeling a little dazed at the sight of the purple-robed man hurrying over to the little house, completely belying his identity as the almighty patriarch Zhuyin. And Lin put his photograph away with a satisfied expression. Su Xiaolan suddenly made her way over to him, and her exquisitely beautiful features were made even more gorgeous by the moonlight. And Lin, why do you have a picture like this? She asked with feigned nonchalance. And Lin's heart shuddered, but he too feigned an expression of nonchalance. Haha, you two sent me this photo for the Moon Festival. She told me that she had taken it for fun. It has always been sitting in my storage ring, and I've never really looked at it. I only had a rough impression of what the image was like, so I pulled it out. Who would have thought that it would be so effective? Su Xiaolan nodded upon hearing this. This could no longer just be referred to as effective. This was a nuclear strike. Could be said that without this picture, there was no way that they could break down the fortress around Li Yin's heart. It was exactly because of that picture that all of Li Yin's walls had crumbled. There was no need to straighten Li Yin. All that had to happen was for Li Yin to be betrayed by the most beautiful woman in the world, the woman she loved the most, and she would naturally straighten out. Su Xiaolan didn't deny the effectiveness of the picture. Instead, she cocked her head to the side with a hint of a smile on her face. But that's a picture of Chang'e and Su Qianyun staring at each other passionately. Why would you two give that kind of picture to you? It doesn't make a lot of sense. And Lin's lips twitched. Su Xiaolan was not that easy to fool. However, he couldn't tell Xiaolan the truth, which was that he had exchanged for this picture from you two at the cost of a high-rank spirit pill. He only wanted the picture for his own viewing pleasure at that time. Think about it. This was the #1 beauty in the Kingdom of the 9 States and the #1 beauty in the United University of Cultivation, looking deeply into each other's passionate eyes. Just thinking about it was exciting. Who wouldn't be interested in seeing something like that? But if he was to tell Xiaolan the truth, and Lin racked his brains desperately before a thought occurred to him, and he heaved a forlorn sigh. Sigh, you've probably figured something out from seeing that photo, right? I'm doing this for Su Qianyun's benefit. I asked you two to take the photo, and then I sent it to Su Xian and brought this matter to his attention. After all, I don't want Su Qianyun to have her feelings played with by that bad woman, Chang'e, as well. And Lin wore a distressed expression. Unfortunately, Su Xian didn't believe me and returned the photo to me. Su Xiaolan thought to herself for a moment before deciding that this story made sense. In reality, after everything that had happened, her brain was quite muddled as well. Chang'e forcefully bent Li Yin. Li Yin cucked Ding Xiaoru. Ding Xiaoru's cultivation base fell. And now Chang'e was cucking Li Yin for Su Qianyun. Su Qianyun didn't even seem to be a lesbian to her. She had been oblivious for over 100 years? Oh my God! All of these incredible events were taking place right before Su Xiaolan's eyes, reducing her brain to a pile of mush and leaving her at a loss for what to do. In comparison, Tina was quite calm and collected. She accepted new things quite quickly. After all, she was a goddess of creation who required a heart filled with unconditional love. Lesbians? She had seen many of those in the divine mirror world, so she was not going to make a big fuss about it. Who would have thought our mission would progress so smoothly? It's not as difficult as I thought it would be. Tina did an elated twirl in the air. Everything only went so smoothly because of my picture. And Lin spoke with a wide smile. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. We really might not have been able to get this job done if not for that picture. In other words, we were in the right place at the right time and just so happened to have a unique picture that was applicable to the situation. It was all meant to be. I contributed most to the completion of this mission. There are no objections to that, right? And Lin asked with a smug smile. Su Xiaolan and Tina both turned disdainful glances toward him, but they didn't state any objections. Both of them knew what Lin wanted. He was clearly after the underworld Dao flower. Neither of them said anything. One of them simply couldn't be bothered, while the other decided to concede to her master. After a while, Ding Xiaoru made his way out of the small house. He wore an expression of concern intermingled with elation on his face. And Lin and Su Xiaolan immediately inquired about the situation. Thankfully, she didn't reject me outright this time. I think she must have snapped out of it after your efforts. However, she didn't express any decisive opinion. She only said that she still wanted some peace and quiet. Ding Xiaoru replied with a wry smile, and Lin was excited. That means we're on the right track. We're in the home stretch, Xiaolin chimed in with a smile. Let's go fan the flames a little, and Lin suggested. Ding Xiaoru was intrigued upon hearing this. How? And Lin replied excitedly. Xiaolan and I are going to flaunt our love to her. Patriarch Zhu Yin was startled upon hearing this. You're going to flaunt your love to my Dao partner? Not your Dao partner, your ex-Dao partner. And Lin corrected. Patriarch Zhuyan's heart throbbed with pain upon hearing this, but he still nodded reluctantly and agreed to Lin's plan. Even though it was not very morally correct to do this, everything would be justifiable if he could reignite Li Yin's love for him. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina built a temporary house and settled down to live here. Patriarch Zhu Yin also had a house of his own here, but Lin encouraged him to move a little closer to Li Yin. Ding Xiaoru thought about it for a bit before building another small cabin beside Li Yin's house. The almighty Patriarch Zhu Yin, who was a legendary figure across the entire continent, was now playing the role of a rebound, trying to help Li Yin emerge from the trauma of her heartbreak. Thus, everyone settled down for now. Li Yin knew that Lin and the others weren't going to leave. However, she didn't want to see Lin again, so she stayed in her room constantly, thinking that she would be able to avoid seeing them that way. However, she quickly discovered that she was far too naive. The scent of stir-fried meat wafted into her room, bringing with it a lethal temptation. It was impossible to describe what type of smell this was. It was way too delicious. It was something to die for. Even though she was already trying her best to hold herself back, her legs still betrayed her and carried her out the door, upon which she discovered Lin cooking outside her room while Su Xiaolan wiped the sweat off his forehead in a thoughtful gesture, creating a joyous and harmonious scene. Gulp. Li Yin swallowed involuntarily. An undetectable smile appeared on Lin's face. No one could resist the cooking of the heavenly court chef god. Seeing as she had already fallen for the trap, she would just have to stand there and watch. Sure enough, Li Yin couldn't bring herself to beg for food from them, so she could only look on as Lin and Su Xiaolan fed each other with love overflowing from their eyes. She had almost been forced to tears. It wasn't enough that they were torturing her stomach. They were even flaunting their love in front of her. How cruel and inhumane. At this moment, a man suddenly approached her. Do you want something to eat, Yin? How about I cook something for you? My cooking skills are quite good as well, Ding Xiaoru said with a warm and gentle expression. Humph. Li Yin harumphed coldly before ducking back into her room. Ding Xiaoru was not dejected in the slightest. Instead, his smile grew even wider. In the next few days, Lin and Su Xiaolan continued to assault her with a combination of irresistible food and gooey love. Li Yin felt like she was going to be tormented to the point of insanity, and she almost moved away from here. However, after thinking about it carefully, she realized that moving now would be no different from admitting defeat. She was unwilling to yield. Furthermore, for some reason, the repeated assaults Lin and Su Xiaolan were initiating against her heart made her gradually recognize some things, as if her confused and clouded heart was becoming clear again. Time flew by. One day, Li Yin walked out of her house for some fresh air and arrived at the boundless sea of flowers. She was initially planning to look up at the sky to reminisce about Xianxia, who was situated on the moon, when she discovered Lin and Su Xiaolan, both of whom were sitting outside on some rocks. They were sidled up against one another, looking out across the sea of flowers, appearing extremely happy together. Humph! Stupid Xianxia. Why hasn't Lin left yet? How many days has it been already? Are they determined to give me depression? Li Yin pouted as she turned toward Ding Xiaoru. They like the sea of flowers here, and they told me that they wanted to stay here for a few more days. It's not like I can just kick them out. Ding Xiaoru shrugged with a resigned expression. Li Yin was completely speechless, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were tearing open the wounds on her heart every day before pouring salt onto them. She felt like she could still hear Lin's words echoing in her mind. You're just a pitiful woman who has been played by Xianxia. Think about it. Has Xianxia come to visit you even once in the past several hundred years? You were just a one-night stand to her. Those words were like a sharp knife piercing right through her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Xianxia had gone to make her breakthrough to the Dao integration stage, and Li Yin had waited for her and even prayed for her for several hundred years. However, Xianxia had found someone new in the blink of an eye, and apparently, she was going to pass on her moon palace to this new lover of hers. Was this how Xianxia was going to repay her for her love? Tears began to well up in Li Yin's eyes again. At this moment, a paper towel appeared before her. Li Yin's expression faltered slightly, and she looked up with teary eyes at the man standing before her. The man smiled. I can't embrace you as your Tao partner in your time of sadness, but I can still hand you a paper towel. Li Yin's heart shuddered slightly, and she accepted the paper towel before wiping at her tears. This is none of your business. Your business is my business, Ding Xiaoru said with an earnest expression. Li Yin fell silent. She only began speaking in a slow voice after a short while. Ding Xiaoru, I betrayed you and made your cultivation base plummet. You are the most regal being in the entire ghost tribe. Can't you have a bit more resolve and backbone? She raised her teary eyes to look at Ding Xiaoru's gentle expression as she urged in a hoarse voice, Hit me! I'm a bad woman who cheated on you. So why don't you hit me? Why would you hold back your resentment toward me? Why do you beg for me to come back like you're the one who did something wrong? I'm not holding back, and I'm not angry. As long as you're willing to come back, I can forgive you. Ding Xiaoru spoke with an earnest expression. On a rock not far away, Tina was stealing glances at the exchange taking place between the two of them. She felt like her outlook on life was being transformed by their conversation. Ding Xiaoru. Li Yin gritted her teeth as her tears began to flow down her face. Why are you such a coward? You don't even dare to hit me. Are you even a man? Slap. The sound of a slap shocked heaven and earth. Ding Xiaoru had slapped Li Yin through the air for over 10,000 meters. Li Yin threw up a mouthful of blood and toppled an entire mountain before her momentum was finally arrested. Tina was astonished. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were still flaunting their love when their display of affection came to an abrupt halt, and they drew a sharp intake of breath at the sight of the scenes unfolding behind them. Holy fuck, that escalated way too quickly. Li Yin clearly wasn't actually asking him to hit her. Was Ding Xiaoru trying to slap Li Yin to death? This mission was ruined. A dazzling stream of light flew through the air from the toppled mountain toward Ding Xiaoru. Li Yin dove into Ding Xiaoru's arms before sobbing as she drove her fists into his chest. You bastard! I told you to hit me, but you didn't have to hit me so hard. She was not kidding. The left side of her face had completely swelled up, and there was still blood trickling down the corners of her lips. Ding Xiaoru enveloped Li Yin in a tight hug. After that slap, we can leave the past behind, and you no longer owe me anything. Can we start over again? Li Yin's body shuddered in his arms. Ding Xiaoru tightened his arms around her even further upon seeing this. All right? Li Yin nodded with tears streaming down her face. Tina's eyes lit up, and she wore a thoughtful expression as she appraised this situation. Meanwhile, Lin and Su Xiaolan drew another sharp intake of breath. What the hell was that? Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina didn't know what kind of emotional journey these two had been through. Just like how they were unable to understand how Ding Xiaoru's cultivation base could drop due to his breakup. Without having lived through all that, there was no way they could accurately gauge the feelings of the two people involved. Boom! All of a sudden, heaven and earth tremored violently. Vital energy swept toward Ding Xiaoru in a boundless wave. In the sky above, divine lightning roared and surged, releasing peerless lightning might. The purple-robed man and the woman in her colorful dress remained in a tight embrace at the center of the storm. Such terrifying energy fluctuations! Su Xiaolan stumbled back with an expression of shock on her face. Ding Xiaoru is going to return to the God of Creation stage, and Lin was very excited. Tina's eyes were also very bright as she stared intently at Patriarch Zhu Yin. She was observing how he was returning to the God of Creation stage. Witnessing the process for herself at such close quarters was going to be extremely beneficial to her. Divine lightning surged above the heavens for 100,000 kilometers as black and purple bolts of lightning tore through space, leaving a series of ghastly spatial cracks in their wake. That's chaotic divine lightning. It is lightning that was born from chaos and transcends beyond heaven and earth. Lin's expression was filled with awe and astonishment as he led Su Xiaolan back for another large distance, in case they were injured by the lightning. Even though Patriarch Zhu Yin was only returning to the God of Creation stage rather than making a breakthrough to God of Creation stage, the heaven and earth tribulation he triggered was still extremely terrifying. Destructive energy was approaching from all directions, and chaotic divine lightning was also baring its fangs in the clouds above, ready to completely destroy the paramount god of the ghost tribe. This was a doomsday-like scenario, and each and every one of those bolts of chaotic divine lightning possessed an unimaginable destructive power. Patriarch Zhu Yin laughed heartily at the terrifying energy approaching him, and he stepped forward as he waved a sleeve gently through the air. All of a sudden, boundless chaotic power began to surge forth in front of him in a frenzy. This was an indescribable power. It was like the primordial power of space prior to the creation of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth immediately began to tremor violently upon the emergence of this power, as if it had been very severely agitated. The chaotic divine lightning in the sky above also began to crash down upon Patriarch Zhu Yin, but all of them were absorbed before being crushed into nothingness by his chaotic power. Soon, Patriarch Zhu Yin's invisible power began to transform. In that instant, the monotony of nothingness seemed to have gained diversity and a sense of relativity. There was Yin and there was Yang. Yang floated upward, while Yin sank downward, creating heaven and earth. A projection of a different world appeared in the purple-robed man's eyes as a supreme divine power erupted into the heavens, destroying all of the chaotic divine lightning. And Lin and the others could feel a burst of supreme divine power sweeping toward them, as if they were faced with a true God who had transcended above everything. Is this what it looks like to open the heavens? Tina murmured to herself. How terrifying. This power has transcended well beyond my realm of comprehension. Su Xiaolan took a deep breath, but her eyes were extremely bright, and Lin seemed to have also attained enlightenment and was silently observing everything. Patriarch Zhu Yin gripped one hand up toward the heavens, while his other hand transformed into countless ghosts and spirits. He spoke in a voice imbued with supreme divine might, as if a gong of the great Tao had been struck and its sound was reverberating throughout heaven and earth. Within the world of the dead, I reign supreme. Countless ghosts and spirits across the entire opposite shore realm looked up into the sky at the same time and released energies from within their bodies. Countless deceased spirits played the music of death at the same time. Serene and peaceful deceased spirit music wafted across the entire opposite shore realm. Bam! The 100,000 kilometers of chaotic divine lightning instantly disappeared without a trace. Patriarch Zhu Yin closed his eyes, and the heaven and earth that had been created from chaos shot into his glabella as a stream of light. At the same time, a certain world was quickly being repaired and restored. He stood silently with his eyes tightly closed like a wooden stump, and Lin and the others knew not to disrupt this process, and all of them stood guard silently around him. Everything had fallen silent again, but the entire opposite shore realm was in an uproar. Patriarch Zhu Yin's proclamation that he reigned supreme in the land of the dead spread throughout the entire opposite shore realm, as if it was a god's decree, and no ghost tribe living beings could muster up any intent to resist those words. This was like someone suddenly making a widespread announcement that they were the ruler of the world. All of the ghost tribe living beings on the opposite shore realm had been scared shitless. All of them were speculating who had spoken those words, and most of them had already guessed who it was. After all, aside from the paramount god of the ghost tribe, Patriarch Zhu Yin, no one dared to say something like this. Patriarch Zhu Yin had just reminded the entire ghost tribe of his existence. At the same time, the few gods of creation who stood at the pinnacle of the Tai Chu continent all opened their eyes with varying expressions on their faces. Some were elated, some were distressed, and there were even some who couldn't even be bothered to take notice and closed their eyes to meditate again. They very rarely kept up with events around the world. All of them had predicted that Patriarch Zhu Yin would return to the God of Creation stage. The only surprising thing to them was how quickly this day had come. 3 days later, Patriarch Zhu Yin opened his eyes. His aura was completely subdued, making him appear just as ordinary as when everyone had first met him. After returning to the God of Creation stage, an elated smile appeared on his face. Mr. and Lin, Ms. Su Xiaolan, Ms. Tina, I am very grateful to all of you for your help. The paramount god of the ghost tribe, who had just announced his supremacy in the world of the dead a few days ago, had completely reverted back to his modest and graceful disposition, and he extended a respectful ghost tribe salute to Enlin and the others. Enlin and Su Xiaolan were feeling extremely flattered. Tina was even more overwhelmed. She had done nothing the entire time. Enlin and Su Xiaolan had been the ones who were constantly busy flaunting their love to Li Yin. Enlin faltered slightly before replying with a wide smile. There's no need to be so polite, Mr. Ding Xiaoru. Congratulations on returning to the God of Creation stage. At the same time, he was wondering if it was the right time to mention the reimbursement Ding Xiaoru had promised them. Ding Xiaoru seemed to have read his mind, and he immediately smiled. Mr. Enlin, seeing as you convinced Li Yin to come back to me, I would be glad to fulfill my promise to you. Promise? What promise? Li Yin held onto Ding Xiaoru's hand with a curious expression on her face. I promised that if they could convince you to come back to me, I would give them the underworld Dao flower as a token of gratitude, Ding Xiaoru replied. Li Yin clasped a hand over her chest with a pained expression. You should have said that sooner. If you gave the underworld Dao flower to me, I would have probably returned to you straight away. Even though that was what she was saying, she didn't object to this deal. She knew that without the efforts of Enlin and the others, she wouldn't be able to find herself so quickly and return to Ding Xiaoru. Ding Xiaoru smiled as he looked at Enlin's group. Come with me. Everyone returned to that sea of flowers. Enlin was very excited. He could finally pick that flower. The underworld Dao flower swayed with the wind amid the sea of flowers. All of the slutty and promiscuous flowers released their vibrant colors, completely putting it to shame. However, it wasn't concerned with competing with those flowers in a beauty contest. It was a weird flower that couldn't beat them even if it tried, so it could only be content with being a freak among flowers. All of its flower petals bunched together like mushrooms, upon which were a series of different expressions. Right at this moment, a few people flew over from afar. Mr. Enlin, feel free to tame this underworld Dao flower and take it with you, Ding Xiaoru offered. All 99 of the mushroom petals on the flower instantly displayed grief-stricken and pitiable expressions, as if it was begging Ding Xiaoru to change his mind. Ding Xiaoru was lost in the river of love and had no time to take a flower's emotions into consideration. He immediately broke its beast pet contract with the flower with a very brusque method before completely ignoring it in preference for his Li Yin. The underworld Dao flower had lost the beast pet contract connection, and it almost burst into tears upon seeing this. Enlin made his way over to the flower with an elated smile. Come on, my little flower. Come with your big brother? Tui! The underworld Dao flower spat out another globule of nectar onto his face. Enlin licked the nectar off his face. So sweet! Ding Xiaoru, Li Yin. The underworld Dao flower's saliva was its nectar. It was a high-rank spirit rank liquid and much more valuable than even dragon saliva incense, which was the saliva of true dragons, and Enlin did not want to waste it. The underworld Dao flower was enraged to the point of trembling, but it was unable to do anything. Come with me and accept me as your master. I promise to give you a life of luxury. Enlin vowed. The underworld Dao flower's petals displayed disdainful expression, clearly unwilling to come with him and also looking down on him at the same time. Enlin was a little curious. You've already attained your Dao, so why can't you speak? Sneers appeared on the underworld Dao flower's petals. Could it be because of a lack of education? Enlin speculated. Tui! The underworld Dao flower spat with rage. So sweet! Enlin was elated. Ding Xiaoru and Su Xiaolan were completely speechless. Leave it for now, Enlin. If it's unwilling to concede, we can just capture it and discipline it later, Su Xiaolan suggested. You mean like how you disciplined little Huang? Enlin's eyes lit up with excitement. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Don't be so loud. It's not like this is some ability to be proud of. Enlin was extremely elated. If this wasn't something to be proud of, then what was? He was going to take this opportunity to learn this skill from Xiaolan. The underworld Dao flower instantly flared up with rage upon hearing Xiaolan's words. Tui! Spat another globule of saliva towards Su Xiaolan's face. Fuck off! Su Xiaolan's expression darkened as she slapped the drop of nectar into non-existence with lightning revolving around her hand. At the same time, her holy flames materialized into a palm that crushed the underworld Dao flower firmly into the ground. Scree scree! The underworld Dao flower wailed with anguish. All 99 petals displayed teary expressions. I didn't want to do this, but you've gone too far. Do you want to die? Su Xiaolan's killing intent froze the space around her. The underworld Dao flower pissed itself, and its nectar spilled all over the ground. And Lin, Tina, Ding Xiaoru, and Li Yin were all astonished, and they looked at the woman beside them with slightly fearful expressions. They knew that Su Xiaolan was serious and that the killing intent radiating from her body was real. She really was at the end of her supply of patience, and she wanted to destroy the underworld Dao flower on the spot. The underworld Dao flower had always been pampered, and even the paramount god of the ghost tribe, Patriarch Zhu Yin, treated it with the utmost love and care. It had always lived like a proud princess and had never encountered a situation like this before. This was the first time it had been threatened with death in the countless years during which it had lived. The underworld Dao flower didn't dare to do anything, and could only tremble uncontrollably as it was crushed into the ground by Su Xiaolan. Apologize, Su Xiaolan commanded in a cold voice. Pitiable expressions appeared on all 99 of the underworld Dao flower's petals at the same time. Wah, boom! The terrifying aura of a vermilion bird descended from the heavens. The aura of a holy beast crashed down upon the underworld Dao flower. The woman's cold and dangerous voice sounded, "Do you not know how to speak? I told you to apologize." Sorry. A tender, shaky voice sounded, and Lin and Tina were both astonished. So this flower was capable of speech after all, and its voice was quite pleasing to the ear. Slap! Su Xiaolan threw another slap. I can't hear you. Speak up. I'm sorry. The underworld Dao flower yelled. Who are you apologizing to? Su Xiaolan asked in a cold voice. I'm sorry, Su Xiaolan. The underworld Dao flower yelled. And Su Xiaolan's palm began to press down more firmly. I'm sorry, and Lin. I'm sorry, Tina. I'm sorry, Ding Xiaoru. I'm sorry, Li Yin. The underworld Dao flower apologized to everyone it could with tears streaming down its petals. Gasp! Everyone drew in a sharp intake of breath. All right, and Lin, hurry up and establish the beast pet contract. Su Xiaolan clapped her hands together as if she had just done something very simple. And Lin, Ding Xiaoru, could somebody tell me what just happened? What had Xiaolan done to this underworld Dao flower? And Lin knew that he had to strike when the metal was hot, and he immediately released a drop of blood essence before sending it hovering toward the underworld Dao flower. Don't resist. Accept my blood essence, he urged in a gentle voice. A reluctant expression appeared on the underworld Dao flower's petals. Su Xiaolan's face fell again upon seeing this. If you don't want an Lin, then I can be your master. The underworld Dao flower shuddered before instantly absorbing the blood essence, as if it was afraid that Su Xiaolan would change her mind. So delicious! And Lin sensed the connection between himself and the underworld Dao flower, and he knew that it was done. He enveloped Xiaolan in a tight hug and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Thank you, Xiaolan. You're the best. That was okay. This flower is much easier to discipline than little Huang was. I still have many more methods to break it up my sleeve. Su Xiaolan was a little disappointed. She hadn't even gotten into the main course yet, and the underworld Dao flower had already conceded. What a coward! There was more to come. The pampered and carefully nurtured underworld Dao flower shuddered upon hearing this. It was suddenly glad that it had accepted An Lin as its master. Even though he was a little shameless, at least he didn't appear to be abusive. And Lin caressed the underworld Dao flower with a smile. I'm going to give you a name. You are a flower blessed by heaven and earth and have attained your own Dao. You were born here in a place where ghostly energy is in vast abundance. and you are worthy of the title of the Emperor of all flowers here in the opposite shore realm. The underworld Dao flower raised its petals and puffed out its stem. How about, I call you little mushroom? And Lin suggested. The underworld Dao flower? Little mushroom? What the fuck? The underworld Dao flower was completely dumbstruck. Did that name have anything to do with all of those compliments Lin had given it? Not only was the underworld Dao flower completely dumbstruck, Ding Xiaoru and Li Yin were also in the same boat. Tina nodded with approval. Giant and Lin's naming skills have improved. In the past, he always went for 2-character names. This is his first 3-character name. 1-inch bift. Su Xiaolin couldn't help but burst into laughter. All 99 of the underworld Dao flower's petals stared at Lin with incredulity, as if to say, "Are you fucking serious?" And Lin stroked its flower petals with a doting smile. Little mushroom, you're going to be called Little Mushroom from now on. It's pleasing to the ear and very adorable. Furthermore, it matches your appearance and disposition. Boom! The underworld Dao flower seemed to have been struck by lightning as it became rooted to the spot. Immediately afterward, a suicidal expression appeared on its petals. I've attained my own Dao in the opposite shore realm and am hailed as the Emperor of all flowers here. But you're giving me Little Mushroom as a name. The underworld Dao flower really wanted to spit at Lin. However, Su Xiaolan was still standing right there, so it could only back down and shed silent tears. It wouldn't have been reduced to such a sorry state if it weren't for Su Xiaolan. By the way, Little Mushroom, can you fight? And Lin asked. The underworld Dao flower was slightly taken aback by this question before shaking its petals and looking at Lin with 99 cold expressions. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. He wasn't expecting a flower like this to be able to fight anyway. Alright, you can go into Little Na's Pokeball to photosynthesize for now. Xiaolan and I will bring you out once we're done here. And Lin instructed. The underworld Dao flower faltered again upon hearing this. At this moment, a round ball had already flown toward it before cracking open, upon which a dazzling light erupted forth alongside an extremely powerful spatial suction force. No! The underworld Dao flower yelled with grief and indignation. I don't know how to photosynthesize. Whoosh! The underworld Dao flower was sucked into the Pokeball. Everyone fell silent, and Lin came to a sudden realization and clapped his hands together. That makes sense. There's no sun in this opposite shore realm. So how does the underworld Dao flower survive? Ding Xiaoru's lips twitched, and he repressed the urge to rant as he offered a patient explanation. The underworld Dao flower has already attained its Dao, so it no longer requires any energy source to replenish it. Heaven and earth and will bestow energy upon it. And Lin was astonished. Heaven feeds it? Ding Xiaoru nodded. However, the underworld Dao flower likes Yin-type energy, so if you want it to become more powerful, you can let it absorb some more Yin energy, death energy, darkness energy. And Lin nodded and committed this to memory. As the master of his beast pets, he had to take responsibility for their progressions. Yin energy? Little Na can organize that. Tina patted her tiny chest before regulating the veins of energy within the Pokeball world in order to make all of the Yin energy within converge toward where the underworld Dao flower was situated. And Lin expressed his gratitude toward Ding Xiaoru again. Thank you for bestowing your flower upon me, senior. Ding Xiaoru responded in kind. Thank you for helping me recover my happiness, Mr. and Lin. The two of them praised each other like a pair of old friends. What are you going to do next, Mr. and Lin? Perhaps I could be of assistance to you. Ding Xiaoru knew that Lin and Su Xiaolan wouldn't be coming here for a holiday, so perhaps he could help them out with what they were doing. And Lin suddenly didn't know how to word this. Could he tell the truth and say that he was here to beat the crap out of the Dark Spirit King? This was Patriarch Zhu Yin's territory. He was basically going to beat up one of his brethren on his territory. Mr. And Lin, do you have some difficult circumstances? Ding Xiaoru patted his chest upon seeing Lin's conflicted expression. Don't worry, you can tell me anything, and I'll do my best to help you. And Lin had helped him recover his lover and cultivation base, so he felt like just the underworld Dao flower as a present was insufficient to express his gratitude. And Lin could be said to be one of his friends now. His friend had now encountered a problem, and he was more than willing to help, especially seeing as the problem was in the opposite shore realm. Are you sure? And Lin hesitated momentarily before asking. Ding Xiaoru patted his chest once again. Why would I lie to you? Tell me. I swear on my title as Patriarch Zhu Yin that I will help you with any difficulties you encounter in the opposite shore realm to the best of my abilities. All right, don't forget this promise. And Lin paused momentarily. I'm actually here with Xiaolan to beat up the Dark Spirit King. A peculiar silence ensued. Ding Xiaoru's confident expression froze on his face. What? Ding Xiaoru's face convulsed slightly. I want to beat up the Dark Spirit King. And Lin repeated. Ding Xiaoru, Li Yin. Well. Ding Xiaoru's flesh was crawling a little. May I ask why Mr. And Lin is so intent on beating up the Dark Spirit King. He didn't really have any ties with the Dark Spirit King, but the Dark Spirit King was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure of the opposite shore realm after all, so he was very important to the opposite shore realm. But now, and Lin was telling him, the paramount god of the ghost tribe, that he wanted to beat the Dark Spirit King up. This was like a slap to the face. Wait, I seem to have encouraged Lin to tell me? And I swore on my title as Patriarch Zhu Yin that I would help Mr. Lin with any difficulties he encountered in the opposite shore realm to the best of my abilities? Ding Xiaoru was struck with the urge to vomit blood with this in mind. He had slapped himself in the face. I don't like the look of the Dark Spirit King, so I want to beat it up. And Lin was very straightforward and honest. Ding Xiaoru thought to himself for a moment before speculating. Is it because it joined the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army? And Lin nodded and did not deny this. Ding Xiaoru massaged his brows with a conflicted expression. How about this? We beat him up and teach him a lesson, but we don't beat him to death, is that all right? And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina were astonished upon hearing this. Why you said we? And Lin was in complete disbelief. Well, I swore on my title as Patriarch Zhu Yin, so I can't really go back on my word now, can I? Patriarch Zhu Yin spoke with an aggrieved expression. He was the paramount god of the ghost tribe, so he had to fulfill his promises even if he did so with tears in his eyes. Su Xiaolan still felt like this was very absurd. They would be extremely grateful if Patriarch Zhu Yin didn't try to stop them from what they were doing. But he was now going to help them of his own volition? That was outrageous. Really? Su Xiaolan had to confirm once again. Ding Xiaoru waved a hand through the air. I deliver on all my promises. I even know where the Dark Spirit King is, and I'll take you there right away. He was going to take them there? And Lin and Su Xiaolan were astonished again. He was going to beat up their super mighty figure boss, and the final boss Patriarch Zhu Yin was going to lead the way. What exemplary service. And Lin was extremely flattered. It's nothing much. You helped me get back Yin after all. Patriarch Zhu Yin sighed. If he could reverse time, he definitely wouldn't have made that promise. But seeing as he had, his dignity as Patriarch Zhu Yin would be swept to the ground if he went back on his word. But I have to reiterate, we're only going to beat it to the point of disability, so please don't kill it. I don't really know the Dark Spirit King, but I'm in charge of this place. So, Ding Xiaoru cautioned. There was another important reason why he decided to go with Lin and the others, and that was to make sure Lin didn't actually kill the Dark Spirit King. And Lin immediately nodded. Don't worry, Senior. I just want to beat him up. If it weren't for Patriarch Zhu Yin, he felt like the Dark Spirit King would not be able to live for much longer. However, seeing as Patriarch Zhu Yin had spoken, he could only settle for beating it into submission. Ding Xiaoru rose into the air with Li Yin in his arms. Come with me. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina followed him as they flew toward the northern region of the opposite shore realm. Everyone flew very quickly, and it didn't take them long to travel across the opposite shore realm. And Lin and Ding Xiaoru were chatting the entire time, mostly about the opposite shore realm. As the top dog here in the opposite shore realm, Ding Xiaoru knew more things about this place than anyone else on the entire continent. He was also willing to impart this knowledge upon Lin without reservation. clearly seeing him as a true friend. Just as there are yin and yang within heaven and earth, the opposite shore realm is a land of extreme yin, while the southern heavenly wing nation is the land of extreme yang. This place has always been affected by laws of the heavenly Tao, which restricts all yang energy from appearing here, including the light of the sun, while yin energy flocks here. Ding Xiaoru slowly imparted knowledge about the opposite shore realm upon Enlin. Enlin was glad to listen and would occasionally ask a few questions. By the way, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you, Enlin suddenly said. Go on. Ding Xiaoru was still his easygoing and friendly self. I wanted to ask which faction of the ghost tribe you belong to, senior. Enlin was a little uneasy. Ding Xiaoru knew what Enlin wanted to say. Within the ghost tribe, there was a heaven-crushing faction, a human-destroying faction, and a neutral faction. Enlin was clearly afraid that he would be part of the human-destroying faction. If it wasn't for the fact that Ding Xiaoru had had countless opportunities to kill Enlin, which he refrained from doing so, Enlin would not place trust in this paramount god of the ghost tribe. Ding Xiaoru was not bothered by his question. He replied with a gentle smile, I don't belong to any faction. Enlin was baffled by this answer. So you're neutral? No, I'm not even neutral. Ding Xiaoru shook his head. Are there any other options? Enlin's lips twitched. Ding Xiaoru looked on into the distance, and his gaze seemed to have pierced through heaven and earth. His aura suddenly became ethereal and almighty, as if he were a paramount god who had descended upon this world. The arrival of the representatives of the heavenly Tao triggered a massive world war. There is the human-destroying faction, which proposed to work with the representatives of the heavenly Tao in their mission to destroy the human race, thereby currying the favor of the heavens and convincing the heavenly Tao to spare their tribe. There is the heaven-crushing faction, which is unwilling to bow and concede to the heavens. They propose to form an alliance with the human race to destroy all of the representatives of the heavenly Tao and even replace the flawed heavenly Tao. There are also fence-sitters, or what's referred to as the neutral faction, as well as a heaven-mending faction, which champions the mending of the heavenly Tao. There are many choices to be made here, but all of them are made on the basis that they are required for survival. However, I have transcended beyond all that, and I won't die, so why would I dabble with any of those options? Ding Xiaoru smiled as he turned toward Enlin. You won't die. Enlin faltered upon hearing this. The heaven and life paramount heavenly gods propose the eradication of all life forms on the continent. Ding Xiaoru clasped his hands behind his back. Those are just powers that had been restricted by the heavenly Tao, so what are they going to do to me? Even if they haven't been restricted, I can just hide in my world, where I am the heavens. I will kill any of them who dare to set foot in my world. Ding Xiaoru's domineering words made Enlin and Su Xiaolan's heart jolt with awe. This was the absolute power and confidence of a god of creation stage living being. So this disastrous war actually poses no threat to god of creation stage living beings? Su Xiaolan murmured. Ding Xiaoru nodded. The worst-case scenario for us is that we won't be able to go to our main world in the form of the Taichu continent. No wonder none of the god of creation stage living beings on the Taichu continent aside from Cyril of the True Demon tribe have done anything, even though this war has been progressing for such a long time. And Lin's brows furrowed. Ding Xiaoru smiled as he waved his hands. There are still many god of creation living beings who are concerned about this continent. They won't die, but this is their home. There are countless descendants and brethren of theirs that live here. Those mighty figures won't really just abandon all of you. However, now is not the ideal time for them to intervene. Once a god of creation stage living being interferes and stands against the heavenly Tao, they will be afflicted by a boundless backlash and retaliation from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is extremely sensitive to the actions of god of creation stage living beings. After they step in, they will be forced to hide in the worlds they created and won't dare to set foot upon the Taichu continent again. This is not what they want, so they have to ensure that their intervention will be decisive and be sure to secure victory. And Lin nodded with realization upon hearing this. At the same time, he was a little confused. He had always thought that Chun Chun was a god of creation stage living being. After all, he even had that spotless realm. However, Chun Chun suffered no backlash after standing against the heavenly earth god. Why was he still okay? Could it be that Chun Chun wasn't a god of creation stage living being? Then what was his cultivation base? And Lin learned about the awkward situation the gods of creation were in from Ding Xiaoru and also learned about their attitudes and their avenues of retreat. He learned that they wouldn't necessarily fight to protect the Taichu continent with their lives. This was a very disturbing piece of news. No wonder Ding Xiaoru would be willing to befriend him, even though he was a thorn in the sides of the representatives of the heavenly Tao. He didn't even care about what they thought. Wait! A thought suddenly flashed into Lin's mind. You said that gods of creation can defend against invasions from the heavenly Tao in the world they created. So what if a god of creation moves the entire human race into the world of their creation? Wouldn't the heavenly Tao be powerless then? Ding Xiaoru shook his head with resignation upon hearing this. I can ensure I don't die as I am the heavens of that world. As for other living beings, they will still suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao after escaping into my world, as the heavens of my world is still of a lower level than the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent. This is like creating a small, independent box within a large box. The large box can't destroy the small box, but it can use its power to influence the living beings within the small box. In other words, I'm invincible, but I can't ensure the safety of other living beings within my world. The heavenly Tao is intent on destroying the human race, so they won't allow any humans to exist in a god of creation's world. The power of the heavenly Tao will seep in from all sides and bring destruction to them even more quickly. And Lin was still a little perplexed. What if heaven and life decide to purge all of the living beings on the entire continent? Li Yin is not a god of creation. So what will you do then? Ding Xiaoru smiled. I can't protect all living beings, but it should be no problem for me to protect Yin with all my powers. I don't want your protection. I'm going to progress to the god of creation stage and be with you forever. Li Yin pouted as she looked at Ding Xiaoru. Their eyes met and smiles appeared on both of their faces as they enveloped each other in a tight hug. It was a sickening, lovey-dovey scene to behold. And Lin didn't look at them. Instead, he turned toward Tina with curiosity in his eyes. How many people would you be able to protect? I don't know. I don't have a sufficient understanding of the power of the Taichu continent's heavenly Tao. However, seeing as Ding Xiaoru can only protect one person, and I'm not even at God of Creation stage, so I can protect maybe half a person. Tina speculated as she blinked her emerald eyes. And Lin? However, if I make my divine mirror world outstrip the Taichu continent and make my little box even bigger than the big box, then the heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Tina's eyes suddenly lit up. Ding Xiaoru couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. That is entirely impossible. Even after Pangu created the Taichu continent, he was unable to create a second Taichu continent. The Taichu continent is the most core and primitive existence. No world can take its place. Oh. Tina nodded, but she remained unconvinced. Her divine mirror world was leveling up very quickly. So what if she could do it? As a goddess of creation, it would be quite pitiful if she didn't even have the confidence to surpass the Taichu continent with her world. In comparison to creating a world of a higher level than the Taichu continent, it's more realistic to cultivate and become an existence that transcends beyond even God of Creation stage. Of course, when I say realistic, this is only in comparison to creating a world superior to the Taichu continent. However, this is also quite unrealistic for us. Ding Xiaoru spoke with a smile. In order to transcend beyond the great Tao of heaven and earth and attain true transcendence, at least to my knowledge, only Pangu, who is a god born from chaos, was able to do so. No one else had been able to take that step. In the face of the heavenly Tao's power, we can only hide in the worlds we created. However, a being above God of Creation stage has already transcended beyond the entire heaven and earth, so there is nowhere they cannot go. Even Patriarch Zhu Yin displayed an expression of yearning at the mention of this. Transcending beyond the great Tao of heaven and earth? And Lin murmured, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. You mean the heavenly true immortal? He had a system mission regarding a high-rank war god mystic technique known as Dark Immortal Transformation. In order to complete that mission, he had to find the essential remains of the heavenly true immortal and consume it. Heavenly true immortal? Patriarch Zhu Yin stroked his chin. That sounds a little familiar. As for Pangu, he refers to himself as the Chaos Patriarch God. So the title of Heavenly True Immortal can't apply to him. I recall that the destruction of the ancient Tai Chu realm seemed to have something to do with this Heavenly True Immortal. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. He had heard some information about the Heavenly True Immortal from the Celestial the Arch. It was recorded on a stone plaque in the ancient Tai Chu realm. It looked like he would have to go to the ancient Tai Chu realm if he wanted more information. As for the Heavenly True Immortal, Patriarch Zhu Yin didn't really have any useful information. And Lin didn't press the issue any further. However, he was a little disappointed that his prior speculation wouldn't work. God of creation stage living beings could only protect themselves in the face of the heavenly Tao's attacks. Protecting others would be impossible, so the human race didn't have that option as a final resort. They either had to crush the heavens or mend the heavens. Nuwa was a goddess of creation, so was her heaven-mending sect really reliable? The heaven-crushing sect had given the human race a lot of hope, but its leader was Cyril. He was also a god of creation, so would he wholeheartedly protect the human race? His goal was probably not to protect the living beings on the Taichu continent. He was most likely trying to rely on the power of the human race to crush the heavens, thereby allowing him to take its place. So what were the other gods of creation doing? Among the Taoist trinity, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, Pangu, was an existence beyond god of creation stage. As such, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue were at least god of creation stage as well. What were they doing? Tao Lord Luya was also at the god of creation stage. What was he doing? And Lin didn't understand the thought processes of these mighty figures. What he did know was that relying on oneself was much better than relying on others. He had to hurry up and become more powerful. In the northern region of the opposite shore realm, there was a dark and dim sky, and beneath it was the vibrant and colorful earth. Countless steep, jagged mountains rose into the sky like sharp swords. Some of them were several thousand feet tall, and there were even some that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, extending straight into the heavens. All of the mountain peaks had all sorts of dark energy revolving around them. This energy was imbued with the power of Yin and Frost, and it was one of the most terrifying energy sources in the opposite shore realm, the dark earthly energy. Amid the myriad of mountain peaks, there was a colossal mountain 360,000 feet tall. It was the center of the veins of the earth in the northern part of the opposite shore realm, and a boundless dark earthly energy gathered here. The mountain was extremely sharp, like the scythe of the grim reaper, but it was also like an abyss of despair. At the same time, it was also where one of the 10 main cities of the opposite shore realm, Tianming City, was located. The city was constructed on the side of the mountain, and the streets wound up to the peak of the mountain like coiling dragons. Countless buildings were also perched in extremely precarious ways, some of which were even hovering in the air, and no one could even be bothered to construct a bridge to connect those buildings to the mountain. However, all of the living beings here were already used to this. All of them could hover, so it didn't matter how high up or how precarious these constructions were. Most adult ghosts had mastered the skill of hovering for a long time or a short time. If one couldn't hover, they would be too embarrassed to even refer to themselves as members of the ghost tribe. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, Tina, Ding Xiaoru, and Li Yin also hovered all the way up Tianming City, and all of them were clad in black cloaks. Ding Xiaoru had made this suggestion to don these black robes and pose as normal ghosts in order to see how his brethren were going. And Lin looked on at the two people flirting with one another as they strolled along the streets, and his lips twitched. He was clearly just having a second honeymoon with his Tao partner. All of the living beings on the streets were hovering. The streetlights were dark green or dark red, and one could only see black shadows hovering beneath them. From Lin's human perspective, the scenery here was absolutely terrible. However, Ding Xiaoru and Li Yin were having the time of their lives and had almost forgotten what they were here to do. And Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's soft and warm hand as they strolled aimlessly through the streets. "Everyone come and have a look. This is the dark meat the Dark Spirit King has given glowing endorsement to. It packs flavor and aroma into one irresistible package and is only 2 spirit stones per serving. Eating it will make your entire body and consciousness rise straight to cloud 9. A skeleton with black fur growing all over its body yodeled in front of a shop, and Lin was curious and was drawn over. The shop sold a local delicacy, which was a ball of inky black rotten meat, around which dark energy revolved and a foul odor emanated. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed with disgust. This packs flavor and aroma into an irresistible package, and Lin repressed the urge to throw up. Eating this will probably kill you. To their astonishment, there were many hovering living beings lining up, and those who had already purchased the meat were chomping on it with relish. Erg! Su Xiaolan was retching already. Tina's eyes were shimmering with curiosity. Giant and Lin, I want to taste it, Tina urged. If you're really going to eat something so disgusting, then make sure you don't do it on my shoulder. And Lin wasn't even trying to hide his disgust toward this dark meat. One of the 8-armed blue fire ghosts was just passing by, and it was instantly enraged upon hearing this. What? Are you looking down on the dark cuisine of our Tianming city? And Lin was astonished. Wasn't dark cuisine meant to be looked down on? How could this blue fire ghost ask this question with such a straight face? He shrugged and ignored the blue fire ghost as he continued onward. Hold on. You insulted our Tianming city's dark cuisine, and you think you can just leave? The blue fire ghost instantly hovered over to Lin with an enraged expression on its face. And Lin was speechless. I said that the dark meat looked disgusting. What does it have anything to do with you? Howl. Disgusting, you say? You dare to call our Tianming city's dark meat disgusting? The blue fire ghost's blue flames exploded with astonishing power. And Lin certainly was astonished. This piece of spirit-nurturing stage trash dared to yell at him? The blue fire ghost pointed at Lin in fury. The dark meat is a local delicacy created by the Dark Spirit King. It is loved by the entire ghost tribe, and you dare to insult it. I'm just giving a simple review. Again, what does this have to do with you? And Lin's expression darkened. The altercation between Lin and the blue fire ghost had drawn many bystanders. The blue fire ghost pulled out a black, crystalline cap from its storage ring, which it placed upon its head. All of the surrounding ghosts let loose cries of surprise. It's a Tianming cap. Ah, it's one of the guards of Tianming City. No wonder it has reached the spirit-nurturing stage at such a young age. It's one of the top prodigies of the Northern Opposite Shore Realm Army. Did that black-robed ghost just insult our dark meat? This is gonna be good. The blue fire ghost raised its proud head and pointed at Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina with its 8 hands. All of you have insulted the Dark Spirit King in public. Come with me to the Tianming City's Judgment Plaza. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. I'm just saying the dark meat is disgusting. When did I insult the Dark Spirit King? The blue fire ghost's flames sprang even higher. You still dare to call it disgusting? I told you that this is a local delicacy created by the Dark Spirit King. Insulting the dark meat is the equivalent of insulting the Dark Spirit King. It is a heinous crime for which you need to be punished. Its eyes glowed with a scorching light as it spoke. A thought occurred to Lin, and he called out to the purple-robed man appraising some skeletal crafts nearby. Ding Xiaoru, come have a look at this dark meat and tell me what you think. The purple-robed man made his way over with a woman in a colorful dress, both of whom wore curious expressions on their faces. Li Yin looked at the blobs of black, rotten meat with black bugs squirming all over them, and a disgusted expression appeared on her face. What is that thing? It's disgusting. Ding Xiaoru looked at the relatively pure dark energy revolving around the rotten meat and gave an objective review. Using rotten meat and dark bugs to produce dark energy is a good idea, but eating it like this is nothing but disgusting. You dare to insult the Dark Spirit King as well? Guards, tie these people up. The blue fire ghost roared. Ding Xiaoru? Several armor-clad ghosts suddenly hovered out from the spectating crowd before encircling their ghostly claws around the necks of Enlin and the others. Ding Xiaoru's expression became thunderously dark. Do you know who you're trying to tie up? Why should I care? The blue fire ghost chuckled coldly. This is the Dark Spirit King's territory, and everyone who insults the Dark Spirit King must receive judgment. In Tianming City, the Dark Spirit King is the paramount god. All of the spectating ghosts erupted with rage. Tie them up! Tie them up! Tie them up! How dare they insult the Dark Spirit King in public? They should die 1,000 deaths for their heinous crimes. Trash like this should be captured and fed to the dark bugs. All of the ghosts had a common enemy, and all of them wore cruel smiles on their faces. Ding Xiaoru was completely dumbstruck. Was this what Tianming City was like nowadays? You couldn't even say anything bad about the Dark Spirit King? No, he didn't even say anything at all about the Dark Spirit King. All he had done was denounce the dark meat being sold here, and Lin looked at Ding Xiaoru with an amused smile on his face. Lock them up. The blue fire ghost was still acting all high and mighty. Even if the Dark Spirit King were here in person, it wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Ding Xiaoru looked at the blue fire ghost with a cold expression. You're still flexing? Looks like you really want to die. The blue fire ghost extended all 8 of its arms toward Ding Xiaoru. The blue fire ghost's 8 arms shot out quickly and reached Ding Xiaoru in the blink of an eye. However, at the same time, a peculiar power appeared before it like an invisible fortress. The 8 arms instantly came to an abrupt halt. What? The blue fire ghost's expression shifted. Hee hee, no wonder you're so arrogant. You're a soul formation or return to void stage mighty figure. The blue fire ghost chuckled coldly before retracting its arms. In that instant, it realized that these were not ordinary perpetrators. But it was still not fearful in the slightest, as this was Tianming City, the Dark Spirit King's territory. No one dared to offend the Dark Spirit King here. Ha ha ha. All right. Seeing as you're a powerful ghost, you can be exempt from judgment. The blue fire ghost's expression softened a little. Oh! Ding Xiaoru looked a little surprised. So the lapdog of the Dark Spirit King was not so unreasonable after all. At the very least, it held a certain level of respect toward powerful beings. However, in the next instant, the blue fire ghost pointed up to the summit of the mountain. Kneel down and kowtow here to apologize to the Dark Spirit King, and I can allow you to escape judgment. Peculiar silence ensued. And Lin, Su Xiaolan drew a sharp intake of breath. Tina swallowed nervously. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This blue fire ghost was badass. Even Enlin wouldn't dare to say something like this to Ding Xiaoru. But this spirit-nurturing stage blue fire ghost dared to command Ding Xiaoru to kowtow. Ignorance really was bliss. You want me to kowtow to the Dark Spirit King? Ding Xiaoru's expression had completely darkened once again. Rumble, wind and clouds suddenly surged between heaven and earth. Huh? Is it going to rain? The blue fire ghost looked up at the sky as an indescribable sense of pressure crashed down upon its body. Hurry up and kneel down. You don't have the fucking right to get cocky with me. If you don't want to kneel down, then come with me to receive judgment. The Dark Spirit King has just come out of seclusion, so you've certainly come at the right time. Haha. The blue fire ghost's flames quivered with its laughter. It was not afraid of anyone trying to hurt it. Killing the Tianming city guards was seen as a direct provocation to the Dark Spirit King, and it was a crime that would be punished by death. All right, let me see if the Dark Spirit King can make me kneel down or not. Ding Xiaoru was enraged to the point of laughter. Lead the way. I'll go receive your judgment. Good boy. The blue fire ghost sneered. There are rules in Tianming City that no one can break. Accept your punishment, and perhaps you'll be allowed to live. It began to hover toward the summit of the mountain as it spoke. At the same time, a ball of flames began to carry Enlin and the others toward the mountain summit. A bunch of armor-clad ghosts still had their ghostly claws around their necks, and they accompanied Enlin and the others as they flew upward. Enlin was suddenly feeling quite sorry for the blue fire ghost and was quite concerned about its future. Was it going to live for 1 more hour? 2 more hours? In any case, it had lived a good life. Even in death, it could proclaim itself as the only ghost who had ever insulted the paramount god of the ghost tribe and commanded him to kneel down and kowtow. Just this experience alone placed it above countless mighty figures. They soon arrived at the Tianming City Judgment Plaza, where all criminals were to receive judgment. The Blue Fire Ghost had already reported this issue to the higher-ups and had received approval to deliver judgment. Apparently, even the Dark Spirit King was going to appear during the delivery of their judgment. Perhaps it was simply bored, or perhaps it was looking for some entertainment. Many of the higher-ups in Tianming City had been alerted by this news. Many Ghost Tribe powerful beings also flocked to the Judgment Plaza to join in on the fun. The Blue Fire Ghost was in an extremely good mood. Never would it have thought that this would attract so many important spectators. This was an ideal chance for it to make itself known to all of these important figures. Perhaps this would be the day when it truly made a name for itself. Delivering judgment to living beings who showed disrespect to the Dark Spirit King was going to make its name known far and wide. On a massive plaza paved by dark crystals, there were already tens of thousands of powerful ghosts gathered to spectate the event that was about to take place. There were all sorts of torture and execution stages on the plaza, of which there were several hundred in total. The person delivering the judgment would do so according to the offense committed and assign the perpetrator to one of those stations. There were many different punishments that could be handed out for dissent and disrespect toward the Dark Spirit King, with the most severe being a death penalty. Lighter punishments usually revolved around some physical torture. At this moment, there was a monster with the body of a Western dragon and 9 twisted black heads sprawled over a circular throne, looking down upon the Judgment Plaza. All 9 of its dark heads belonged to different devastating beasts, and all of them exuded extremely terrifying auras. This was the monarch of the northern region of the opposite shore realm, the Dark Spirit King. The Dark Spirit King had just come out of seclusion, and its dark earthly energy had been perfected, so it was in a very good mood and decided to spectate this event. Among the tens of thousands of Ghost Tribe powerful beings present, many of them expressed congratulations to the Dark Spirit King and offered congratulatory gifts. As for the judgment that was about to be delivered, they didn't really care about that. All of them were pouncing on the rare opportunity to curry the Dark Spirit King's favor. "Hurry up!" The Blue Fire Ghost yelled at Enlin and the others, and Lin and the others were being forced by the ghostly soldiers toward the center of the Judgment Plaza. "Kneel down!" The Blue Fire Ghost yelled. "The Dark Spirit King has come in person to deliver your judgment today. It is an honor for all of you, so you better be thankful." The Blue Fire Ghost spoke in a particularly loud voice, as if it was trying to draw more attention to itself, and Lin and the others all remained standing as if they hadn't heard what it was saying. No one could see what they looked like underneath their black cloaks. The tens of thousands of ghosts present were looking at the people on the plaza, some with cold sneers, some with disdainful expressions, and some were shaking their heads with exasperation. The Dark Spirit King has just come out of seclusion. They got some lousy luck. I wonder if the Dark Spirit King is going to give them a light punishment to show its benevolent side or torture them until they beg for death in order to stamp its authority. They're not kneeling down. Hee. Apparently they've got decent cultivation bases. Looks like these arrogant fools are going to be used by the Dark Spirit King to stamp its authority. The Ghost Tribe powerful beings were even more disdainful upon seeing their refusal to kneel down. The Dark Spirit King's 9 pairs of eyes narrowed as killing intent surged from its body, and its voice exploded like a clap of thunder as it asked, "Why do you not kneel in my presence?" Ding Xiaoru raised his head with a cold expression on his face. "Who do you think you are?" Boom! His words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly rooting all of the spectating ghosts to the spot. Tens of thousands of Ghost Tribe powerful beings were given a massive fright. What the hell was this ghost doing? Was it sick of living? The Blue Fire Ghost was completely dumbstruck. It didn't think that the living beings it had delivered here would be so insolent. These black-robed figures were no longer just brave or courageous. They were clearly trying to dive headfirst into early graves. Insolent trash. How dare you insult the Dark Spirit King? The blue fire ghost exploded with rage as its 8 arms shot forth toward Ding Xiaoru. Li Yin opened her dazzling eyes, and a colorful energy soul sword suddenly appeared in midair before instantly pinning the blue fire ghost to the ground. Ah! The blue fire ghost howled in agony. It could feel its consciousness being scorched relentlessly. This was an agony that reached all the way into the depths of its soul. It was quite clear that Li Yin didn't want to kill it. Instead, she wanted to torture it first. Insolence! How dare you injure one of our Tianming guards? 6 more ghostly guards unleashed their soul formation stage domains as they pounced toward Li Yin. Whoosh! 6 colorful energy soul swords appeared in midair before pinning all 6 of these ghostly guards to the plaza. The blood-curdling cries of the ghostly guards reverberated throughout the entire plaza. Insta-killed again. Li Yin hadn't moved a single step. In fact, she hadn't even taken so much as a single glance at her victims the entire time. The entire Judgment Plaza was in an uproar upon seeing this. That ghost is a return to Void Stage mighty figure? No wonder it has such spunk. Humph, so what? Even return to Void Stage mighty figures must kneel before the Dark Spirit King. The more they provoke the Dark Spirit King, the deeper the hole they're digging for themselves. Sigh, how foolish! The ghost tribe powerful beings were even more disdainful toward the black-robed figures now. In this place, the Dark Spirit King was a god that could not be offended. No ghost dared to enrage it here, as death would be sure to result. Who do I think I am? The Dark Spirit King murmured as it slowly rose from its throne before looking down upon the black-robed figures on the Judgment Plaza with its 9 terrifying heads. I am the ruler of the northern region of the opposite shore realm. I rule over a territory several million kilometers in radius. I am the god of all ghosts here. You're all just ants to me. Its aura erupted forth as its divine might crashed down upon the plaza, striking all of the ghost tribe powerful beings present with a crushing sense of asphyxiation. It's over for them. The Dark Spirit King has been completely enraged this time. Humph! To think that there are such arrogant people in this world. I have truly seen what it means to be a stupid cunt now. Haha! They're going to get flattened by the Dark Spirit King soon. The ghost tribe powerful beings were extremely excited. Never would they have thought that they would be able to witness judgment being delivered on return to Void Stage mighty figures. This was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle to behold. The Dark Spirit King spoke in a cold voice. Gods won't be enraged by ants. They'll just crush them and move on. One of its 9 heads, a ghost monkey head, opened its cavernous mouth where an inky black dark energy erupted forth. Space shattered in the wake of the dark energy, and all vitality was engulfed. And Lin was astonished. I understand what you're saying, but why are you attacking me first? Why wasn't the Dark Spirit King attacking Li Yin or Ding Xiaoru, who had openly provoked it? Why was it attacking Lin, who had remained silent and done nothing this entire time? It didn't make any sense. The Dark Spirit King wore a cold sneer on its other 8 faces. It wasn't going to let those 2 insolent ants die so easily. It was going to kill their companions first to strike fear and despair into their hearts before slowly torturing them to death. It's here. That's the Dark Spirit King's dark earthly energy. What terrifying divine Tao might! The dark earthly energy possesses the most powerful toxic properties among all dark energy. It is born from the extreme yin veins of the earth and can seep through all defenses. Victims will perish in excruciating agony from having their consciousness torn to shreds bit by bit. Why is it using such a powerful technique to kill these ants? All of the ghost tribe spectators instantly rushed back in retreat. They did not want to be hurt by the residual power of this terrifying dark energy. A purple-robed man instantly appeared in front of Lin before gently waving a sleeve through the air. Bam! The dark earthly energy was slapped into non-existence by the sleeve. Not even the slightest trace of it remained in this world. What? The Dark Spirit King's body shuddered as incredulity appeared on all 9 of its faces. The tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings present were even more astonished as they stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. That ghost had just casually slapped the Dark Spirit King's most powerful attack into non-existence? The Dark Spirit King was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. For God's sake. Who are you? The Dark Spirit King was starting to panic a little. Who am I? Ding Xiaoru took off his black cloak before clasping his hands behind his back and glaring at the Dark Spirit King with cold eyes. Open your filthy eyes and take a good look. The Dark Spirit King opened its eyes wider, but it was still a little dumbstruck. So, who are you? Peculiar silence ensued. Only then did Ding Xiaoru realize that he was still in his human form. However, if he was to reveal his true form, he would probably crush this entire Tianming city under his colossal body. Boom! A burst of paramount divine might suddenly erupted forth. All of the ghost tribe powerful beings present felt as if they were being confronted by an insurmountable being against whom they couldn't even muster up thoughts of resistance. A figure covered in crimson dragon scales, which almost obscured the entire sky, appeared overhead. This was the projection of Patriarch Zhu Yin's true form. It was just a projection, but the countless ghosts throughout the entire Tianming city began to tremble uncontrollably and sprawl onto the ground as they looked up at the projection in the sky. What is that thing? It's so terrifying. I can't move at all. All of the ghost tribe powerful beings on the Judgment Plaza were completely astonished. Could it be that's Patriarch Zhu Yin? No way, that purple-robed man. All of the ghost tribe powerful beings' eyes widened as waves of shock surged through their hearts. Even the ruler of the realm, the Dark Spirit King, was trembling uncontrollably. It was not an idiot, and it naturally also sensed that terrifying, unparalleled power. In fact, it could sense this power even more clearly than the other ghosts present, and it knew that this was not someone it could mess with. It was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, but it couldn't even muster up the strength to resist. Ding Xiaoru stepped forward and appraised the Dark Spirit King with a cold expression. Do you still dare to command me to kneel down before you? The purple-robed man's identity was quite apparent. No matter how unbelievable the reality was, it was the reality nonetheless, and it was undeniable. This man was the paramount god of the ghost tribe, Patriarch Zhu Yin. As for making the paramount god of the ghost tribe kneel down and kowtow, the Dark Spirit King instantly knelt down upon the Judgment Plaza and rammed its 9 heads into the ground over and over again, kowtowing relentlessly. I'm sorry, Patriarch Zhu Yin. Please have mercy and spare my pitiful life. The vastly renowned super mighty figure was now kowtowing and apologizing relentlessly like a child who had done something wrong. Bam bam bam. The Dark Spirit King's heads were crashing into the ground, creating 9 craters, as if it was trying to express its remorse by doing this. It was a high and mighty god just a second ago, looking down upon Ding Xiaoru as if he were an ant. A second later, the roles had been reversed, and it was the ant being stomped into the ground. However, it had to be said that the Dark Spirit King had saved itself with its quick reactions. If it had continued to flex like that, Ding Xiaoru wouldn't have been against slapping it to death with a single palm. The blue fire ghost that had been pinned into the ground by Li Yin's sword looked on with a blank expression of incredulity. The man it had been insulting was the paramount god of the ghost tribe, the most powerful being in the entire opposite shore realm. Furthermore, it had tried to make Patriarch Zhu Yin kneel down and kowtow as a gesture of apology to the Dark Spirit King. Now, the Dark Spirit King was the one kneeling down and kowtowing to Patriarch Zhu Yin. Holy Mother of God! What have I done? Boundless horror and remorse inundated the blue fire ghost. At this moment, Ding Xiaoru made his way slowly over to the Dark Spirit King before stepping onto one of its heads, upon which all 8 of its other heads faltered and pressed themselves firmly into the ground, not daring to move a single inch. I said the dark meat you created was very disgusting. Do you agree? Ding Xiaoru asked. Yes, I do. The Dark Spirit King yelled in a loud, trembling voice. Is the dark meat you created disgusting or not? Ding Xiaoru stepped down more firmly. The Dark Spirit King was on the verge of tears. Disgusting. Super disgusting. Only now did all of the tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings realize how everything had come to this. This had all begun as Patriarch Zhu had delivered a negative review on the dark meat, upon which the Tianming guards captured him and brought him here to be judged. Countless eyes turned toward the blue fire ghost who had been stabbed into the ground. The Dark Spirit King also had its eyes fixed on the blue fire ghost with fiery wrath and resentment burning within them. All of this was because of that blue fire ghost. If it weren't for the fact that it had insisted on provoking Patriarch Zhu, why would Patriarch Zhu come here? If Patriarch Zhu really did decide to vent his rage, everyone here could be slaughtered within a single day. After all, Patriarch Zhu was not some saint. This was a demon who was renowned across the entire ghost tribe. This was all that blue fire ghost's damn fault. None of the ghost tribe powerful beings were thinking about the real reason everything had happened. All of them just wanted a scapegoat. This was the first time the blue fire ghost had been scrutinized by so many mighty figures. However, all of those eyes were filled with boundless hatred and fury, and it shrieked in horror. Ah! A blood-curdling cry erupted throughout the Judgment Plaza. The blue fire ghost's body spiked in brightness before quickly dimming as its consciousness exploded and dissipated. Before everyone knew it, the scapegoat they had just found was dead. Did it just die from shock? And Lin was astonished. Its soul was frightened out of its body, Tina said in an indifferent voice. The spirit-nurturing stage blue fire ghost had perished from the fear of being scrutinized by so many enraged ghost tribe mighty figures. Ding Xiaoru didn't even take a glance at it. In his eyes, the blue fire ghost was like a speck of dust whose death was completely inconsequential. He turned a pair of intrigued eyes upon the Dark Spirit King as a hint of a smile appeared on his face. I've lived for countless years, and there hasn't been any being who dared to speak to me like you have today. Do you really think you can just kowtow a few times and I'll just forgive you? I'm willing to accept any punishment. The Dark Spirit King trembled uncontrollably. It was focusing solely on survival now. Even the most powerful being of the northern region of the opposite shore realm could only beg for its life in the face of Patriarch Zhu, as Patriarch Zhu was a real god. Ding Xiaoru slowly took his foot off the Dark Spirit King's head. All right, I can allow you to live. I came here because I'm trying to help out a friend. Help out a friend? The Dark Spirit King immediately turned toward the other three black-robed living beings. I would be glad to lay down my life for Patriarch Zhu and his friends. It immediately tried to curry Ding Xiaoru's favor. This was Patriarch Zhu in the flesh. Of course it had to suck up to such a godlike figure. Perhaps Patriarch Zhu would be happy with it and teach it a thing or two. In that case, this disaster would transform into a vastly fortunate event instead. We would be happy to do anything for you, Patriarch Zhu. A return to Void Stage mighty figure among the spectating ghosts proposed. That's right. We would be more than glad to be of service. Many other ghost tribe mighty figures also chimed in to suck up to Patriarch Zhu. Ding Xiaoru nodded before looking down at the Dark Spirit King. Well, my friend wants to beat you up, and I'm here to help him. Everyone suddenly fell silent. What followed was a series of sharp intakes of breath. They were clamoring for the chance to help Patriarch Zhu beat up the Dark Spirit King. The Dark Spirit King began to tremble again. Patriarch Zhu was here to help one of his friends beat it up? How could this be? Why? The Dark Spirit King was completely dumbstruck. Were the heavens playing a prank on him? The paramount god of the ghost tribe, Patriarch Zhu, who was renowned across the entire continent, was now helping his friend beat up a fallen ghost tribe super mighty figure. The Dark Spirit King looked at the black-robed figures with a confused expression. Who are you? And why do you want to beat me up? It was thinking about which of its enemies these could be. And Lin and Su Xiaolan immediately took off their black cloaks. Thus, two humans appeared before tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings. All of the ghosts looked like they had seen a ghost as their mouths gaped wide open. Sect leader and Lin? Divine Phoenix Maiden. All of the ghost tribe powerful beings were astonished. These two were the biggest celebrities on the Taichu continent in recent times, and they had appeared in the opposite shore realm, slaying heavenly gods, destroying a heavenly gate, scaring away a paramount heavenly god. These were the freakish prodigies who had achieved all those breathtaking feats, and they had come here from the kingdom of the 9 states just to beat up the Dark Spirit King. The Dark Spirit King's 9 heads had gone completely blank. Who am I? Where am I? How did I offend these people? It felt like everything that had happened today was like something out of a fictional story. Patriarch Zhuyin had not been sighted in this world for countless years, and as soon as he reappeared, he led Enlin here to beat it up. What had it done to deserve this? In that instant, the Dark Spirit King felt like it was on the verge of mental breakdown. The Dark Spirit King was already on the verge of tears before the battle had even begun. Enlin made his way toward the Dark Spirit King, and his aura began to soar explosively. Origin energy of the Netherworld. Fire God mode. Star Vein Divine Technique. The 3 buff spell techniques unleashed at the same time had elevated his aura to an extremely terrifying level. Ding Xiaoru clapped his hands before turning to the tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings present. Didn't all of you say you wanted to help? Have you all changed your minds? Have we changed our minds? Wouldn't a change of heart now mean that they were standing against Patriarch Zhuyin? They could perhaps still run if they offended the Dark Spirit King, but offending the paramount god of the ghost tribe was a path to certain death. Thus, the tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings instantly made their decisions, and they roared as they pounced toward the Dark Spirit King. Countless powerful spell techniques rained down from the heavens, instantly inundating its massive body. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ghosts and spirits howled on the Judgment Plaza. Enlin immediately yelled out, "Release that monster and let me go at it first." He didn't want his prey to get killed before he even had a chance to beat it up himself. Patriarch Zhuyin produced a red feather fan and waved it gently with a smile on his face. "Dark Spirit King, you can fight at your full power. Enlin is here to beat you into submission in a fair and square battle. If you can last 15 minutes without dying, I'll spare your life and let bygones be bygones." Boom! Just as his voice faded, an extremely terrifying dark energy suddenly erupted, instantly engulfing the countless oncoming spell techniques before spreading for over 10,000 meters. Ah! One ghost tribe powerful being fell after the other amid a series of anguished cries. Not only did the Dark Spirit King possess extremely powerful Yin and Frost power, but it could also engulf the vitality of its targets to use as an energy source. "Come at me if you're not afraid to die." A voice imbued with terrifying divine might erupted throughout heaven and earth. The Dark Spirit King was only being pushed around by all of those ghost tribe powerful beings, as it didn't dare to retaliate with Patriarch Zhuyin around. Now that Patriarch Zhuyin had allowed it to fight without restrictions, it was not going to allow this farce to continue any longer. The might of a Dao integration stage mighty being was not something tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings could stand against. Just that one attack alone wiped out several thousand ghost tribe powerful beings. However, right at this moment, a man enveloped entirely in flames fell from the heavens like a scintillating sun. He tore through the Dark Spirit King's dark earthly energy before landing an almighty fist upon its body. Boom! The fist was imbued with paramount divine might, and it exploded like a supernova to destroy and melt everything around it. Even the entire massive Tianming mountain was tremoring violently. The divine flames dissipated, and Enlin's fist was revealed. It pressed tightly against a slab of black armor. This armor was materialized from the Dark Spirit King's dark energy, and it remained unscathed even after taking one of Enlin's punches. It chuckled coldly upon seeing this. Not only is the dark earthly energy the most terrifying energy of Yin and Frost in the opposite shore realm, but it is also imbued with the vast power of the earth and therefore possesses extremely powerful defensive properties. I have already cultivated my dark earthly energy to its very pinnacle and fused it together with my divine Tao. You won't be able to come close to breaking through my defenses within 15 minutes. The Dark Spirit King was only at the Tao integration initial stage, and it didn't have the confidence to defeat Enlin, but it was certainly very confident in its ability to defend against Enlin's attacks for 15 minutes. Enlin's expression remained unchanged as his fists continued to rain down upon the armor. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if one nuclear bomb were exploding after the other, sending destructive power surging through the air and rocking heaven and earth. All of the ghost tribe powerful beings were forced back by the shockwaves of the collisions. Hurry! We have to get further away from here if we want to live. So powerful. Is this sect leader and Lin's power? They're not going to destroy the entire Tianming mountain with their battle, are they? All of the ghost tribe powerful beings retreated as they surveyed the battle with fear and awe. The Dark Spirit King was not just defending the entire time. Its 9 heads that were attached to long necks crashed through the air toward Enlin like giant maces. Each time Enlin's fist collided with one of the Dark Spirit King's heads, he could feel an extremely vast power traveling through his fist, as if he had struck a divine mountain, making his fists ache from the repeated clashes. However, he didn't use any other abilities, and continued to exchange blows with the Dark Spirit King. Ding Xiaoru had unleashed a spell technique to fortify Tianming Mountain, as he looked on at Enlin's battle with keen interest. TSK, 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 seeing truly is believing. This Enlin is only at the return to void initial stage, but he can fight on par with a Dao integration initial stage being. He is the most supremely talented prodigy I have ever seen. Ding Xiaoru was not concerned that Enlin was wreaking havoc on his territory. Instead, he felt like this was quite interesting. It was quite a treat to be able to see Enlin in battle. After a period of intense battle, the Dark Spirit King became more confident and began to become more aggressive and took more initiative. Meanwhile, Enlin was able to get an objective gauge on his combat prowess. In this case, where he was not using any external hacks, his combat prowess was already comparable to that of a Dao integration initial stage super mighty figure. After confirming this, he did not hold back any longer and unleashed his trump card. Xiaolan, come and help me! Enlin roared. All of a sudden, the cries of a vermilion bird erupted throughout the heavens. Terrifying holy might struck the Dark Spirit King with a sense of crushing asphyxiation. At this moment, a woman in a jade dress wielding her dragon sparrow sword flashed through the air like a streak of lightning. The dragon sparrow sword clashed with the dark earthly energy armor on the Dark Spirit King's neck, upon which a sharp screeching sound erupted. A sharp pain suddenly shot through the Dark Spirit King's neck. It was astonishing to discover that Su Xiaolan's sword had cracked its armor. Roar! The Dark Spirit King panicked, and it roared as its other few heads quickly whipped toward her like divine mountains. Go, Xiaolan! Enlin rushed over to Su Xiaolan's side as the insignia of a golden lotus flower appeared on his forehead. He was unleashing his Earth Lotus Supreme skill. However, he didn't release it to the fullest extent as he didn't want to use the powers of the heavenly gods in front of Ding Xiaoru. Even so, his Earth Lotus Supreme skill was emanating the pure power of Earth, and its might was certainly not to be looked down on. Layers of golden light enveloped themselves around Enlin's palm, from which the power of Earth surged forth. Mountain Quaking Palm. This was the spell technique he obtained after breaking through to the 8th stage of his Earth Lotus Supreme skill, and it could summon an extremely formidable power of Earth. His palm was imbued with boundless power of Earth, and a golden light lit up the dark sky as the palm fell with vast earthly might. Bam! 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 And Lin swatted the 8 massive heads aside as if he were playing volleyball. The Dark Spirit King felt like its heads had been shattered by Enlin. However, this was not the main thing it had to be wary of. Its aura had become unstable after being struck by Enlin's attacks, and as such, chinks had appeared in its dark earthly energy armor. Su Xiaolan took advantage of this, and her sword completely tore through the armor on its neck before slicing into its flesh as well as its incredibly resolute spinal cord. An ear-splitting wail of anguish erupted as blood splattered through the air. One of the Dark Spirit King's heads was sliced off by Su Xiaolan's sword. One of the Dark Spirit King's heads had been severed, but it still had 8 more. All of those heads unleashed blasts of dark earthly energy at the same time to impede Enlin and Su Xiaolan before it fled into the distance. However, its body then crashed into an indestructible barrier. What is this barrier? Only now did the Dark Spirit King discover that Tianming Mountain had been entirely encapsulated by an invisible barrier, and there was no escape. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Ding Xiaoru's face. Dark Spirit King, I told you to last 15 minutes, not to run away for 15 minutes. You have to recognize the difference there. Dark Spirit King. What else could it say? If Patriarch Zhu Yin refused to let it escape, then it wasn't going anywhere. At this moment, Lin and Su Xiaolan rushed over again. It was struck by a sense of extreme pressure as unprecedented horror welled up in its heart. Vermilion bird god slaying strike. Mountain quaking palm. Boom boom boom. Holy flames exploded as the power of earth surged for over 50 kilometers. The Dark Spirit King let loose one anguished wail after another and was beaten completely senseless. If Lin and Su Xiaolan were to pull out all their tricks, they would even be able to battle a super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. The Dark Spirit King was only at the Dao integration initial stage, and even though they weren't using any of their trump cards, they were still able to easily secure the advantage. Roar. Come on out. Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell. The Dark Spirit King was in a dire situation, and the golden ring-shaped spatial storage device around its dragon tail flashed as a massive black bell suddenly appeared in mid-air. The formidable aura of a divine tool instantly erupted from the bell. Ha ha ha! You finally let me out! The bell appeared to be extremely elated. Sing to your heart's content. You don't need to worry about any living beings here. A decisive expression appeared on the Dark Spirit King's face. It used the Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell very rarely, as even it was unable to completely control the Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell's power. Furthermore, the Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell was only capable of unleashing a spiritual attack that couldn't indiscriminate between friend and foe. Not only could it harm its opponents, but it could also even harm its master and its allies. The only fortunate thing was that its master would suffer far less damage than others. The Dark Spirit King was clearly at the end of the road and could only resort to something like this. So what if Lin and Su Xiaolan were both ridiculously powerful? All cultivators had weaknesses. If their consciousness was rather weak, then his bell might be able to completely turn the tables on them. There was already a large number of curse symbols that had begun to appear on the surface of the giant black bell. All right, then don't mind if I do. A terrifying, ear-splitting rhythm instantly echoed through the air. A hellish voice erupted from the bell. Look at that skull. It's so big and round. Look at that pelvic bone. It's so flat and wide. Eerie lyrics traveled directly into the ears of all living beings. And Lin felt like his entire body had been invaded by that voice, as the horrendous sound traveled directly into his soul, threatening to tear his body apart and seal his consciousness into a boundless abyss of eternal darkness. It had to be said that this Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell was quite a terrifying divine tool. Even with his body of the war god and after being present when the divine mirror world leveled up twice, thereby by making his consciousness extremely resolute, and Lin was still struck by the urge to vomit. Su Xiaolan's true dragon divine Dao was also unleashed automatically as an instinctive response to protect its master. But even so, she was still dazed momentarily. As for the Dark Spirit King, it was bleeding from all of its orifices, but it was laughing heartily. Experience despair. The Dark Spirit King glared at Lin and Su Xiaolan with a resentful expression. No one could resist the horrendous voice of the Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell. Urgh! And Lin finally threw up. What disgusting music! Ha ha ha! No one can still stand after hearing my background music. The Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell chortled with pride and triumph before continuing to sing. And Lin was getting very pissed off, and his eyes gradually began to turn golden as a golden symbol appeared on his forehead, shimmering with golden divine light. Shut the fuck up! And Lin roared with rage. He had unleashed his great divine might technique. This was Lin's most powerful spiritual attack. Golden ripples imbued with supreme might spread through heaven and earth, as if a paramount god had unleashed an almighty roar, instantly drowning out the Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell's song. The Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell was extremely sensitive towards spiritual spell techniques, so it was afflicted by the great divine might technique more so than anyone else. It felt like it was being scrutinized by a paramount god that was exerting boundless pressure upon it with an expression that said, "Shut your fucking mouth!" Ah! The heavenly ghost sealing bell screamed before immediately fleeing back into the Dark Spirit King's spatial storage device. The terrifying music came to an abrupt halt. Silence ensued. The Dark Spirit King's mouth gaped open as all 7 of its heads bled from their orifices. It was scared away? It was in complete disbelief. Right at this moment, 2 extremely terrifying beings rushed toward it again with palpable killing intent emanating from their bodies. Only then did it discover with despair that it had inflicted more damage upon itself than its enemies. "How dare you make me listen to such ghastly music? Die!" And Lin roared. "Trash like this cannot be allowed to live." Su Xiaolin harumphed coldly as she raised her dragon sparrow sword high into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! The Dark Spirit King's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout the Judgment Plaza again. Su Xiaolin's dragon sparrow sword flashed through the air and severed 3 more of the Dark Spirit King's heads. And Lin drew his evil-slaying sword and unleashed an evil sword technique Eternal Night Strike to slice the Dark Spirit King's body in half, upon which a ding-dong finally sounded from his system. The Dark Spirit King became the newest addition to the list of Dao integration stage super mighty figures he had beaten into submission. And Lin had filled 7 out of the required 9 spots. Ha ha ha, done. And Lin was very elated and rewarded the Dark Spirit King with another nuclear lightning fist. Boom! Destructive power surged throughout heaven and earth. The Dark Spirit King's dark earthly energy was pulverized by the power of earth as well as the power of the golden void lightning before wreaking havoc upon its body. When the energy dissipated, the Dark Spirit King was left sprawled over the ground with its body spasming like a broken remote control toy and a suicidal expression on all 5 of its faces. And Lin yelled out to the tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings behind him. "What are you all waiting for? The Dark Spirit King no longer has the power to resist, so give it the retribution it deserves." All of the ghost tribe powerful beings recovered from their astonishment upon hearing this. He was right. The Dark Spirit King was lying on the ground like a dead fish, so this was the perfect opportunity for them to curry Patriarch Zhu Yin's favor. Thus, tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings pounced once again, and countless powerful spell techniques were instantly unleashed onto the Dark Spirit King's body. What did it feel like to be beaten up by tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings at the same time? This was the most terrifying torture in this world. All sorts of curses and slaughter spell techniques rained down like a torrential downpour. The Dark Spirit King felt like it had landed in hell and was suffering from tens of thousands of forms of terrifying torture. All of a sudden, the loud sound of a gong being struck rang out across the Judgment Plaza. "That's 15 minutes. Everyone stop." Ding Xiaoru's voice fell upon the ears of all of the ghost tribe powerful beings like a gentle spring breeze. Patriarch Zhu Yin had already spoken, and no one dared to oppose him. All of the ghost tribe powerful beings obediently stopped what they were doing, but it looked like they hadn't yet had enough, and some of them even wore expressions of disappointment. If they left the Dark Spirit King alive, what if Patriarch Zhu Yin went elsewhere and the Dark Spirit King decided to take revenge? However, Patriarch Zhu Yin had instigated this event, so the Dark Spirit King wouldn't dare to take vengeance, right? After all, doing so would be like a slap to the face for Patriarch Zhu Yin. The Dark Spirit King's body was riddled with wounds as it lay sprawled onto the ground. All 5 of its heads had tears in their eyes, and the corners of its lips curved upward, revealing smiles of the utmost relief. I finally made it." It was already completely unrecognizable, and there were several 100,000 wounds on its body, alongside all manners of destructive power that continued to wreak havoc. The fact that it was managing to hold on through sheer will was already a marvel in itself. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were also satisfied. They had promised Ding Xiaoru that they were only going to beat the Dark Spirit King to the point of disability rather than kill it. In the Dark Spirit King's current state, both its body and consciousness had been extremely severely wounded, and it wouldn't be able to recover without at least 1,000 years of recuperation, so there was no way it could contribute to the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. As for 1,000 years later, and Lin was confident that the Dark Spirit King would be nothing but trash in his eyes that far in the future. "It's so good to be alive." the Dark Spirit King sighed in an extremely feeble voice. Ding Xiaoru made his way toward the Dark Spirit King and looked down at the Colossus who was sprawled at his feet like a dead fish. Do you know what you did wrong? Thank you for sparing my life, Patriarch Zhu Yin. I shouldn't have been so rude to you and your friends. The Dark Spirit King apologized with all its might. And Ding Xiaoru's brows furrowed. The Dark Spirit King shuddered as it scrambled for something else to apologize for before gushing in a panicked voice. I shouldn't have created such disgusting dark meat and forced all of the living beings in the city to accept it. Ding Xiaoru nodded before clasping his hand behind his back and speaking in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. Remember, there will always be someone who will take you down a notch when you get too arrogant. And Lin did it this time, but next time, I might do it in person. Yes, Patriarch Zhu Yin. I promise that something like this will never happen again. The Dark Spirit King trembled as it made a desperate promise. If Patriarch Zhu Yin taught it a lesson, it would have to be a lesson it would have to learn with its life. In all honesty, the Dark Spirit King was only able to survive today as Ding Xiaoru was in a good mood after getting back together with Li Yin. Otherwise, Ding Xiaoru would have killed the Dark Spirit King a long time ago. Ding Xiaoru turned toward Lin and the others with a smile. Are you satisfied? If not, I'm happy to extend the session. What? Extend the session? The Dark Spirit King's 5 heads wept at the same time. I do want to continue, but in its current state, it'll probably die after another punch. And Lin clapped his hands together as if he wasn't satisfied yet. In reality, it didn't matter much to him anymore. He had already completed the system mission, and the Dark Spirit King was pretty much disabled. At the very least, it would be no threat to the human race for a long time. Thank you for sparing my life, sect leader Lin. The Dark Spirit King bowed its heads with a disgraced and humiliated expression. What had it done to be targeted by a freak like Lin? It had a feeling that even without the dark meat incident, this was probably going to happen anyway. The only thing it couldn't understand was how had Lin become so chummy with Patriarch Zhu Yin? This didn't make any sense. No one was going to answer its questions. The only thing it knew was that Lin was most likely going to be able to do whatever he wanted in the opposite shore realm from now on. Oh, and also, the local dark meat delicacy was going to be wiped off the face of the world. After a brutal beating, Lin and the others left. They came and went as free and graceful as the wind. All of the tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings also fled. Regardless of whether the Dark Spirit King dared to exact revenge on them, they couldn't afford to stay at Tianming City any longer. Even though they hadn't really reaped any rewards from this experience, it was still really awesome to have been able to act as lapdogs for the paramount god of the ghost tribe. Only a small portion of ghost tribe powerful beings who were very loyal to the Dark Spirit King stayed at Tianming City for logistic purposes, such as to sweep the floor and to carry the Dark Spirit King away. At the border of the opposite shore realm, the purple-robed Ding Xiaoru waved farewell to Lin. Mr. Lin, contact me via voice transmission talisman the next time you come to the opposite shore realm. I'll be sure to do so. Farewell, senior. Lin bade farewell to Ding Xiaoru and Li Yin with a buoyant smile before flying into Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool territory. This trip to the opposite shore realm had reaped them more rewards than he had expected. Not only had he completed a part of the system mission, but he had also obtained the Underworld Dao Flower and established a great relationship with Patriarch Zhu Yin. The process during which he pummeled Dark Spirit King had also been very satisfying. How could it not be satisfying with Patriarch Zhu Yin helping them on the side? The long-awaited sun reappeared, basking all 3 of them with a warm glow. They were quite happy to be able to finally see the sun again after departing from the opposite shore realm. Our next target is the Divine Bat Emperor. According to my sources, it's currently situated in the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool. Su Xiaolin relayed the information she had received from the 4-9 Immortal sect to Lin. The Divine Bat Emperor. That's an old friend of ours. Lin smiled. It sure is. We almost died at its hands once. A frosty smile appeared on Su Xiaolin's face. It's time we get some payback. Back in the day, They were carrying out a mission for the Heavenly Court and had entered the vast land of blood to secure the Kirin blood jade. However, they were targeted by the Divine Bat Emperor and a few mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. As a result, they really did come very close to dying there. If it weren't for the fact that the Celestial the Arch had arrived in time to save them, they would have been killed by the Divine Bat Emperor. Damn! I should have told it to rue the day when it crossed me back then, so that I can remind it of that day now. And Lin was a little depressed. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Is that really necessary? And Lin clenched his fists. Of course. It would make the experience a lot more satisfying. I'm starting to look forward to your encounter, Tina said with a wide grin, and Lin also smiled. I hope the Divine Bat Emperor has improved in these past 100 years. Otherwise, it would be too easy an opponent for me. The Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain was located slightly south of the central region of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool, and it was the northern part of the territory the Divine Bat Emperor governed over. At the rate Lin and the others were traveling, they would get there in less than a day. Apparently, the Divine Bat Emperor is still thinking about recovering the Kirin blood jade. Su Xiaolan chuckled. All right, then let's give it a chance to exact its revenge. And Lin raised his head with an expression that was brimming with confidence. A reminiscent expression appeared on Tina's face. Speaking of the Kirin blood jade, I wonder how Uncle Dongfang Zhuangshi is going. And Lin recalled that simple and honest middle-aged man, and he too sighed with emotion. I heard from Xiaolan that Dongfang Zhuangshi had already reconstructed a divine body and had recovered his Dao integration stage cultivation base. But he had to go and do something and hasn't been heard from in about a dozen years? Tina nodded. That's right. He said he was going to get something that should belong to him. Something that should belong to him? What could take him so long to obtain? And Lin was a little perplexed. Tina shook her little head. I didn't ask. At this moment, in the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain. This was one of the 5 divine mountains of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool, and its outward appearance was quite special. It was over 500,000 feet tall and over 800,000 feet wide. From a distance, it looked like a round bowl that tapered down toward the bottom. The summit of the mountain was like a boundless continent with countless palaces and abodes, and was also inhabited by many powerful giant beasts. Occasionally, one could hear the sounds of violent beasts battling one another. The Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain was an extremely prestigious divine mountain, and it was also the Divine Bat Emperor's territory. Even so, battles were still permitted on the mountain. There was no helping it. The favorite pastime of all Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool powerful beings was battling. Prohibiting them from fighting was worse than telling them to go and die. As a result, even the Dao integration stage Divine Bat Emperor couldn't prevent these fights from taking place. All it could do was to set up a formation around the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain, which fortified the Divine Mountain and kept the damage to a minimum. A massive blue bat flew over quickly from afar. Gale-force winds swept for over 100 kilometers in its wake, sweeping up the wind and clouds. Ah, it's the Divine Bat Emperor! A flaming mammoth exclaimed with excitement. What are you yelling about? Have you never seen an emperor before? A wind wolf shot a glare at it. The flaming mammoth instantly exploded with rage. What? You got a fucking problem with me? Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to take a nap here. Keep making a fuss, and I'll rip you a new one. The wind wolf stood up as its wind blade domain began to appear. Howl! You think I'll be scared of you? I'll crush you right now. The flaming mammoth roared, and it charged toward the wind wolf, making the earth tremor under its massive weight. Thus, an earth-shattering battle erupted. There were many of these battles taking place on the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain at the same time. It looked like all of these battles had been triggered by the return of the Divine Bat Emperor, but who knew what had actually set them off? The Divine Bat Emperor was completely used to this, and it flew directly into a cave at the center of the summit of the Divine Mountain. The center of the Divine Mountain was not some glorious palace. Instead, it was a gargantuan cave. There seemed to be another world inside that cave, and it was quite a marvelous spectacle to behold. 5 massive minotaurs over 10,000 feet tall clad in red crystal armor with massive flaming sabers in their hands stood guard at the cave. looking out in 5 different directions. All of them exuded return to void stage energy fluctuations, and they were all clearly extremely powerful immortal beasts. A tiny spatial crack appeared above the clouds. 2 figures surreptitiously emerged. Oh wait, no, these were 2 larger figures alongside a tiny little fairy who was blinking her emerald eyes. Wow, this is the heavenly beast divine mountain? It's like a massive bowl filled with food. Tina looked down at the massive, round divine mountain below her, and she clicked her tongue in wonder. As the heavenly court chef goddess, Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The mountain looks like a bowl. The dirt looks like the rice. The lush flora looks like vegetables. All of the lavish palaces look like meat. As for that dark cave in the middle, black fungus, heavenly court chef God and Lin suggested. Su Xiaolan faltered momentarily before cocking her head to the side with a confused expression. It doesn't really look like a black fungus. Not that black fungus. That black fungus. And Lin chuckled. Su Xiaolan faltered for a few seconds before a blush appeared on her face, and she slapped Lin on the arm. You're so shameless. How could you say that? Tina was at a complete loss. The Divine Bat Emperor must really like entering and exiting that cave. And Lin nodded with a serious expression. Shut up. Su Xiaolan slapped Lin on the arm again as her blush deepened even further. And Lin chortled with amusement. He felt like Xiaolan was especially adorable now. If someone else dared to make dirty jokes to Su Xiaolan, her dragon sparrow sword would have swung down upon them mercilessly already. However, she couldn't do anything about it now as Lin was the one making those jokes. The Divine Bat Emperor has entered the cave. We should go in too. Su Xiaolan tried to change the subject. I don't think that's a good idea. The Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain is the Divine Bat Emperor's territory. It must be quite familiar with that cave, but we don't know what potential dangers could be lurking inside. And Lin spoke with a cautious expression. We should wait for it to come out and fly elsewhere first before following it and initiating a surprise attack. Su Xiaolan felt like this was reasonable, and she nodded as all 3 of them settled down to wait. 1 day passed. One of the 5 minotaurs sneezed once, and that was the only noteworthy event that took place that day. 2 days passed. 3 of the 5 minotaurs sneezed, but nothing else happened. 10 days passed. Fuck it. I ain't waiting anymore. The veins on Lin's forehead were bulging. Su Xiaolan was also getting pissed off. We should strike now in case something happens if we wait for too long. I'll listen to whatever Giant Lin says. Tina sat on Lin's shoulder and hugged Lin's neck. The 3 of them came to an agreement, and they unleashed the Void Body Mantra to obscure their presence before flying toward the gargantuan cave. Not only that, but Tina also unleashed a divine technique upon all 3 of them, which made them blend completely into nature. Thus, even if a Tao integration stage supermighty figure unleashed their divine sense, they would not be able to detect Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina. The 5 powerful Minotaur immortal beasts were completely oblivious to the fact that 3 people had descended from the sky and walked right past them into the inky black cave they were guarding. The cave was very big and very deep, and Lin and the others traveled all the way down, where the surrounding environment became dimmer and darker. There are so many lavish palaces out there. Why would it choose to live in this dark and dank cave? And Lin grumbled. Su Xiaolan replied with a smile. The Divine Bat Emperor is a bat, so it must be used to hanging itself upside down in caves. It probably prefers a home like this rather than one of the lavish palaces outside. Her voice had only just fallen when countless red specks of light suddenly flashed past. They were like red candle lights burning in the darkness. Careful now. Those are lantern bats, and they have very special senses. They don't use their 5 senses or their divine sense. Instead, they detect things based on the traces of karma left by all things in this world. Su Xiaolan cautioned in a quiet voice, and Lin nodded. He knew what she meant. For example, if the 3 of them accidentally dispersed the air particles in the cave as they moved, the lantern bats wouldn't be able to see them, but they would be able to detect the changes in the trajectory of the air particles, thereby alerting them to the fact that something was wrong. The heaven-crushing sex Void Body Mantra was badass, but it couldn't wipe away karma traces. At this moment, Tina's divine techniques really shone. She was able to take the projections of the original karma trajectories and throw those at the lantern bats, thereby preventing them from detecting the three of them. All of the lantern bats stood on guard with rapt attention, but the trio swaggered past them without drawing any reaction. And Lin and the others continued further down into the cave. The environment that should have been very dark was becoming increasingly brighter due to the strange glowing organisms on the rock faces. Soon they had reached the floor of the cave, and it was like a small plaza here. There were 5 caves around them, all of which most likely led to different places. At this moment, a few seductive female bats strutted out from one of the caves, chatting amicably with one another. The Emperor hasn't visited the Spring Fragrance Cave for a long time. What, are you feeling lonely, sister? All of the other female bats burst into laughter. I'm just afraid. The Emperor has been pent up for so long. I'm afraid that our bodies won't be able to handle it when it finally comes to visit us. I'm getting a little scared as well, now that you mention it. Its soundwave oral techniques are the epitome of pain and pleasure. And that bat rod strike. Oh, it's so stimulating. Only Big Sister Gang Ying can handle that. The female bats talked dirty with one another. Su Xiaolan and Enlin were retching, but they had no choice but to listen. After all, they had to gather all of the information they could about their enemy. Should we go and visit the Emperor in the Heaven and Earth Cave? One of the female bats suggested. No way. The Emperor is meeting an important guest in the Heaven and Earth Cave. We can't go disrupt it now. The largest female bat among them said with a stern expression. This female bat appeared to be the most authoritative of the bunch, as none of the other female bats dared to say anything aside from nodding in agreement. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina had received a vital piece of information. The Divine Bat Emperor was at the Heaven and Earth Cave. It just so happened that there were characters inscribed above the caves, and Enlin and the others immediately entered the one that had Heaven and Earth Cave inscribed above it. After that, they faced all sorts of booby traps and formations. And Lin and the others managed to take care of all of them easily before quickly arriving at the end of the cave. There was a tightly shut crimson gate here, preventing anyone from being able to see what was happening inside. What do we do now? This gate restricts all sound as well, Su Xiaolan asked. A white light flashed past Enlin's eyes as he unleashed his divine inspection technique before flicking a finger through the air, upon which an opening appeared in the spell formation before them. No problem. After bypassing this spell formation, I've got an earth manipulation technique that can get us inside. The earth manipulation technique was the spell technique he attained after reaching the 6th stage on his Earth Lotus Supreme skill. It was an extremely versatile spell technique that also resonated with the great Tao of heaven and earth, so it would leave no traces behind. And Lin led Su Xiaolan and Tina into the ground, upon which they traveled underground, passing the Crimson Gate, before poking their heads out from the ground after entering a secretive space. This was an extremely well-lit space. The Divine Bat Emperor had transformed into a miniature bat only about 10 feet tall. It was currently standing together with a humanoid creature whose body was as pristine white as jade. This creature was completely nude, and there were all manners of mythological beast diagrams carved all over its body, as well as a pair of sharp, crimson bone wings growing on its back. They turned toward a massive metal cage, within which 100 nude humans were being held captive alongside a bat that was about the size of a human with sharp fangs, inky black fur, and crimson eyes. The bat hissed before rushing toward one of the humans and plunging its fangs into the human's neck, upon which a peculiar power was injected into the human's body. The human wailed with anguish, and their eyes turned crimson as their body grew black fur. Not only that, but their bones also began to crackle and pop as a pair of bat wings began to spout. In less than a minute, the human had completely transformed into a black bat. Hiss! It turned and pounced toward another human with a cruel expression on its face. All of the humans within the cage began to scream. The 2 bats pounced on 2 humans, turning both of them into black bats as well. 4 became 8, 8 became 16, 16 became 32. Before long, all of the humans in the cage had been transformed into black bats with crimson eyes. The Divine Bat Emperor was clearly very elated. The final experiment has been completed. This is the most perfect batch yet. The humanoid figure beside it nodded. The speed of conversion is very fast, and the rate of conversion is 100%. Their powers are equivalent to a cultivator at second stage Dao body, which is enough. Once they're released into the kingdom of the 9 states, a massive epidemic will take place, and these blood ghost bats will become the ultimate invasive species. Ha ha ha! The entire human race in the kingdom of the 9 states might fall because of this. After we convert all of the mortals, who will continue to fight for them? There will be no future for the human race, and they will be wiped out. The divine Bat Emperor was very excited as it said, "Perhaps the heavenly gods will even reward us with new powers." The white humanoid creature also smiled. Let's not think about that for now. We should focus on bringing about the fall of the human race and convince the 2 paramount heavenly gods to change their minds and spare the other living beings on the continent. Let's go release these blood ghost bats into the kingdom of the 9 states. The divine Bat Emperor bowed respectfully. As you wish, heavenly venerate Yu Qiong. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina's expressions all shifted upon hearing this. Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong? That white humanoid creature was the most powerful being of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, the super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong. This was not good. It was clearly not a good idea to initiate a battle now. And Lin and the others had originally intended to finish the battle as quickly as possible and beat the divine Bat Emperor into submission prior to heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's arrival. But who would have thought that they would be together? No wonder, even though the other 2 Dao integration stage mythological beasts had joined the heavenly human tribe united army, the divine Bat Emperor and heavenly venerate Yu Qiong had refrained from doing so. They were doing research within the heavenly beast divine mountain this entire time. And Lin looked at the blood ghost bats, and for some reason he was reminded of the zombies on Earth. However, these blood ghost bats were much more terrifying than zombies. Not only were they extremely fast and agile, but they could also fly and were capable of converting humans in less than a minute. The rate at which these blood ghost bats could spread was not something normal zombies could ever hope to compare with. Without timely intervention from a mighty figure, the entire kingdom of the 9 states could very well be transformed into hell on earth by these blood ghost bats. Even if powerful cultivators did intervene, the blood ghost bats were simply too fast, and if the intervention came just a tiny bit too slow, their spread would become incredibly difficult to quell. If the heavenly human tribe united armies took the opportunity to attack the kingdom of the 9 states at the same time, the external pressure and internal turmoil could bring the kingdom of the 9 states to ruin. And Lin's expression became increasingly more grave the more he thought about this. In a battle against both the divine Bat Emperor and heavenly venerate Yu Qiong, we have a very low chance of winning. Su Xiaolan transmitted her voice to Lin. And Lin looked at the sinister blood ghost bat within the cage, and he transmitted his voice in reply. But we can't back down from this battle. If these blood ghost bats are allowed into the kingdom of the 9 states, the consequences are going to be catastrophic. A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. Let's fight them. Little Na isn't scared either. Tina was full of battle intent. A super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage was a huge headache. The god engulfing skeleton was such a super mighty figure, and it managed to escape even after Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Black Spirit Snake all combined their powers to try and bring it down. Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong was on the same level as the god engulfing skeleton. At the same time, Black Spirit Snake was not here, and the enemy forces were boosted by the presence of the divine Bat Emperor. This was going to be very difficult, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were adamant that these blood ghost bats had to be buried here forever, but they had to think carefully about how they were going to make that happen. If they rushed in recklessly, they would be very unlikely to prevent this sinister plan from going ahead, and they could quite possibly lose their lives in the process. Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong extended a hand toward one of the blood ghost bat. A white corkscrew turned in its hand, and the blood ghost bat wailed with anguish before quickly aging and became riddled with wrinkles in a few seconds. Before even a minute had passed, it was reduced to a puddle of black blood. What a pity! These genetically modified blood ghost bats have very weak life forces and can only live for about 10 days or so. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's eyes narrowed slightly. Haha. In 10 days, all of the humans in the Kingdom of the Nine States are going to be transformed into blood ghost bats. What does it matter if they all die after that? The Divine Bat Emperor was undeterred by this finding. It's a waste of a massive army. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong shook its head with a sigh. Imagine an army of billions, even trillions of blood ghost bats. Even if they were all quite weak, it would still be an extremely formidable army for the sinister spirit beast cesspool to have. The two of them chatted with one another as they opened a door and made their way into another room. Tina unleashed another one of her divine techniques, which would allow her to keep tabs on the location of these two Dao integration stage super mighty figures. After the door closed, and Lin and the others finally emerged from the soil, the blood ghost bats were still howling and hissing as they clawed at the cage. They were clearly not very intelligent, and in that aspect they could compete with the zombies on Earth. The most terrifying power in this world is not dependent on the caliber of the power, but instead, it was on how contagious the power is. The Divine Bat Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong have invented something that is truly terrifying, Su Xiaolin said with a cold expression. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. It was just like how humans had invented bombs but were still unable to eradicate locusts. A bomb could explode and kill tens of millions of locusts, but that was it. There were still billions and trillions of locusts, and they reproduced faster than any bombs could kill them. In order to eradicate all locusts, something lethal and vastly contagious would have to be invented rather than something that was just outright powerful. This was the same thought process behind the Divine Bat Emperor's attempt here to eradicate the human race. By creating a terrifyingly contagious force in the form of these blood ghost bats, it was trying to eradicate all of the mortals in the Kingdom of the Nine States. Su Xiaolin waved a hand through the air, and holy flames flashed past, instantly burning away all of the blood ghost bats within the cage into nothingness. The Divine Bat Emperor must die, Su Xiaolin said in a firm voice, and Lin nodded. If we want to truly foil this plan, then we must kill it as it is the mastermind behind all of this. However, to be safe, we should ideally kill Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong as well. He unleashed his earth manipulation technique again, and Tina guided him as they continued to follow the Divine Bat Emperor. This time, they followed it into an incubation chamber. And Lin could see over 1,000 black eggs situated in a cavernous space, within which many beast tribe powerful beings were conducting all sorts of experiments. The Divine Bat Emperor pointed at all of the eggs with a smile on its face. Next, we're going to be distributing these eggs in all cities and villages across the Kingdom of the Nine States to truly show them what hell on earth looks like. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong nodded. That's great. We should act right away. Doesn't Lin really think there is hope for the human race just because he destroyed one of the heavenly gates? True despair is only just about to descend upon them. A sinister smile appeared on the Divine Bat Emperor's face. I'm really looking forward to seeing you in complete despair in the face of billions of blood ghost bats. And Lin was astonished. The Divine Bat Emperor still hadn't forgotten about him? How long could this guy hold a grudge for? He didn't know just how much of a shock the Divine Bat Emperor had received upon learning about how Lin had resurrected and destroyed the Southern Heavenly Gate. It was reminded of the Kirin Blood Jade incident again, and it was overcome by rage and humiliation. Just you wait, and Lin? The Divine Bat Emperor was suddenly filled with a sense of satisfaction and elation at the revenge it was finally going to be able to exact after 100 years. And Lin was enraged. Just how much did this bastard hate him? Were all bats this petty? Let me predict how our operation is going to fare first. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong produced a crystalline disk with countless blue light particles dancing within. It was just about to inject its vital energy into the disk when its body suddenly stiffened. The crystalline disk filled with blue light particles tremored lightly. That crystalline disk was emanating divine tool energy fluctuations. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. He had a bad feeling about this. At this moment, the crystalline disk seemed to guide Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, and it looked behind it to discover a little star that stood somewhere between reality and illusion. It released no energy fluctuations and had no effect on reality. In that instant, it seemed to realize something, and its divine sense was unleashed as a massive, explosive wave. "Who's there? Show yourself." Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong roared with rage. The aura of a supermighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage surged through the air. If this were a living being with a weaker cultivation base, they would have most likely been scared to death by that roar alone. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina remained completely unfazed and revealed no signs of their presence. However, they still underestimated Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's divine sense erupted forth in full force, transforming this entire space into a black and white world in which nothing could escape his detection. It was fine when Enlin and the others were tailing it without it noticing, but now that it had unleashed all of its power to detect them, they were not going to be able to stay hidden. There! Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong gripped his hand at what appeared to be thin air. Crack, crack, crack. Space was instantly sealed. Right at this moment, a bolt of golden light tore through space in an extremely violent manner. Enlin hurtled toward the Divine Bat Emperor at an extremely terrifying speed, unleashing all three of his buff mystic techniques to elevate his aura to its peak. "You shitty bat! Didn't you want a chance to exact revenge? Here's your chance right now." The Divine Bat Emperor's mouth gaped open from astonishment at the sight of the oncoming Enlin. It was just fantasizing about the joy of taking revenge moments ago, and Enlin was right before it now. At this moment, Enlin's arm bulged as boundless flame power was compressed over and over again, while the power of his 9th stage Earth Lotus Supreme skill swirled in a frenzy into his arm. 3 times, Fire God Fist. Boundless golden light illuminated the entire cave. Boom! His fist instantly melted and shattered everything around him. This was the first time Enlin had unleashed his Fire God Fist after cultivating his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to its peak. The power imbued within had more than doubled in comparison to what he was capable before, and it also contained extremely vast and pure power of Earth, which resonated directly with the great Tao of heaven and earth. All of the eggs within the incubation chamber were instantly reduced to nothingness. The golden fist projection tore through everything and even punctured the entire Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain. The 500,000 feet tall Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain began to tremor violently. Over 100,000 beast tribe powerful beings stopped what they were doing and looked down with astonishment at the quaking earth beneath their feet. The bottom of the mountain exploded violently, and a burst of golden light erupted into infinity and beyond. Gasp! What power is this? This divine mountain has been fortified by a Tao integration stage spell formation. How could it be punctured so easily? Could it be that our emperor accidentally set off this explosion during one of its experiments? All of the beast tribe powerful beings were completely bewildered. At this moment, a massive blue bat hurtled out of the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain like a cannonball. Not far behind it was an extremely powerful living being who was hot on its heels. Enemy invasion! Enemy invasion! The beast tribe powerful beings finally caught on to what was happening. It looks like Enlin. My God! Why is Enlin here? Enlin was a huge celebrity on the Tai Chu continent recently, and his legendary feats were known far and wide, which was why his name struck a lot of fear into his enemies' hearts. At the very least, many of the beast tribe powerful beings wore expressions of horror on their faces. Roar! Don't be scared. Let's go kill this bastard. Everyone, attack him together. We'll be heroes if we kill him. The beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool were not the cowardly ghosts of the opposite shore realm, after all. All of them were capable and courageous warriors, and after a brief moment of conflict, they decided to attack Enlin all at once. Right at this moment, the cries of a vermilion bird erupted throughout heaven and earth. Boom! Another violent explosion ensued. A white pillar of flames erupted from the summit of the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain, soaring directly into the heavens. Countless beasts turned toward the pillar of flames, and they felt like they could see the extremely regal holy beast vermilion bird spreading its wings and soaring through the sky. Bam! A white jade-like figure shattered the holy flame pillar with a single punch. A woman fell from the sky before crashing heavily down onto the summit of the divine mountain, creating a massive crater. That's the divine phoenix maiden? Oh my god! Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong is also here. A beast tribe mighty figure exclaimed with amazement as its body trembled with excitement. Most of them turned to look up at the humanoid figure in the sky with reverence in their eyes. The 4 mythological beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool were very violent and would often fight one another. Theoretically speaking, the divine Bat Emperor was an enemy of Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. However, all of them revered power, and Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was the most powerful being within the sinister spirit beast cesspool. As such, countless beasts revered it with all their hearts, and it certainly had no lack of retarded superfans. Have Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong and the divine Bat Emperor combined forces? This is great. If we can kill Enlin and the divine Phoenix Maiden here, our beast tribe would become renowned across the entire continent. Countless beast tribe powerful beings roared with excitement. Some of them rushed toward Enlin while the rest of them rushed toward Su Xiaolan. Even spirit nurturing stage spirit beasts wanted to join in on the fun. They were thinking that they could boast to other beasts or their children and grandchildren in the future about how they had participated in the spectacular, earth-shattering battle. Just as they were thinking about that, a frost power suddenly descended from the sky, and they were frozen to death before they even knew it. The entire summit of the mountain had instantly been transformed into a lethal realm of ice. All beasts at soul formation stage or below were frozen to death. A tiny fairy wielded her heart lotus ice sword and stood in midair. Her golden wings shimmered with holy divine lights as a burst of divine intent enshrouded heaven and earth. "You're going to face me." Her voice was as cold as the voice of the heavens delivering divine retribution. The remaining beast tribe powerful beings shuddered, and they were struck by the impression that a paramount goddess was speaking to them. The unparalleled pressure surging from her body had even quelled their battle intent. "Moo! Don't be scared. Show her what we beasts are made of." One of the massive guardian minotaurs at the opening of the cave roared with rage before pouncing toward Tina. The other 4 returned to void stage minotaur mighty figures also roared as they rushed toward Tina. One powerful aura after another rose into the heavens as returned to void stage immortal beasts pounced toward the tiny fairy in the sky. There were a total of 12 returned to void stage assailants. At the same time, Enlin's battle had already completely erupted. Enlin had decided to go all out from the get-go, and he had already unleashed his powers of the heavenly gods. He and Su Xiaolan had agreed on a plan. Su Xiaolan was going to hold off Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong while he slew the divine Bat Emperor as quickly as possible. After that, the 2 of them could combine together to fight Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. The divine Bat Emperor was not expecting Enling to be so powerful. Just one of his 3 times fire god fists had shattered its organs as it hurtled through the air like a cannonball for several dozen kilometers. "Howl! Enlin, how did you know about my plan? Who spread the secret?" The divine Bat Emperor glowered at Enlin with shock and rage. "Who spread your secret?" Enlin smiled coldly as wings of wind sprouted from his back. Moreover, a divine halo appeared above his head as he hurtled toward the divine Bat Emperor at an even faster speed. "This is your fate, Heavenly Blade." Enlin's heavenly wind power surged forth as a paramount aura descended upon heaven and earth before transforming into absolute severing power, which instantly flashed through the air in the form of a white line. The divine Bat Emperor could see Enlin's attack, but it was simply too fast for it to completely evade. It could only dodge slightly to the side, and the heavenly blade sliced through its right wing like a hot knife through butter. The divine Bat Emperor's howl of agony erupted throughout heaven and earth. Its wing plummeted to the ground as its blue blood gushed forth. In just one exchange, the divine Bat Emperor had had its wings severed by Enlin. The divine Bat Emperor had heard tales about how badass Enlin was, but it was still given a fright after facing him in an actual battle. This power was way too terrifying. It opened its mouth and fused its power of the divine Tao into its sound waves, which exploded forth, tearing through space and shattering all things. This was a spell technique with a massive scale, so no enemy would be able to evade it, no matter how agile they were. and Lin didn't even try to evade. He threw himself directly into the Divine Bat Emperor's soundwave attack, and at the same time, a thin, invisible barrier kept all of the sound waves at bay. The Divine Bat Emperor was extremely astonished to see this, and at this moment, and Lin's fist was already upon it. Bam! Its massive bat body was flattened by the devastating power behind the fist, and its musculoskeletal structure crackled and popped as if it was no longer able to support its entire body. PFFF? The Divine Bat Emperor threw up a mouthful of blood as its body was blasted flying again. And Lin had injected his heavenly wind power into his fist, so the Divine Bat Emperor was completely unable to defend against it. He was going to unleash his most terrifying attacks from the get-go and kill the Divine Bat Emperor before it even had a chance to retaliate. The Divine Bat Emperor was finally struck by a sense of horror as it saw Lin hurtling toward it once again. 100 years ago, it had led a bunch of powerful beings to chase Lin down, and it had come extremely close to killing Lin. Who would have thought that 100 years later, Lin would already be able to completely crush it? Elsewhere, Su Xiaolan and Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong were also engaged in an earth-shattering battle. White holy flames incinerated space and swept through the entire heaven and earth. A cow horn had appeared on Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's head, and the muscles on its arms bulged like balls, allowing it to unleash devastating power with each and every one of its punches as it launched a relentless assault upon Su Xiaolan. Each and every punch was capable of puncturing the holy flames surging through the entire sky. Su Xiaolan's body moved like a vermilion bird, and her dragon sparrow sword was as fast as a flowing dragon as her two different powers of the divine Tao interchanged between one another to fend off Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's relentless attacks. Semi-transparent dragon scales had also appeared over her pristine, flawless skin, clearly indicating that she had already unleashed a buff mystic technique in battle in order to buy time for Lin and hold off Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. However, even so, she was still under a lot of pressure. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's attacks were simply too powerful. It was a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and it only seemed to be getting stronger with each passing attack, making Su Xiaolin feel as if she were slowly being crushed under a massive mountain. I don't know how you were able to find out about our plan, but seeing as you've come here, I'll have to make you take this secret to your grave. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong swatted Su Xiaolan's sword blade aside before one of the mythological beast diagrams on its body lit up. The cow horn on its head disappeared, but one of its hands transformed into a set of crimson falcon claws that tore through space toward Su Xiaolan. Heavenly Beast Mantra, Falcon Slaughter. The crimson falcon claw was imbued with crushing killing intent, and the air within a radius of over 150 kilometers became viscous with blood, as if this entire space had instantly transformed into an infernal realm of blood filled with despair and destruction. It was no exaggeration at all to say that a Tao integration stage supreme being would most definitely be torn in half if they were to take this attack without setting up any defensive measures. Su Xiaolan's true dragon wall was instantly activated. The falcon claws pierced through the true dragon's scales and into its body. Her divine Tao defense was torn apart amid a sharp screech. The true dragon roared with rage at Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's expression remained unchanged. The roar of a true dragon was not going to scare it. It would remain completely unfazed even if the sky were to fall. The crimson falcon claws continued to fall and completely tore the true dragon wall to shreds. Su Xiaolan hurtled back as if she had received a heavy blow. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong smiled. I will only require 10 minutes to kill you. It stepped through the air and charged toward Su Xiaolan at an even more terrifying speed as it spoke. At the peak of the heavenly beast Divine Mountain, Tina had slain over 100,000 beasts with a single sword strike and had unleashed the Ice Lotus realm of her pinnacle Immortal tool to transform the entire summit of the heavenly beast Divine Mountain into a realm of extreme frost. Snow flew through the air as violent winds surged like blades. She stood amid the wind and snow with a cold and haughty expression on her face. Her blue sword was shimmering with a supreme divine light, and she seemed to have transcended to a higher plane of existence. Over 1,000 powerful beings at the soul formation stage or above pounced toward the tiny fairy, among which 12 return to void stage mighty figures, and their combined powers pooled together to create an aura even more terrifying than that of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. She's the Pavilion Lord of the 4-9 Immortal Sex Realm Pavilion. Tina. Our information states that she is at the return to void pinnacle stage, so we have to be careful. Humph, it's just the return to void pinnacle stage. We have 3 of those here, so what do we have to be afraid of? That's right. We have the Wild Saber Immortal, the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit, and the Hydra, all 3 of whom are at the return to void pinnacle stage. Aside from that, we have 9 more return to void stage mighty figures and over 1,000 soul formation stage powerful beings. We can crush her easily. Killing this Tina would earn us massive accolades. She's such a beautiful little fairy. Should we capture it and have some fun with it first? A beast tribe powerful being pounced toward Tina with a sinister smile. Tina stood proudly before this formidable army with no hint of fear or anxiety on her face. Instead, a dainty smile appeared on her face. You all know that I am the Pavilion Lord of the Realm Pavilion. So why don't you know what the Realm Pavilion's specialty is? She shook her head and chuckled lightly. You want to compete with me in a contest of numbers? Let me show you how foolish such an endeavor is. She tossed out a round ball. Her crisp and pleasant voice also sounded at this moment. Come on out, Divine Mirror Enforcement Team. Tina had made extensive preparations before coming here with Enlin. Ever since Enlin left, several thousand years had already passed in the Divine Mirror world. Even though there still weren't any Dao integration stage super mighty figures, there was certainly no lack of return to void stage and soul formation stage powerful beings. Even though most of them were engaged in battle as part of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army, she could still summon up a formidable army from the Divine Mirror world as Goddess Tina. A dazzling light erupted from her pokeball. One terrifyingly powerful being after another appeared. Some were extremely massive and possessed vast dragon might. Some were as insubstantial as the mist and extremely unfathomable. Some were short and stocky with bodies as solid as stone. Some spread their wings and flew into the sky like majestic holy angels. They were all from different tribes, but all of them were extremely powerful. The army of over 1,000 beast tribe powerful beings were completely dumbstruck by the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Over 3,000 powerful beings had suddenly appeared in front of them, and all of them were at least at the soul formation stage. The advantage in numbers and cultivation base they took so much pride in was instantly crushed. A lion beast went weak at the knees as it spoke in a trembling voice. How could this be? How could she summon so many powerful beings just by throwing a ball? Is she using hacks? A flaming falcon screamed. At this moment, the Divine Mirror world powerful beings had already raised their weapons. Charge! For the glory of the goddess! All those who stand against our goddess must be slain. Charge! Over 3,000 reverent Divine Mirror world powerful beings rushed toward the beast tribe powerful beings on the heavenly beast divine mountain in a frenzy. The tables had been instantly turned. What was supposed to be over 1,000 beast tribe powerful beings beating up Tina had become over 3,000 Divine Mirror world powerful beings beating up a beast tribe army of over 1,000. Not only were all of these Divine Mirror world powerful beings at or above soul formation stage, but all of them had also cultivated in the high-rank cultivation methods that Tina left for them in God's realm. Those were God of Creation stage cultivation methods and were extremely advanced and profound. Hence, not only did the Divine Mirror world army possess greater quantity, but they were also more proficient warriors even in one-on-one battles. Thus, the battle erupted. Countless dazzling and powerful spell techniques exploded on the summit of the heavenly beast divine mountain. One beast tribe powerful being after another fell like flies. However, there were 3 extremely terrifying auras hurtling toward Tina. They were the most capable subordinates under the Divine Bat Emperor's command, the Wild Saber Immortal, the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit, and Hydra. All 3 were at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. There were no mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage among the Divine Mirror world army. All of them had been stationed at the Kingdom of the 9 States borders. Hence, there was no one to stop these 3. Let's kill their leader first, the Wild Saber Immortal urged. Kukuku, so what if they have the advantage in numbers? We can just kill her and victory will still be ours. Hydra chuckled, and it plucked a soul formation stage light wing clan powerful being before swallowing the powerful being along the way. We'll be able to destroy her for sure with our combined power. The Crimson Sun immortal spirit was like a sun hurtling through the sky, melting all of the divine mirror world powerful beings around it into nothingness before they could even make contact with it. Tina looked at the three mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage hurtling toward her, and a smile appeared on her face again. How do you guys compare with Heaven Pioneer stage great generals? The three of them were perplexed by this question. What was that supposed to mean? Heaven Pioneer stage great generals were terrifying beings that could rival Rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figures. The three of us combined can slay even a Heaven Pioneer stage great general. The wild saber immortal was brimming with confidence as its saber intent soared into the heavens, indicating that it was about to attack. But can the three of you defeat three Heaven Pioneer stage great generals? Tina asked again. Defeating three Heaven Pioneer stage great generals? What a joke. The three mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage couldn't be bothered to humor Tina anymore, and they immediately unleashed their attacks. All of a sudden, saber projections soared into the sky, lethal poison surged like waves, and a crimson sun hung high in the heavens. The wild saber immortal, Hydra, and Crimson Sun immortal spirit had all unleashed devastating spell techniques to transform the surrounding area into the most terrifying lethal realm. Tina snapped her fingers. Come on out, frost dress woman. A lithe and graceful woman with no facial features aside from a pair of cold eyes appeared before the tiny fairy with a blue dress draped over her body. Goddess Tina, are we fighting again? This battle will be a lot easier than last time. Tina smiled as her immortal sword flashed through the air, creating a blue sword intent barrier with countless divine symbols shimmering upon it to enshroud the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from the three mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage crashed into the sword intent barrier, but it remained completely unscathed. The wild saber immortal and the others were astonished to see this. At this moment, a seductive, enticing giggle suddenly sounded behind the wild saber immortal. A pair of long arms gently wound themselves around the wild saber immortal's waist. The frost dress woman had appeared behind it and enveloped it in a hug. At the same time, bone-chilling frost power quickly spread throughout its body, as if it was going to freeze even its consciousness solid. Wild saber immortal! The Crimson Sun immortal spirit roared with rage, and divine flames erupted from its body as it crashed toward the frost dress woman. Don't be scared. I'll warm you up. The Crimson Sun immortal spirit injected its power of the divine Tao into his Crimson Sun divine flames, creating unparalleled heat. The frost dress woman was quite irritated by this, and she released the wild saber immortal before flying back in retreat. The Crimson Sun immortal spirit enveloped the wild saber immortal in a scorching hug. I'll drive out the frost power from your body. The frost dress woman's hug possessed extremely powerful frost and curse properties, both of which the Crimson Sun immortal spirit could counteract. Ah! The wild saber immortal roared in agony, and it almost dropped its saber from the excruciating pain. It felt like it was being hugged by the sun right after being frozen into a popsicle. Right at this moment, another burst of anguished wails erupted from the distance. Both the wild saber immortal and Crimson Sun immortal spirit turned to discover Hydra being chased down by a tiny fairy, and all of its 100 heads were instantly severed as blood splattered through the air. They finally realized what was going on. Hydra had been targeted. Hydra's tragic fate had been sealed from the moment the wild saber immortal and the Crimson Sun immortal spirit had been distracted by the frost dress woman. Tina was able to take advantage of this opportunity to insta-kill Hydra with her overwhelming power, even though both of them were supposed to be at the return to void pinnacle stage. At this moment, the tiny fairy turned toward the wild saber immortal with a faint smile on her face. By the way, Frost Dress Woman and I once worked together to kill 3 Heaven Pioneer stage great generals. The wild saber immortal, Crimson Sun immortal spirit, and Hydra all felt like crying upon hearing this. Just what kind of terrifying beings were they dealing with here? They had thought that they would be able to torture this realm pavilion lord to death, But looking at it now, that was nothing more than a wild dream. All of them only had one thought in their mind now, and that was to survive. They had to survive until Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong defeated Enlin and Su Xiaolan before coming to save them from this dire situation. Tina was destroying the Beast Tribe army with absolute power and authority. Su Xiaolan was trying her best to hold on in an arduous battle against Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. As for Enlin, he was currently in the process of abusing the Divine Bat Emperor. He was crushing the Divine Bat Emperor with his most powerful attacks, as he knew that the longer he delayed, the more danger Xiaolan would be in. So he had to finish this battle as quickly as possible. The Divine Bat Emperor spread its wings, and countless crimson-veined patterns appeared all over its body. It had unleashed a blood-sacrificial mystic technique, thereby explosively elevating its aura to the Tao integration intermediate stage. It had no choice but to fight for its life now. Heavenly demonic soundwave. The Divine Bat Emperor flew into the sky before unleashing a burst of devastating soundwaves toward Enlin. The soundwaves rushed toward him from below, and heaven and earth fell completely silent with the exception of the Divine Bat Emperor's voice. Even the great Tao of heaven and earth was resonating with this wonderful voice, striking one with the urge to listen to and accept it. However, there was absolute slaughter and depravity hidden within that beautiful voice. And Lin was familiar with this technique. The Divine Bat Emperor had used this same technique to try and destroy the consciousness of Enlin and his friends over 100 years ago. However, he didn't need to analyze what type of power was hidden within the Divine Bat Emperor's voice, nor did he need to devise a way to counteract this power. All he needed to do was to use a hack. Wind of absolute power. And Lin's divine halo glowed with a scintillating light as a barrier that was able to keep all powers at bay appeared around his body again. This was the power of the heavenly wind god, and it was imbued with a paramount law of the heavenly Tao, thus allowing it to block all enemy attacks. The Divine Bat Emperor was on the verge of tears upon seeing the divine halo lit up above Enlin's head. It was that technique again. The wind of absolute power could block all attacks, even if they were soundwave attacks. This wasn't fair. The Divine Bat Emperor suddenly regretted its decision to not join the heaven-crushing sect. If it had learned heaven-crushing techniques, it would be able to break through Enlin's powers of the heavenly gods. And Lin crashed directly through the heavenly demonic soundwaves with no fear whatsoever. He crashed down upon the Divine Bat Emperor before unleashing another almighty fist. Bam! A huge hole was punched into the Divine Bat Emperor's massive body, and a blood-curdling cry erupted once again. It had already used a blood-sacrificial mystic technique, but it was still getting dominated. Ding dong! A system notification arrived. The Divine Bat Emperor has been beaten into submission by the host. And Lin's eyes lit up. He had beaten 8 Tao integration stage super mighty figures into submission now, and only one more was required before he could progress to the return to void intermediate stage. And Lin was quite elated and began to bash the Divine Bat Emperor with renewed vigor. What he was going to do now was not to just beat the Divine Bat Emperor into submission. Instead, he was going to kill it. Only by killing it could those blood ghost bat experiments be put to a complete stop. 3 times Fire God Fist. And Lin appeared above the Divine Bat Emperor before unleashing another devastating punch. The Divine Bat Emperor had just had a huge hole punched into its body, and it hadn't even had a chance to catch its breath before a flaming fist crashed down upon it again with boundless might. Bam! Flames erupted forth for over 100 kilometers. A fist indentation stretching for over 10,000 meters appeared on the ground below. The Divine Bat Emperor's body crashed to the ground, sending dust and debris flying through the air. And Lin was like a paramount god standing above the heavens, looking down on all living beings. Even Tao integration stage mythological beasts could only cower beneath his feet. The Divine Bat Emperor panted heavily, and its entire body was riddled with wounds as it lay sprawled onto the ground. No matter how hard it tried, it was unable to land so much as a single scratch on Enlin. A battle like this struck it with a sense of crushing despair. If things continued like this, it wasn't even going to last until Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong could come and save it. And Lin was about to spring into action again. The divine Bat Emperor suddenly roared, "Wait! If you kill me, the human race is going to face a cataclysmic disaster. If I die, all of the blood ghost bats underground would immediately embark on their mission to destroy the human race." And Lin chuckled coldly and completely ignored the divine Bat Emperor. At the same time, his divine halo turned into an earthy yellow color as a vast power of earth with no end in sight descended upon this world. This was his power of mountains. And Lin crashed down upon the divine Bat Emperor with his palm facing downward. Boom, boom, boom. Before the palm had even landed, the mountainous pressure erupting from it was already causing the earth to cave in. The divine Bat Emperor felt as if a massive mountain with no end in sight was crashing down upon its body, making its bones crackle and pop and completely immobilizing it. If this palm was allowed to fall upon it, it was going to be flattened into a bat meat patty. A ferocious expression appeared on the divine Bat Emperor's face. "Let's see if you'll allow all of the living beings of the Kingdom of the Nine States to die just for a chance to kill me." A peculiar sound wave suddenly erupted forth. A golden formation appeared at the foot of the heavenly beast divine mountain. This was not a protective formation, but instead, it was a formation to destroy the entire divine mountain. Boom! The power within the formation erupted, and boundless golden light tore through the mountain. The massive bowl-shaped mountain several 100,000 feet tall fell with an earth-shattering boom. At the same time, and Lin's massive golden palm fell upon the divine Bat Emperor's body with a mountainous force. The life-saving necklace of the divine Bat Emperor was activated, creating an indestructible energy barrier. Bam! The massive golden palm fell from the sky as if it were an attack from a heavenly god. Heaven and earth crumbled as the entire landscape was drastically transformed. Even the divine Bat Emperor's energy barrier was quickly cracking open. Ah! It poured forth all of its power into the barrier in order to defend against Lin's attack. In the end, the energy barrier exploded. However, the massive golden palm also dissipated. And Lin and the divine Bat Emperor were both panting heavily as they looked at one another. "You're pretty damn weak, but you sure are determined to cling on to life." And Lin panted. The divine Bat Emperor threw up another mouthful of blood upon hearing this. And Lin was probably the only person that could make a Tao integration stage mythological beast throw up blood just by talking. It was also at this moment that countless black figures suddenly erupted from the collapsed heavenly beast divine mountain amid a series of sharp, bloodthirsty cries. "This?" And Lin's expression shifted drastically as he turned toward the distance. Those were blood ghost bats. And there were over 100,000 of them. All of them wore sinister smiles as they hurtled toward the Kingdom of the Nine States like a swarm of locusts. Su Xiaolan was unable to disengage herself from her battle, and Tina was also on the same boat. Neither of them was able to stop these blood ghost bats. Even if just one of them managed to escape, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, they were flying directly away from Lin. "Ha ha ha! Are you not going to chase down those blood ghost bats? Could it be that killing me is more important than the safety of the entire Kingdom of the Nine States?" The divine Bat Emperor chortled with glee. It had already made up its mind. As soon as Lin rushed over to stop the blood ghost bats, it was going to make its escape. This world was a vast place, and it could hide anywhere. This was the divine Bat Emperor's trump card, and it was certainly effective against Lin. And Lin was unable to just look on as these catastrophic pests invaded the Kingdom of the Nine States. Even though he knew that the divine Bat Emperor would create more blood ghost bats if he was to let it go, he couldn't think that far ahead now. That was something that would only take place in the future, but these blood ghost bats were a catastrophic threat to the Kingdom of the Nine States in the present. "Ha ha ha! Little bitch Lin, listen up. I'm going to inflict humiliation and agony tens of thousands of times more than what you have done to me." The divine Bat Emperor forcefully unleashed another mystic technique to repair its severed wing before attempting to flee into the distance. "You bastard! Divine Bat Emperor, how could you let our efforts for the past 20 years go to waste just so that you can survive?" Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong flared up with rage at the sight of the swarm of blood ghost bats flying into the distance. The fact that the Divine Bat Emperor would use this secret weapon that they had been developing for so many years as a bait to lure Enlin away so that it could survive was something completely out of its expectations. The Divine Bat Emperor ignored Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Nothing was more important than its life right now. It flew into the sky and was just about to make its escape. And Lin knew that time was of the essence, and if he was to delay it any longer, the blood ghost bats could split up and that would be disastrous. He spread open his wings of wind in preparation to chase down those blood ghost bats. Right at this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly became as crimson as blood. The blue sky had become a crimson sky, and it was as if the very heavens were shedding tears of blood, exuding a sense of boundless despair and sorrow. An extremely terrifying aura instantly spread through the entire heaven and earth. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. What a formidable aura! This aura was comparable even to Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Could it be that another enemy had descended upon them? And Lin's expression became extremely grave. The Divine Bat Emperor and the Blood Ghost Bats were already quite bothersome to deal with. How was he supposed to fight if another extremely powerful enemy was to appear now? However, something quite astonishing to him suddenly occurred. Countless lines of blood suddenly fell from the sky, creating an all-encompassing net that instantly enshrouded an area within a radius of over 250 kilometers, trapping all of the blood ghost bats within. Sizzle! The sound of water evaporating into vapor erupted. The blood net began to vaporize, creating a murky blood mist. The blood-curdling cries of blood ghost bats erupted from within the blood mist, as if they were all in excruciating pain. These were the cries of over 100,000 blood ghost bats, and it was extremely unsettling to listen to. After the blood mist dissipated, no more blood ghost bats remained, and Lin was astonished. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was stunned. The Divine Bat Emperor was bewildered. My blood ghost bats! The Divine Bat Emperor murmured. At this moment, and Lin had already turned around to look at the Divine Bat Emperor with a cold, sinister smile. Tears welled up in the Divine Bat Emperor's eyes. It had finally created an opportunity to escape, but that opportunity had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Were the gods trying to kill it? At the center of the crimson sky, a massive hole began to appear. A man in a crimson robe with a pair of glittering and translucent Kirin horns on his head stepped through the air. This was quite an ordinary-looking man, but his disposition was very warm and pleasant, making all those in his presence feel as if they were basking in a warm spring breeze. And Lin and Su Xiaolin both exclaimed upon seeing this man, Dongfang Zhuangshi. Dongfang Zhuangshi also faltered slightly before a smile of elation appeared on his face. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, what a coincidence! To think I would encounter you guys here. He then turned toward Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong with a buoyant smile. Whoops! Looks like I killed your little pets. You wouldn't mind, would you? The veins on the Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's forehead bulged as it spat through gritted teeth. Demonic blood Kirin, why are you here? I'm here to look for you, of course. I sensed your divine Tao fluctuations during your battle, so I came to find you. Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes were burning with a scorching light. You sure aren't easy to find, Yuqiong. I looked for you for over 10 years. But who would have thought that you would be here in the Divine Bat Emperor's Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain? Why are you looking for me? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's expression darkened. Boom! A terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth, as if the very heavens had been enraged. Dongfang Zhuangshi suddenly transformed from a warm and polite middle-aged man into a fiend celestial standing atop mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. Why am I looking for you? Don't pretend like you don't know anything. I'm here to take back what's mine. And Lin was quite glad to hear this. It looked like Dongfang Zhuangshi was going to be an ally. He had heard that Dongfang Zhuangshi was looking for something but was unable to find it even after over 10 years of searching. It turned out that Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong had whatever he was looking for all along. Coincidentally, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was hiding here to conduct research. If it weren't for the fact that Enlin and Su Xiaolan had accidentally stumbled upon these two mythological beasts and blown up this divine mountain, Dongfang Zhuangshi was probably going to have to continue his aimless search. Thus, Dongfang Zhuangshi had Enlin and Su Xiaolan to thank for exposing the location of Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Take back what's yours? I don't recall taking anything from you, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong said in a cold voice. Dongfang Zhuangshi flared up with rage. Back when I was sealed by Pangu, you took advantage of the situation to break into the Kirin Holy Palace and robbed me of all my treasures, even my chaotic life core. Oh. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong nodded with an expression of sudden realization before an infuriating smirk appeared on its face. I already ate that thing. So how are you going to recover it? Dongfang Zhuangshi was not enraged in the slightest. Instead, a smirk also emerged on his face. No problem. The chaotic life core is indigestible. Can improve your life force, but it can't be absorbed by you. I'll just have to kill you and gouge it out of your body with my own 2 hands. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong fell silent and stared intently at Dongfang Zhuangshi. Dongfang Zhuangshi met its gaze with a steady one of his own as his aura gradually began to climb. The atmosphere had become very tense, and a battle was looming. However, before their battle had even begun, Enlin sprang into action first and punched the Divine Bat Emperor again. Boom! Ah! The Divine Bat Emperor threw up blood as it crashed to the ground. Hee, little bitch Divine Bat. Let's see where you're going to run to now. Enlin chuckled coldly. Purple divine symbols suddenly began to flash around his ankles. An omnipresent power suddenly crashed down upon the Divine Bat Emperor, completely flattening it to the ground once again. This was the spell technique he attained from his 7th stage Earth Lotus Supreme skill, Gravitational Stomp. Make sure to be a good bat in your next life. Enlin chuckled as his power of mountains exploded forth, and his fist began to glow like a golden sun. Have a taste of the ultimate edition of my mountain-quaking fist. Mount Buzhou Iron Fist. Enlin's fist fell. His power of mountains had been completely activated and injected into his fist. Crush all things. Destroy all things. Mount Buzhou Iron Fist. Paramount true intent erupted forth. The Divine Bat Emperor felt like it could see a vast mountain with no end in sight crashing down with the force to crush all things. It was unable to even move, let alone defend itself. Wow, what is this spell technique? The Divine Bat Emperor roared with shock and horror. The only reply it received to its question was the unimaginably terrifying fist crashing down upon it. Mount Buzhou Iron Fist. Boom! Heaven and earth rocked violently. Shock waves exploded forth for several hundred kilometers. The earth was instantly shattered and caved in. At this moment, everyone had turned to look at Enlin's battle with astonishment in their eyes. A gargantuan mountain projection was just about all Heaven Venerate Yuqiong could see. Mount Buzhou Iron Fist? You call such a massive mountain an iron fist? Dongfang Zhuangshi was astonished by the name of Enlin's technique. Of course, he was even more astonished by the power behind the fist. He knew that even with his power, he would not be able to defend himself against that punch. Divine Bat Emperor. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was more concerned about the safety of the Divine Bat Emperor. The Mount Buzhou projection gradually disappeared, revealing the Divine Bat Emperor, who was lying in the massive crater. The Divine Bat Emperor was as thin as a sheet of paper with its mouth gaped open, its eyes bulging, and its internal organs, bones, and tissue spread all over the ground like a 2-dimensional image. All of the living beings fell silent. Everyone was astonished by the pitiful state the Divine Bat Emperor was in. Rumble, heaven and earth began to wail with grief. An extremely sad atmosphere began to spread through heaven and earth. The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. How could this be? Our Divine Bat Emperor died. A beast tribe powerful being murmured with disbelief. It was one of the sinister spirit beast cesspools for mythological beasts. How could it just die like this? Some beast tribe powerful beings saw the Divine Bat Emperor as their role model, and its death dealt an extremely heavy blow to their Tao hearts. Some of the beast tribe powerful beings were even shedding tears. It died. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's expression shifted once again. despite how powerful it was. Having a Dao integration stage mythological beast perish right before its eyes still sent shock surging through its heart. After all, this was not some random trash. This was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. All Dao integration stage super mighty figures had an array of trump cards and were extremely powerful beings. How could it have died so easily? As for Enlin, he remained quite calm and collected. He had witnessed the deaths of many Dao integration stage super mighty figures, and to be honest, it was getting a little old. A peculiar voice began to reverberate through the heavens, reciprocating all of the living beings in this world. The divine Bat Emperor cultivated in the Tao of sound and had mastered extremely exquisite sound true intent, which was very beneficial to many living beings present. As for Enlin, who was situated closest to the divine Bat Emperor, he had the clearest perception of this. The voice in the sky was still recounting the divine Bat Emperor's life. So on so forth, so on so forth. Enlin was greatly moved by this story. Tina was even shedding tears. Such a touching story. The divine Bat Emperor's life was a spectacular one filled with relentless battles and conquests. It had defeated countless enemies in its life and ruled over a part of the sinister spirit beast cesspool through its absolute power. It was truly a living being revered by all powerful beings across the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. However, it died in the end. It had been killed by Enlin. What a badass life to lead! Enlin sighed with emotion. He was always struck by a sense of achievement at moments like this. He would witness the badass lives of the Dao integration stage super mighty figures he had slain, and he would derive a sense of achievement as well as enlightenment from their reciprocation. Everyone stopped battling during the divine Dao reciprocation process. Perhaps this was the respect everyone afforded to a fallen Dao integration stage super mighty figure. The mourning of heaven and earth lasted for 15 minutes before disappearing. Many beast tribe powerful beings still had tears of grief flowing from their eyes. It's all Enlin's fault. All members of the 4-9 Immortal sect should die. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all and avenge our divine Bat Emperor. Die! All of the beast tribe powerful beings roared with grief and fury as they pounced toward the divine mirror enforcement team members before them. They were not discouraged or deterred by the divine Bat Emperor's death. Instead, it had inspired more ferocity and insanity within their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Battles erupted again. Tina had already slain the Hydra. The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit and Wild Saber Immortal were also in a dire situation as Tina had turned her attention to them. Not only that, but there was also an immortal beast at the return to Void Pinnacle stage with the body of a goat and the face of a human pouncing toward them. This was Dongfang Zhuangshi's pet, Gluttony. The Frost Dress Woman and Tina had already plunged them into despair. Now that Gluttony had also entered the fray, they didn't even have a chance to escape before they were engulfed by terrifying spell techniques. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was still facing off against Dongfang Zhuangshi. Su Xiaolan had already snuck around and sealed off one side. And Lin also sealed off another side with a cold smile on his face. Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and Enlin surrounded Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong in a triangular formation. I'm going to show you how much of a mistake it was to hurt my Xiaolan. And Lin looked at Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong with an enraged expression on his face. He could see the wounds on Su Xiaolan's body, and he was already struggling to repress his fury. The three powerful beings surrounded Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, and a mass brawl was clearly about to ensue. And Lin was quite happy with this turn of events. It looked like they would be able to slay Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong here as well. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong heaved a forlorn sigh, as if it had made a difficult decision. It brought out a red pill from its storage ring, from which an extremely terrifying pill power erupted and surged through the air. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. This is a divine pill? There was no mistaking it. Only a divine pill could possess such terrifying pill power fluctuations. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong didn't say anything before it swallowed the pill. Boom! An extremely powerful burst of life force energy rose into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds overhead. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's life force fluctuations soared explosively, as if it were a life form filled with infinite possibilities. At the same time, the crimson bone wings on its back glowed with a dazzling light, upon which what appeared to be crimson sausages fell from those bone wings. Those sausages quickly squirmed and transformed into a series of beast heads, all of which were completely different. Is this a mystic technique unleashed after using a divine pill to enhance one's life force to the extreme? Dongfang Zhuangshir's expression became extremely grave. How dare you use pills hacks? And Lin was very indignant. He forgot to buy divine pills. But his enemy was using a divine pill. Filthy rich and was very angry to see this. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's aura seemed to have broken through to a certain level, and it became more and more vast and ethereal. It glared coldly at the three people before it, and it clenched its fists as an unyielding aura erupted from its body directly into the clouds. There is a time limit, so I will kill all of you within that limited time. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was very arrogant, but it was arrogant for good reason. A terrifying aura swept forth from its body, striking one with an instinctive sense of fear. All those blood-stained beast heads dangling from its crimson bone wings only added to the effect, making one feel as if a god of slaughter had descended. How about I kill all of you and hang your heads from my wings? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong chuckled coldly. Didn't you say there was a time limit? Why do you still have time to talk shit? And Lin spoke with a speechless expression. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. A series of white jade-like balls appeared around its body, all of which were perfectly flawless, as if they were the purest jewels in this world, and all of them exuded extremely terrifying auras. The beast diagram at the very center of Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's back also lit up. Many living beings in this world think that my Heavenly Venerate title is undeserved. They say I have no right to call myself the Heavenly Venerate. However, my title was forged upon the bodies and blood of countless beasts. I am the most powerful being in the beast tribe, so why can't I refer to myself as the Heavenly Venerate? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's aura erupted once again, and it climbed all the way to the maximal upper limit of the Tao integration stage. In the sinister spirit beast cesspool, I am the heavens, and I am the Heavenly Venerate. A burst of paramount divine might erupted forth for over 1,500 kilometers, and all beasts instinctively sprawled to the ground with awe and horror, regardless of their cultivation bases. And Lin understood now. There was a time limit, but it must have been quite a lengthy one, as Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong did not appear to be in a rush at all. 99 of those flawless white balls materialized around Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's body, and it pointed a finger at Dongfang Zhuangshir. All those who oppose me in the sinister spirit beast cesspool must die. Beams of extremely concentrated holy light erupted forth from the balls, shooting toward Dongfang Zhuangshir. The beams of light contrasted greatly with the ferocious, menacing might erupting from Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's body, but it was still the most fearsome power and Lin had ever witnessed among Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Dongfang Zhuangshir quickly evaded, but those beams of light refracted according to his movements, clearly able to trace him. Luo Tian Divine Sabers. He roared as two snowy white sabers with countless golden divine symbols carved upon them appeared in his hands, which he used to slash toward the beams of white light. Those two sabers were a set of divine tools. The saber projections were imbued with extremely powerful demonic blood true intent, shattering the oncoming beams of white light. But Dongfang Zhuangshir was also blasted back by the resulting explosive force. Just as Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong began to attack Dongfang Zhuangshir, two extremely terrifying auras erupted from either side of it, followed by a sense of extreme danger enshrouding its entire body. It felt like a holy beast was scrutinizing it from one side while a paramount god was charging toward it from the other side. Vermilion bird god slaying strike. Su Xiaolin spread open her holy flame wings, and she flew through the air at an extremely fast speed as her dragon sparrow sword fell upon holy vermilion flame with extremely pure holy flames capable of incinerating all things. And Lin's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, which streaked through the air. At that moment, the evil-slaying sword was imbued with the paramount heavenly wind power, making it capable of slicing through all things as it hurtled toward Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's neck. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's eyes flashed, and the 99 perfect white balls began to revolve around it like planets in orbit, gathering speed as they went before creating a white, mirror-like barrier. Dao Jade Force Field. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong spoke in a cold voice. The dragon sparrow sword fell, and holy flames exploded. Boom! One side of the heavens was transformed into a sea of fire. Su Xiaolan's attack possessed a power that was at the pinnacle of the Dao integration stage, but the barrier materialized by Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong seemed to possess a peculiar force that prevented Su Xiaolan's sword blade from moving even an inch further. On the other side, Lin's evil-slaying sword fell at lightning speed. Bam! The sword crashed into the Dao Jade force field with the paramount might of the heavens. The Dao Jade force field was unable to handle this attack, and it instantly shattered. However, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong took advantage of this opportunity to evade, and Lin's sword strike fell upon thin air. Lin's sword strike could break through all things, but it couldn't strike Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Dao Jade Rejection. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong spread open its hands, facing one palm toward Su Xiaolan and the other toward Lin. A sense of extreme peril suddenly welled up in Lin's heart, and he unleashed his wind of absolute power without any hesitation. An extremely powerful rejection force erupted in that instant. An absolute vacuum was created within a radius of over 5 kilometers. All 99 flawless white balls lit up at the same time as a devastating power erupted outward, rejecting all powers, air, vital energy, and all lives in Dao. The space before Lin twisted before wailing with anguish, as if even space were being rejected. Bam! The power crashed into Lin's body and blasted him flying. If it weren't for the fact that he had the wind of absolute power to protect himself, he would have been rejected into nothingness. Su Xiaolan activated her true dragon wall at the first possible moment, but her divine Dao was rejected by the peculiar power of the Dao Jade and seemed to be cowering away. The power of the Dao Jade could reject even the power of the divine Dao. The true dragon wall began to cower and shatter, and the power of the Dao Jade passed through it to strike Su Xiaolan's body. Su Xiaolan was blasted flying with blood gushing from her mouth as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong wore a disdainful expression on its face. So what if you're the heir to the vermilion bird? So what if you possess the powers of the heavenly gods? You're all just ants to me. It was just about to chase down Su Xiaolan when 2 extremely dazzling saber projections fell from the sky. Dongfang Zhuangshi wielded his Luotian divine sabers, and they crashed down from above. The crimson divine Dao of the demonic blood Kirin was injected into the snowy white sabers before 2 saber projections that extended for over 100 kilometers were unleashed. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong unleashed its Dao Jade force field again. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi's saber strikes were not so easy to take care of. Even after activating the Dao Jade force field, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was still forced to the ground amid 2 abyssal fissures, which stretched for over 100 kilometers each. It had to be said that Dongfang Zhuangshi's combat prowess was still extremely powerful, and he had done a great job of alleviating pressure from Lin and Su Xiaolan. However, he appeared to still be somewhat inferior to Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong stood on the ground completely unscathed, and it looked up at Dongfang Zhuangshi with a smile. All the preparatory work is done now. Come on out, my mythological beasts. All 99 flawless jade balls flew toward the beast heads, hanging from Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's bone wings before sinking into their foreheads. The 99 heads were like ripe fruits falling from a tree as they detached themselves from the bone wings and hung in midair before quickly growing bodies from the injection of immense life force energy to transform into a series of extremely terrifying mythological beasts. And Lin understood the true meaning behind Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's consumption of that divine pill. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong roared like a madman as its power of the divine Dao poured forth in a frenzy. Its body quickly shriveled and dimmed as the 99 Dao jade balls attached to the heads of the 99 beasts became even more dazzling. Soon, an astonishing scene appeared. There were 100 beasts in the air, including Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, all of which were exuding Tao integration stage energy fluctuations. There was a flaming phoenix that was incinerating heaven and earth, a massive python that was dancing through the air, a divine cow with paramount divine power, a shadow demon that was as ethereal and insubstantial as smoke and mist. The earth had been scorched into an infernal pit of lava by a round, golden mythological beast. The sky had been dominated by a massive falcon over 100,000 feet in size with divine wind wreaking havoc around its body. There was a mythological beast with a turtle's body and over 1,000 colorful centipedes on its shell, all of which were waving their 10,000-meter-long bodies like seaweed that extended all the way into the sky, presenting a sinister, ghastly spectacle to behold. There was a jellyfish with a hood that encompassed a radius of over 100,000 meters, beneath which transparent feelers waved in the wind. Each of those feelers had a sinister beast skull dangling from them, making it appear as if countless beast skulls were hovering in the air. There was even a lightning divine leopard that moved as fast as lightning and was extremely difficult to trace. Heaven and earth instantly transformed into something completely unrecognizable. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Su Xiaolan, and Enlin looked on with astonishment etched on their faces. Having 100 mythological beasts appear at once was an extremely shocking scene to behold. What was going on? Was this the beginning of a new age? Was this Armageddon? All of the beast tribe powerful beings that were at the end of the road were instantly reinvigorated. My God! Is that the patriarch of my tribe, the blue flame phoenix? Isn't that the legendary earth-shaking divine cow? Didn't it die a long time ago? Isn't that the scorching monarch from the ancient Tai Chu realm? Gasp! Even the ghost-eye divine crocodile is here. What is that jellyfish with the skulls hanging from its tentacles? All of the beast tribe powerful beings were either completely astonished or immensely excited as they looked at all of those mythological beasts, some of which they recognized, and some of which they didn't. All of them were either once extremely renowned monarchs or fallen ancient mythological beasts. Not only were Enlin and the others dumbstruck by this, even the beast tribe powerful beings that had rushed over from afar to provide reinforcements fled into the distance. None of them dared to approach that doomsday-like realm in the distance. Enlin was struck by a sense of horror for the first time. This was the combined might of 100 mythological beasts. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong stood proudly at the center of all of these mythological beasts. Even though its body had dimmed significantly, it was full of pride and excitement as it chortled with glee. Do you see that? This is my ultimate creation, resurrection of the 100 beasts. Some of them are mythological beasts from the ancient Tai Chu realm, some of them are mythological beasts from the Tai Chu continent, and some of them are mythological beasts from other worlds. There are even mythological beasts that only existed in legends, but no one knew where they actually came from. They're all dead, but I resurrected all of them. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's eyes glowed with a scorching light. 99 mythological beasts. All of them have countless legends surrounding them, but now I am their master. This is the majesty the Heavenly Venerate of the beast tribe should possess. Even though Enlin had seen many things in his short cultivation career, he had seen nothing like this before. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong definitely had the makings to become a first-rate flexor. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi was not convinced. You are only able to resurrect a portion of the powers possessed by these mythological beasts. All of them are walking corpses with Tao integration stage auras, but all of them can only be classified as the weakest among all Tao integration stage mythological beasts. They won't be able to maintain their life forces for long. What's the point? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong didn't deny Dongfang Zhuangshi's words. Instead, it threw back its head and chortled with mirth. What's the point? The point is to kill all of you. Dongfang Zhuangshi, you were inferior to me tens of thousands of years ago, and now you're even further inferior to me. This is going to be your final resting place. The Tao Jades embedded within the heads of the mythological beasts suddenly began to exude extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. All of the mythological beasts turned toward Enlin and the others with ferocious expressions. This is the first time I have displayed all 100 of my mythological beasts to anyone in this world. You should feel honored to be able to perish from my most powerful technique. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong clasped its hands behind its back. Go on, my mythological beasts. Crush them. The 99 mythological beasts roared as they pounced toward Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi, threatening to crush the entire heavens with their devastating combined auras. There were simply too many of them, and Enlin's flesh was beginning to crawl. Tina's battle against the beast tribe powerful beings was nearing a conclusion, and she stared blankly at the 100 mythological beasts in the sky, suddenly feeling as if her battle were like a play fight between infants in comparison. The first beast to reach Enlin was the lightning leopard. Its claws were sharp to the extreme, and they screeched through the air as they tore the space apart like a bolt of lightning. Enlin was already prepared as he slashed his sword toward the lightning leopard's claws. A terrifying power intermingled with lightning exploded violently. Enlin was slapped flying, but the lightning leopard was also sent flying from the sword strike, which also pulverized its claws. At this moment, a black shadow appeared behind Enlin amid bursts of sinister laughter. A beast with a ghostly head covered in black scales and enshrouded in a gray cloak appeared behind Enlin. It was over 1,000 feet tall, and it extended its sharp, spear-like mouth that could puncture space as it thrust toward Enlin's head. Enlin's divine sense had been activated to its maximum extent, and he reacted extremely quickly as he evaded the attack. The sharp spear-like mouth shot past his shoulder, puncturing the space within over 100 kilometers. At this moment, the massive falcon over 100,000 feet in size flapped its wings to create a surge of violent divine wind, which forced Enlin to the ground. On the ground below, over 100 colorful centipedes wiggled their sinister bodies as they pounced toward him. Their crimson mouths gaped open as if they were trying to swallow Enlin's entire body. A ferocious expression appeared on Enlin's face, and the divine halo of the power of mountains appeared above his head as his fist fell with a devastating force. The golden fist projection crushed all of the dancing centipedes and punctured the turtle mythological beast below them as well. Howl! The mythological beast wailed. Before Enlin had a chance to catch his breath, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. A black shadow had appeared behind him. Sinister, eerie laughter sounded. The mythological beast Shadow Demon plunged its shadow longsword toward Enlin's waist, breaking through his divine body and sending blood splattering through the air. None of the mythological beasts was a match for Enlin in battle. However, there were simply too many of them, and Enlin was soon forced into a dire situation. Su Xiaolan had been surrounded by 8 divine monkeys, all of whom were extremely powerful. "Hold her down, brother!" a sword-wielding divine monkey roared. Another gray divine monkey that was wielding chains chortled as countless chains swept toward Su Xiaolan from all directions. Su Xiaolan sliced through the sword-wielding divine monkey with her sword before evading at an extremely fast speed to avoid the chains. However, a divine monkey enshrouded in blue flames suddenly blasted flames toward Su Xiaolan, cutting her off from her retreat. At the same time, massive waves hurtled forth toward Su Xiaolan, trapping her between scorching flames and devastating waves. She had no choice but to unleash her true dragon wall. Amid the lethal realm of water and fire, another divine monkey suddenly appeared before her. Divine Monkey Diamond Fist. Golden light illuminated the sky as a devastating fist projection exploded. Bam! The earth exploded violently as a terrifying force surged through the air within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Su Xiaolan was blasted flying by the punch, and a huge black crocodile suddenly appeared in front of her. The crocodile opened its cavernous mouth, within which a terrifying power of slaughter swirled. A vortex-like suction force erupted, frantically sucking in Su Xiaolan's body. Elsewhere, Dongfang Zhuangshi had been given the VIP treatment as 50 mythological beasts were set upon him at once. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong chortled with glee. Didn't Dongfang Zhuangshi want to take back his chaotic life core? How was he going to do that when he was going to die soon? Dongfang Zhuangshi had only just sliced a massive 10,000 feet tall mountain hurled toward him by the earth-shaking divine cow in half, when 10 mythological beasts closed in on him from different directions before unleashing their signature spell technique attacks. Boom, 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 boom. Earth-shattering explosions erupted. The destructive power imbued within the spell techniques reduced everything to nothingness. It was also at this moment that a crimson energy tore through the explosive power. A roar imbued with peerless divine might erupted throughout heaven and earth. A Kirin over 30,000 feet in length with blood energy enveloping his entire body appeared in the sky. Dongfang Zhuangshi was forced into his demonic blood Kirin form once again. Demonic blood Kirin. I'm going to grind you into the ground even after you reveal your most powerful form. I'm going to show you who is the true master of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was not surprised by Dongfang Zhuangshi revealing his true form. In fact, it became even more elated as a ripple proliferated forth from its eyes. The mythological beasts seemed to have received a certain command, and they pounced toward the demonic blood Kirin with renewed ferocity. The demonic blood Kirin used his vital energy to control his Luo Tian divine sabers, slicing two oncoming flying mythological beasts in half. And then, the valiant demonic blood Kirin had the crap beaten out of him by the other 48 mythological beasts. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong looked on with a wide smile as its three enemies were all slowly forced into dire situations. What a wonderful scene to behold! It pulled out a cup of immortal wine and began sipping on it amid the scenes of devastation and destruction. An area with a radius of over 1,000 kilometers had been transformed into a lethal battlefield. This battle had even affected the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. All throughout the boundless sinister spirit beast cesspool, vital energy became more violent as the wind and clouds swept through the air rapidly. Earth-shattering booms erupted from time to time, threatening to make the entire sky collapse. Divine Phoenix Maiden? Demonic Blood Kirin? Sect Leader Enlin? All of you are just trash to me. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was very feeble, but its 99 mythological beasts were very powerful, so it wasn't worried at all. Thousands of kilometers away, a beast tribe powerful being murmured to itself as it looked on at the doomsday-like scenario taking place in the distance. Only a true god can bring all of these legendary mythological beasts back to life. What did it feel like to witness all of these legendary figures in the flesh? Many of the spectating beast tribe powerful beings felt as if they were dreaming. When they learned that Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was responsible for this, their reverence for Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong increased even further. In their eyes, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong had truly been elevated to a godly status. Not only did the beast tribe powerful beings think this, but even Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was also of the same opinion. It sampled its immortal wine, and it seemed to have attained enlightenment. 20 years of work went down the drain, and the divine Bat Emperor fell before my eyes. Both of these were disastrous events, but it looks like every cloud really does have a silver lining. In my fit of rage, I unleashed the trump card I had hidden for countless years but have attained enlightenment as a result. It looked on with a wide smile at the sight of its three struggling enemies. I have already observed the Tao of life and death to the extreme. However, after unleashing my 100 mythological beast mystical technique, I have seen a new interpretation of life. I knew what this entails. Perhaps I'm going to take that step, and when that time comes, I will truly become a god. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was very elated. It raised its cup as a toast to the demonic blood Kirin in the distance before downing the content of the cup in one go. Right at this moment, a bolt of peerlessly dazzling lightning punctured through space and tore through everything as it hurtled toward it. Golden lightning revolved around Enlin's body, and he tore through the air with an unstoppable force. He pulverized 3 mythological beasts and severely wounded 2 more mythological beasts along the way. He was the master of lightning, and he could destroy all things. Is this one of the powers of the heavenly gods again? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong furrowed its brows. What a bothersome ability. It discovered that Enlin was currently rushing toward it. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, you look a little feeble. Should I zap you with some shock treatment? Enlin laughed heartily as his body shot through the air like a bolt of golden lightning as he headed straight for Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. He decided to target Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong first as killing it might disable this entire spell technique. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong harumphed coldly upon seeing this. A blue phoenix fell from the sky and carried its body into the distance. It was staging a tactical retreat. After all, grinding down Enlin with its sea of mythological beasts was its primary course of action. Enlin was still giving chase to Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, but all types of mythological beasts tried to stop him by either positioning themselves in his path or throwing devastating spell techniques toward him. A doomsday-like calamity basically followed Enlin wherever he went. This was a very difficult chase for Enlin, as he had to keep using his power of the Heavenly Lightning God, which was very taxing on his energy reserves. Furthermore, there were mythological beasts that were constantly trying to stop him in his tracks, and he had to keep evading their attacks, thereby making it very difficult for him to chase down Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong and its phoenix steed. He was starting to get quite annoyed. Su Xiaolan Dongfang Zhuangshi, and he had only managed to kill a dozen or so mythological beasts in total, so there were still over 80 of them left. Meanwhile, all three of them were struggling to keep up with this intense battle. If they tried to kill all of the mythological beasts, they would most likely be ground down and exhausted to death long before that could happen. So what else could he do? What else could he do to dispel Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's spell technique? The ghost-eye divine crocodile spread open its wings and flew through the air. Its body was over 10,000 meters in length, obscuring the entire sky, and its thick scales emanated a black light that was full of despair under the light of the sun. Bursts of ghostly energy revolved around its body, emanating extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. All of a sudden, its stomach and abdomen began to swell and turn red. A painful expression appeared on the ghost-eye divine crocodile's face, and it struggled frantically. However, all of its struggles were to no avail as its scales began to explode, revealing the charred black flesh underneath. Boom! A white holy flame vermilion bird flew into the sky, splitting the ghost-eye divine crocodile down the middle as boundless holy flames continued to incinerate its entire body. The ghost-eye divine crocodile struggled amid a series of blood-curdling cries as it attempted to snuff out the holy flames with its black ghostly power. However, the holy flames epitomized the power of yang and flames, and they were not going to be snuffed out by such pitiful ghostly power. Soon, the ghost-eye divine crocodile was burned to a crisp, and the Tao jade embedded on its forehead shattered as a result. Su Xiaolan emerged amid the holy flames, appearing as if she were a holy maiden that had descended from the heavens. "Think twice before you try to swallow me," Su Xiaolan harumphed coldly. However, Su Xiaolan's brutal dismantling of the ghost-eye divine crocodile did nothing to faze the surrounding mythological beasts. All of them continued to roar and pounce toward her in hordes. Su Xiaolan's expression darkened upon seeing this, and she gritted her teeth as she continued to forcefully elevate her cultivation base through the use of her buff mystical technique in order to fend off her enemies. If things continued like this, she was probably going to slowly get ground down and beaten to death. However, Su Xiaolan knew that things would not continue in this manner. She took a glance at Enlin, who was still chasing Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong with all his might, and her heart settled significantly. Enlin had not fallen yet, so how could she give up first? Atop the collapsed Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain, Tina slew the Wild Saber Immortal and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit with the help of the Frost Dress Woman and Gluttony. The 99 mythological beasts were indeed very badass, but none of them participated in the battle here. The Beast Tribe powerful beings were very excited, but the only difference it made was that they could die with excitement rather than in despair. The final few Beast Tribe powerful beings were being eradicated. Ha ha ha, so what if you kill me? You'll come over to the other side to meet us soon. Enjoy your final moments of despair. Our ancestors will show all of you eternal despair. You're all going to die. Ahahaha. All of the Beast Tribe powerful beings fought with no regard for their own safety, as they tried to take as many Divine Mirror Enforcement Team powerful beings down with them as possible. Tina's brows furrowed slightly, and she sprang into action again as she slew the massive Minotaur mighty figures with the help of some mighty figures from the Divine Mirror world. Soon, all of the Beast Tribe powerful beings on the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain were dead. Even though the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team had crushed their enemies, they still suffered some heavy losses. Over 200 soul formation stage powerful beings had fallen in battle along with 2 return to void stage mighty figures. The beast tribe powerful beings simply fought with no regard for their own safety at all. Even though they were decidedly at a disadvantage, they still did not back down or cower at all. It was exactly because of this that the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team still suffered so many deaths even with such an overwhelming advantage. The beast tribe of the sinister spirit beast cesspool really were very fearsome enemies. If this was the case for the soul formation stage and return to void stage beasts, then just how terrifying would the Tao integration stage mythological beasts be? There were currently over 80 of those in the distance, displaying their monstrous powers to the world. Tina looked on at the battle in the distance. Even though she was so far away, just the aura emanating from the battle still managed to strike fear into her heart. Goddess Tina, should we go and reinforce spokesperson and Lin? A return to void stage light wing clan mighty figure half knelt behind Tina. Tina rolled her eyes. Do you think I'll let you walk to your death like this? The light wing clan return to void stage mighty figure was instantly moved to the point of tears. Our goddess Tina is still concerned about our safety even in a situation like this. I'm so very touched. All of the other divine mirror world powerful beings also nodded with tears shimmering in their eyes. Our goddess is so good to us. For a goddess like this, we would gladly lay down our lives. Even if we die for our goddess Tina, we will be immortalized. Tina was developing a headache. All right, stop. Hurry up and get back into the pokeball to recover from your injuries. All of the divine mirror world powerful beings did as they were told. After sending away her lapdogs, Tina was starting to get disconsolate again. She was very frustrated about her inability to help Lin in a critical situation such as this one. On Dongfang Zhuangshi's battlefield, Dongfang Zhuangshi was still being beaten up by several dozen mythological beasts. Just the shockwaves erupting from their clashes threatened to crush the entire heavens, and even though he was holding on valiantly, he was still in an extremely dire situation. A yellow dragon wound itself around the demonic blood Kirin's body with all its might as 2 identical mythological beasts with tiger heads and snake bodies stood on either side of him, blowing ice of extreme frost to restrict the Kirin's movements. The countless beast skulls dangling from the tentacles of the gargantuan jellyfish in the sky fell around the demonic blood Kirin, creating an exceptionally dangerous ceiling formation, while a 9-tailed divine fox punctured the demonic blood Kirin's body with its heavenly sword. At the same time, countless mythological beasts swarmed upon it, unleashing their most powerful attacks to try and kill the demonic blood Kirin in one fell swoop. Dongfang Zhuangshi was in an extremely precarious situation. Elsewhere, Lin was still chasing heavenly venerate Yuqiong, but he was simply unable to reach it, and he killed 2 more mythological beasts in his rage. Little bitch Yuqiong, you no-dick coward. Aren't you supposed to be the paramount god of the sinister spirit beast cesspool? Where are you doing? You're a disgrace to the sinister spirit beast cesspool. And Lin yelled. Heavenly venerate Yuqiong's lips twitched, and the veins on its forehead bulged as it was struck by the urge to turn around and fight Lin. However, it managed to repress the urge. Humph! I hope you can still say something like this when your energy gets completely depleted. Heavenly venerate Yuqiong chuckled coldly as it ignored Lin's taunts and kept fleeing into the distance. Verbal taunts weren't going to work, so Lin had to think of something else. The main problem at the moment was all of these pesky mythological beasts that were impeding him. He had no choice but to deal with their attacks, which slowed him down as a result. Without these mythological beasts standing in his way, he could catch up to Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong within 5 seconds. So what could he do to disable these mythological beasts without expending any extra energy? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin as he recalled something that had been forgotten and was sitting in his storage ring. After Lin had defeated Immortal King Feng Wuya on the Divine Source continent, he had discovered something very interesting when searching for spoils of war within the Immortal King Palace. Luo Yen had told him that the Immortal King had been collecting a type of crystal, or known as dark crystals. Dark crystals contained extremely rich dark-type power and could help one observe the Tao and intent realm of Yin or be used to unleash Yin-type energy as a disposable weapon. In short, these were dark-type energy bombs. Luo Yen had told him that just one dark crystal was capable of severely wounding or even killing a top-rate exalted immortal. Top-rate exalted immortals were about equivalent to the power level of mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage on the Taichu continent, which meant that each dark crystal could release a power that was roughly equivalent to the full force attack of a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage. Not only that, but all enemies struck by the explosions triggered by these dark crystals would be stunned by a special spiritual power that the dark crystals were capable of emitting, thereby inflicting both physical and psychological damage upon its targets. One dark crystal wasn't much, and it probably couldn't even disrupt a single mythological beast. However, immortal King Feng Wuya had searched for them for several thousand years and gathered over 10,000 dark crystals. If 10,000 dark crystals exploded all at once, what effect would that create? And Lin seemed to have discovered a new solution, and he immediately began to chortle with glee. Ha! Where there's a will, there's a way. Little bitch Yu Qiong, today is going to be your death day. At this moment, two more mythological beasts appeared in his path. One of them was an 8-winged venomous lizard dragon, while the other was a dual sword-wielding humanoid wolf. They rushed toward Lin, but before they had a chance to strike, a large number of dark crystals suddenly appeared beside them, of which there were 1,000 in total. One dark crystal might be unable to stop a mythological beast, but what about 1,000? If all of them were detonated at the same time, surely it would wound the mythological beasts and create a chance for Lin to chase down Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. The dark crystals spread out around the two mythological beasts before bursts of dark, all-engulfing light erupted from them, as if they were going to engulf everything in this world. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion took place in the sky. 1,000 dark crystals were the equivalent to 1,000 mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage, unleashing their powers all at once. Even the beast tribe living beings that were situated tens of thousands of kilometers away could see a gargantuan black ball expanding relentlessly, as if it were an all-engulfing black hole. Destructive energy spread through the heavens, obscuring the entire sky as if night had fallen. Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and all of the mythological beasts looked on with astonishment at this devastating explosion. This was truly an extremely terrifying explosion. Heaven and earth had fallen into complete darkness for a split second. The energy explosion came quickly, and it went quickly as well. The dark energy had soon completely dissipated, and Lin was planning to charge through the explosion as a smokescreen to continue his pursuit of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. However, he had underestimated the power of the explosion and was blasted away himself. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is this power? And Lin clasped a hand over his chest and he coughed up from organ damage as his head rang. He turned toward his assailants and was instantly rooted to the spot. The 8-winged venomous lizard dragon and the dual sword-wielding humanoid wolf had been reduced to two stationary statues of charcoal. A stiff breeze blew past, and the two mythological beasts broke down into dust-like particles before getting blown away. And Lin, was this a little too powerful? He was only trying to stop these two mythological beasts with the dark crystals, so how did they get killed? After a brief moment of stunned inactivity, an expression of ecstasy appeared on Lin's face, and he continued to pursue Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. He was now invincible and unstoppable. A flying dragon tried to cut him off. He casually threw 100 dark crystals toward it. Only 10% of what he had previously used was enough. Boom! Dark energy exploded. The flying dragon mythological beast was blasted flying. And Lin was not slowed down in the slightest as he continued to rush toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. It worked. Just 100 dark crystals were enough to stop a mythological beast. He only had 9,000 dark crystals left, so he had to use them sparingly. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was running circles around the battlefield on purpose, so that the mythological beasts could wear Lin down until he was completely depleted. However, now that Lin had his dark crystals, that tactic no longer worked. At this moment, 3 mythological beasts flew over toward Lin from 3 different directions. One was a giraffe-like mythological beast with Kirin horns on its head. One was a divine pig wielding a mace. And the final one was a flying divine goat with golden light beneath its feet. And Lin immediately tossed out 300 more dark crystals. Boom! 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 All three mythological beasts were blasted away at the same time, and they seemed to have been stupefied as well. The giraffe-like mythological beast's head swung wildly and aimlessly through the air before tying its own neck into a dead knot. The mace-wielding divine pig continued to swing its mace blindly through its original trajectory, and it crashed straight into the flying divine goat. Bam! Bah! The flying divine goat let loose a cry of anguish before being knocked flying for over 10 kilometers. So this is the psychological power these dark crystals possess? That's badass. And Lin was astonished. He continued to pursue Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. This time, the distance between them was quickly closing. If any mythological beasts wanted to cut him off, all he would have to do was to throw some dark crystals at them. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong had been forced into a dire situation, and it began to send mythological beasts that were attacking Dongfang Zhuangshi and Su Xiaolan toward Lin. And Lin was surrounded by over 50 mythological beasts in the blink of an eye. And Lin, look out! Dongfang Zhuangshi, who was only hanging on to life by a thread, roared. An immense sense of peril suddenly descended. This was extremely similar to the scenario Dongfang Zhuangshi had once been in. Dongfang Zhuangshi had to fight with all its might and only barely managed to survive. In contrast, Lin was not fazed in the slightest. There's quite a few of them this time. And Lin chuckled coldly before feigning the action of shooting a machine gun, upon which his storage ring began to flash with light. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta! Boom 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 boom. One destructive black flower after another blossomed between heaven and earth. Countless mythological beasts wailed with anguish. At that moment, Lin was like the god of explosives. Countless mythological beasts were disabled both mentally and physically. The exploding dark crystals had become their worst nightmare. And Lin, who was hurling these dark crystals at them, had become the most feared terrorist in their hearts. Explosions followed him wherever he went. All mythological beasts that dared to approach him were put onto a disability pension without any exception. The seemingly fearless mythological beasts were finally struck by a sense of horror and powerlessness. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was also extremely perplexed. Where had Lin produced so many terrifying explosive crystals from? Did these things even exist on the Taichu continent? At this moment, Lin's laughter had already erupted from behind it. Ha ha ha, little bitch Yuqiong. Hurry up and use any trump cards you have up your sleeve. Otherwise, Daddy Lin is going to beat you to death. By the way, let me tell you a secret before you die. I still have 100,000 more of these dark crystals. Boom! Lin's words struck Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong like a bolt of lightning to the head. It almost fell off its phoenix steed from shock and horror. 100,000? Was he fucking serious? How could there be so many? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was in complete despair. Of course, Lin didn't have 100,000 dark crystals. Immortal King Feng Wuya had searched through the divine source continent for several thousand years and only managed to find just over 10,000 dark crystals. After expending so many dark crystals, Lin actually only had about 5,000 left, which wasn't a whole lot. However, that didn't matter as he was very close to Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong and would almost be able to land an attack on it. Little bitch Yuqiong, are you surprised? Are you excited? Daddy's about to blast you to death. Lin chortled with glee. He had been feeling very depressed throughout this entire battle, but now that he had a chance to retaliate, he was completely elated. Even his Tao heart stabilized further. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was the one left to feel depressed now. Its 100 mythological beast mystic technique had one flaw. It was extremely taxing on the body. Even with the assistance of a divine pill, temporarily reviving 99 mythological beasts still made its body extremely feeble. It had thought that it wouldn't matter as it had so many mythological beasts to protect it anyway. But who would have thought that Lin would have so many explosive crystals in his storage ring? Boom! 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 Lin Lin tossed another 200 dark crystals to take care of the final wave of assailants. He was now only 30 kilometers away from Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Whoosh! A wind divine halo appeared above his head, and Lin's aura instantly transformed, and it was as if the heavenly wind god had descended upon this world as the paramount heavenly wind power hurtled toward Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Heavenly Blade! A white line flashed through the air, severing yin and yang and traveling dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong had been concentrating on what Lin was doing since earlier, so it was able to barely evade Lin's heavenly blade by dodging, just as Lin was about to unleash his attack. However, even though it had managed to dodge, its phoenix steed was sliced in half amid a wail of anguish. The blue flame phoenix's power level was only at the weakest level among Dao integration stage super mighty figures, and it was completely unable to defend itself against an attack that was imbued with the power of a heavenly god. As such, it was quite predictable that it would be sliced in half. Blue blood splattered through the air as the two halves of its massive body crashed to the ground below. Little bitch Yuqiong, how are you going to run without your steed now? And Lin's speed elevated explosively once again as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Without the blue fire phoenix to help it escape, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was already slowing down. An inky black sword appeared in Lin's hand. He injected his heavenly wind power into his evil-slaying sword, and much to the shock and horror of Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, his speed was elevated even further as he unleashed his wind sword technique. In the next instant, Lin had already appeared before Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, and his black sword fell mercilessly. Whoosh! White jade shattered. A massive gash was torn into Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's body by the evil-slaying sword, and translucent blood splattered through the air, shimmering like pearls. Die! Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was still able to retaliate even after being severely wounded, and it opened its mouth to blast a white beam of light that shot forth as fast as lightning. And then, its desperate retaliation was blocked by a transparent barrier. This technique again? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was in despair. Get the fuck down! And Lin roared as he aimed an almighty kick into Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's waist. Bam! Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's Dao body, which had not been harmed for countless years, caved in and cracked from Lin's kick. The most powerful being of the sinister spirit beast cesspool let loose a wail of agony as its body crashed into the ground like a meteorite, leaving a massive crater beneath it. And Lin stood proudly above the heavens, looking down at Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. The heavens of the sinister spirit beast cesspool? Arrogant little bitch. Why don't you stand up and fight me? A voice imbued with boundless divine might rumbled like claps of thunder. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was struggling to clamber to its feet. Even the beast tribe powerful beings in the extremely far distance shit themselves upon hearing Lin's thunderous roar. All of those beast tribe powerful beings had witnessed the entire battle from start to finish, from Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong resurrecting 99 mythological beasts in a godlike miraculous feat to Lin and the others being forced into a dire situation, and finally, to Lin turning the tables by producing a seemingly endless supply of dark crystals and beating Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong into the ground. It was exactly because of this that they were even more in awe and veneration of Lin. And Lin was like an invincible war god at that moment. Even the most powerful being within the sinister spirit beast cesspool had to cower beneath his feet. Our Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong lost? Is this the power of the 4-9 Immortal sect leader? How grand and spectacular! The team leader of the extermination team is not someone we can fathom. The fact that he was able to destroy the southern heavenly gate says everything that needs to be said. Could it be that two of our sinister spirit beast cesspool mythological beasts are going to fall today? Some of the beast tribe powerful beings were shocked beyond belief, while others were heaving forlorn sighs. All of them either revered Lin or hated Lin. However, what was undeniable was that they had truly felt just how terrifying Lin was. And Lin's divine halo transformed again from a halo of white wind to an earthy yellow halo. Power of mountains, activate. He began to rush toward Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong as a dazzling golden light erupted from his fist. He unleashed his power of mountains to its very maximum extent, and the paramount power of laws began to materialize on his fist as a gargantuan projection began to appear, obscuring the entire sky. It's this spell technique? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's eyes widened as its body trembled uncontrollably. It recognized this technique, and it could be said that it had a very strong impression of it, as this was the very same technique that had reduced the divine Bat Emperor to a two-dimensional image. This was the ultimate edition of Enlin's mountain-quaking fist, the Mount Buzhou Iron Fist. Paramount true intent erupted forth. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong felt like it could see a vast mountain with no end in sight crashing down with the force to crush all things. It was unable to even move, let alone defend itself. This was an unimaginable and terrifying fist. The divine Bat Emperor was crushed to death by this fist, and Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's current condition was not much better than the divine Bat Emperor's. After all, it had expended most of its energy on the 100 mythological beast spell technique. With this in mind, it finally made a decision. It spread its arms wide and let loose an almighty roar. Return! The remaining 65 mythological beasts suddenly shriveled up, as if their life forces were being sucked away by the flawless white jade balls embedded on their foreheads, upon which the white jade balls pierced through space and instantly returned to Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's side. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong absorbed the life force energy within the jade balls, and its energy quickly recovered. At this moment, the Mount Buzhou projection fell. This attack was not as terrifying as the Mount Buzhou summoned by the Heavenly Mountain God, but it wasn't inferior by much. A gargantuan mountain projection was just about all Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong could see. When it fell, it rocked heaven and earth. Shock waves exploded forth for several hundred kilometers. The earth was instantly shattered and caved in. All of the living beings present stared at the gargantuan mountain with astonishment etched on their faces. The main thing they were concerned about was, had Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong been crushed to death? Su Xiaolan's jade dress was stained by blood, as was her exquisitely beautiful face, making her appear extremely disheveled. However, a vibrant smile appeared on her face upon seeing Enlin smashed Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong into the ground, and forcing it to withdraw its 100 mythological beast mystic technique. I knew Enlin wouldn't disappoint me. Nice one. She swallowed an immortal pill before slowly approaching Enlin. Mr. Enlin sure is reliable. Dongfang Zhuangshi panted heavily with an expression of approval on his face. Enlin's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Never would he have thought that Enlin would be able to break through a defensive line of several dozen mythological beasts to pummel Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. If it weren't for Enlin's performance, he would at least be half dead, if not completely dead already. Oh wait, no, he was already half dead. Dongfang Zhuangshi had suffered the most damage among the three of them. All four of his legs on his massive Kirin body had been severed, and he only had half of his body left. The remaining half of his body was like a piece of holy Swiss cheese, and blood was gushing relentlessly from all over the place. Su Xiaolan didn't even know how he was still alive. Dongfang Zhuangshi's power of the divine Tao enshrouded his entire body, and his bones, organs, and tissues began to regenerate at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Your regenerative ability is comparable to Blood Tribe Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Su Xiaolan was quite amazed. Dongfang Zhuangshi raised his proud head upon hearing this. My title of demonic blood Kirin is not just for show. My understanding and the Tao of life is unmatched in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. A teasing smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. I'm not too sure about that. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong can even temporarily resurrect deceased mythological beasts. That suggests that its understanding of the Tao of life seems to be superior to yours. Dongfang Zhuangshi blushed slightly, but he refused to concede. That's because of the difference in our Tao. Besides, he relied on a divine pill and perhaps even the power of the chaotic life core to unleash that mystic technique. If it didn't have those things, I wouldn't be afraid of it in a one-on-one battle. You have to realize that I wasn't even fighting with all my power. Su Xiaolan looked at Dongfang Zhuangshi's body, which was in an extremely critical condition, and her lips twitched. He wasn't fighting with all his power? That was hard to believe when he was already on the brink of death. However, Su Xiaolan didn't want to keep dealing blows upon the middle-aged man's fragile heart. Instead, she turned toward the projection of Mount Buzhou in the distance. Their top priority now was to verify whether Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong had died or not. The Mount Buzhou projection slowly dimmed. A massive crater began to appear in the ground. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi both approached the crater to see how Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was. And Lin panted heavily, and he too looked into the crater. That Mount Buzhou iron fist he had just unleashed had almost used up the last of his energy. His divine halo crumbled into specks of light, and if it weren't for the fact that he was trying to keep up appearances, his eyes would have rolled back into his head, and he would have fainted already. Su Xiaolan was very excited. Is Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong dead? Dongfang Zhuangshi was also very excited. Has it been flattened? The two of them appeared in the air over the crater, and both of them faltered slightly. It's still not dead? Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed. It's still not flat? Dongfang Zhuangshi's brows furrowed even further. At the center of the crater, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's 65 flawless jade beads had formed an umbrella-shaped formation around it, keeping Lin's devastating attack at bay. Of course, all 65 of those beads had now been destroyed. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's entire body was also cracked and lined with fractures. Its once flawless, jade-like body looked like it was a pane of glass on the verge of shattering. Even so, it was still standing. Even the weight of Mount Buzhou was unable to force it off its feet. A sense of respect welled up in Lin's heart upon seeing this, and he clasped his hands behind his back. You're very impressive. To think that you can take one of my punches and still be standing. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was enraged upon seeing this. How condescending did he have to be? Would it kill him to not flex? However, this is the end of the road for you, and Lin continued. Hee, that might not be the case. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong forced a smile onto its face as it looked up at the white-robed man in the sky with a ferocious expression. You're at your limit as well, right? Otherwise, you would have killed me with your powers of the heavenly gods. But you haven't done that. You're not some idiot that will give the enemy a chance to counterattack through excessive flexing. The only explanation is that you're no longer able to use your powers of the heavenly gods anymore. In fact, you might not even have the power to unleash any more powerful spell techniques. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong looked at Lin with an expression that looked as if it had seen through him. It wanted to see the panic and anxiety on Lin's face after having his facade blown. But to its surprise, Lin remained completely calm and collected. I think you might be misunderstanding something, Lin said with a calm smile on his face. What do you mean? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's brows furrowed slightly, and Lin suddenly burst into laughter. I'm not leaving you alive because I no longer have the power to kill you. He pulled out 2 immortal pills from his storage ring before swallowing them with a smile. I just want to celebrate by making a breakthrough before I kill you. Wh? What? A breakthrough? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was astonished. Dongfang Zhuangshi wore the same expression as Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong as both of them stared at Lin. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan drew a sharp intake of breath. Lin, can't you hold it off for a while? She knew what was happening. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong had most likely already been beaten into submission by Lin, and Lin was about to progress to the return to void intermediate stage. I can't. This is not something I can decide. A wry smile appeared on Lin's face before he looked at Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong again with the might and prestige of a heavenly god. You should be honored to be able to witness my breakthrough to the return to void intermediate stage before you die. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's face convulsed. Honor? I don't give a shit if you can progress to the return to void intermediate stage or not. Wait, that wasn't the point. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong came to its senses and became even more astonished. You can make a breakthrough during your battle with me? It's all thanks to you being beaten into submission by me. And Lin's eyes lit up, and an expression of genuine gratitude appeared on his face. No, I am the most powerful being in the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. How could I have been beaten into submission by you? Stop spouting nonsense. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's aura exploded forth, and the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers tremored violently. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi's expressions both shifted upon seeing this. They didn't think that Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong would be able to muster up such a terrifying power even after being severely wounded like this. It doesn't matter what you say. I've received official confirmation that you've been beaten into submission. And Lin chuckled. Cultivation base mission, progress to return to void intermediate stage. Beat 9 Dao integration stage living beings into submission. Mission progress. September 9th. Dao integration stage living beings that have been beaten into submission include Immortal King Feng Wuxia, Emperor Yideng, Emperor Mang, Empress Helen, Emperor Bei Xing, the God Engulfing Skeleton, the Dark Spirit King, the Divine Bat Emperor, and Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Mission complete. Now commencing breakthrough. And Lin stepped forward, and the sky within a radius of over 1,500 kilometers suddenly changed color. Vital energy surged violently as dark clouds obscured the entire sky, within which divine lightning crackled and roared. This was undoubtedly the precursor to a return to void stage mighty figures tribulation transcendence. Impossible. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong shook its head relentlessly as it stared blankly up at the man in the sky, as if it had been dealt a heavy blow. How could he just transcend his tribulation whenever he liked it? And Lin said that he was going to celebrate its death by making a breakthrough, and he really was doing just that. What a massive insult! In the sky above, golden void lightning tumbled and roared like dragons. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong looked up at the lightning in the sky, and its eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, wasn't this a good thing? And Lin had chosen to transcend his tribulation here, and he couldn't be disrupted in the process. Otherwise, the might of the divine lightning would become more and more powerful until it killed him. As such, transcending a tribulation in front of an enemy was an extremely foolish thing to do as it placed one completely at their enemy's mercy. Ha 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 ha! Don't blame me for your own stupidity. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was already chortling with glee, and it stepped forward before rising into the sky like a majestic bird, heading straight for Lin. I'm really looking forward to seeing what will happen after your tribulation transcendence gets disrupted. A ferocious expression appeared on Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's face, alongside a sinister smile as a terrifying power converged between his hands. And Lin, Mr. And Lin. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi's expressions shifted at the same time as they charged toward Lin. And Lin was currently transcending a tribulation, and any disruptions would result in catastrophic consequences. You're both too slow. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong chuckled coldly. It was confident that it would be able to reach Lin before Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi did. Die Lin. This will be your final resting place. A piece of white Dao jade imbued with an extremely terrifying power appeared in Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's hands. It tossed the piece of Dao jade toward Lin. A bolt of golden void lightning tore through the dark clouds before crashing down toward Lin with monstrous power, illuminating the dim heaven and earth with its dazzling golden light. Ha ha ha! Even the gods are lending me their assistance. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was ecstatic. It and the golden void lightning falling from above had sandwiched Lin, so where could he run? However, its smile suddenly froze on its face, as the golden void lightning skirted around Lin before crashing down upon it with even more terrifying might. Boom! The divine lightning exploded, rocking heaven and earth. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong stood in midair with its entire body charred black and a confused expression on its face as a wisp of white smoke escaped from its mouth. Why would the lightning strike me? Are you transcending your tribulation? Or am I the one transcending a tribulation? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was starting to doubt its existence. And Lin looked down at Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong with a mocking expression. Little bitch Yuqiong, do you like the grand funeral I prepared for you? You'll be sent on your way by golden void lightning created by the heavenly Dao. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's eyes widened, and it was just about to explode with rage. Boom! Another bolt of golden void lightning fell from the sky. After that, The golden void lightning skirted around Enlin again before increasing in power and striking toward Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Hi-ya! Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was prepared this time, and it let loose a clear cry as it used its Dao Jade to defend itself. Lightning exploded and clashed violently with the power of the Dao Jade. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was then blasted flying by the golden void lightning. I remember now. You're the Lord of Transcendence. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong came to a sudden realization. Enlin possessed the power to manipulate divine lightning, so it was no wonder that it could direct the divine lightning toward it instead. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong spoke in a cold voice. You're just desperately trying to cling onto a final ray of hope. You're going to enrage the heavens by directing the golden void lightning toward me. The golden void lightning will only become more and more powerful if it doesn't strike its designated target. You're only going to increase the difficulty of your tribulation transcendence by doing this. Progressing from the return to void initial stage to the return to void intermediate stage would only require a small lightning tribulation, which was not very dangerous, but if Enlin kept this up, he was going to kill himself sooner or later. Enrage the heavens? Enlin raised his arms and looked up into the sky, as if he were embracing the entire heaven and earth. The golden void lightning in the sky tore through the clouds and displayed their boundless might to the world. I am the paramount ruler of all lightning between heaven and earth. I can force all divine lightning to do my bidding. As for what the heavens think, why should that matter to me? His voice resonated with the golden void lightning, and countless bolts of golden void lightning slowly pierced through the clouds like sharp swords before hanging in the sky. Each and every bolt of golden void lightning possessed more power than the two bolts that had previously descended. And now there were tens, hundreds, thousands of them. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong looked up at the vast expanse of golden void lightning in the sky, and its knees began to tremble. It knew that all of those bolts of golden void lightning were meant for it. All of the divine lightning in the sky was being manipulated by Enlin. What kind of power was this? The white-robed man standing proudly amid the lightning was probably a true god. Not only was Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong under that impression, but even Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and all of the beast tribe living being spectating from afar also had the same thought in their minds. It was one thing for Enlin to be able to direct the lightning away from him, but it was an entirely different thing for him to be able to make all of them reveal themselves and aim them toward Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. One had to realize that this was tribulation lightning, and it fell one bolt at a time. But now, there were thousands of bolts of divine lightning that were about to fall at once. How was anyone supposed to live through that? Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong suddenly understood why Enlin would choose to transcend his tribulation here now. He was trying to use the divine lightning to destroy it. Enjoy your final moments in this world. Enlin pointed up at the sky with one hand and pointed at Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong with the other as dazzling lightning crackled around his fingertips. Within his body, and Kirin was glowing with an unprecedented scintillating light. Lightning funeral. Rumble. 10,000 bolts of lightning roared as blinding golden light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Devastating golden void lightning fell from the sky like a lethal waterfall. All of them crashed down upon Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, and their combined destructive power seemed to be threatening to annihilate the entire heaven and earth. It was so dazzling that a boundless expanse of golden light was all that remained between heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that everything, including space, was crushed into nothingness. Golden lightning instantly engulfed Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers was annihilated into nothingness. In the sky above, a lone man stood amid the exploding golden void divine lightning with an exuberant expression on his face. Even when stationary, this was a man who demanded reverence and struck onlookers with a sense of entrancement and intoxication. Even Su Xiaolan's heart was moved by the sight of Enlin in his current state. This was the type of emotion one felt upon discovering a different side to the person they loved. This type of Enlin was also extremely bewitching. Enlin loved to flex. But perhaps even Enlin didn't know that Su Xiaolan loved to watch Enlin flex. Earth-shattering divine lightning exploded as boundless golden void lightning wreaked havoc upon the earth, destroying anything and everything. The lightning slowly dissipated, revealing the ground below, which had been ravaged into a completely unrecognizable state. Within the center of a gargantuan crater, a charred black body stood. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's flawless, jade-like body had been transformed into a charcoal statue, and it stood rooted to the spot with no hint of vitality left within it. Deathly silence ensued. Tribulation clouds continued to tumble and churn in the sky above. All of the beast tribe powerful beings looked on with wide eyes, as if they were still holding on to a shred of hope, as if they wanted to see that charred black body suddenly spring into action. They still couldn't believe that the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool would fall just like that. However, all of a sudden, the great Tao of heaven and earth wailed with grief. Boundless sorrow enshrouded heaven and earth, and the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. A heaven and earth phenomenon of a ridiculously massive scale took place once again. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's death had been verified by heaven and earth. No one could deny it this time, as reality had been forced upon them. Several tens of billions of beasts all throughout the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool looked up at the sky with teary eyes or expressions of unadulterated incredulity and shock. A piece of information flowed into their minds, letting them know that the most powerful being in the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, had fallen. This was a piece of news that had spread instantly throughout the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. Not even the divine Bat Emperor had received such VIP treatment. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was probably the only mythological beast worthy of having an announcement of its death broadcasted across the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. The emotion of grief permeated throughout the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. And Lin remained standing proudly above the heavens with his white robe flapping around him, appearing as if he were an invincible war god. He had now crushed the most powerful being in the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool beneath his feet and become a paramount being here. All of the beast tribe living beings felt that Lin's name would be heard throughout the entire continent again soon. Aside from those legendary god of creation living beings, Lin probably had no one to fear on this vast Taichu continent. The tribulation clouds were still churning, and Lin knew that it was time for him to transcend his tribulation. He had used his own tribulation to send Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong on his way. After completing such a flex-worthy feat, Lin was extremely elated, and his Tao heart was as clear as ever. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong really was a respectable opponent though. Even after suffering such a terrifying blow, it still remained standing and did not fall. This was the pride of the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Setting aside all of their differences, Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi were actually all in admiration of it. Wait, something's not quite right, Su Xiaolan suddenly said. Dongfang Zhuangshi's brows also furrowed. Where is the final divine Tao reciprocation following the death of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure? The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was beneficial to all beings in this world. It was a widespread inheritance, which allowed everyone to observe heaven and earth from the deceased Tao integration stage super mighty figure's reciprocation to heaven and earth. But where was Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's reciprocation? There was none. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi were both quite perplexed. All of a sudden, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's charred black body suddenly opened its mouth. Bam! A beam of white light, which was concentrated to the extreme, shot forth toward Lin at an extremely fast speed. Lin! Su Xiaolan hurtled toward Lin in a panicked rush to try and stop the beam of light. However, the beam of light was extraordinarily fast, and it instantly punctured Lin's body, upon which countless golden divine symbols began to spread all over his body like crawling insects. Lin's eyes widened with incredulity as he looked down at Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. All of this took place far too spontaneously, and he had no time to react. Wasn't Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong dead? Why was it still able to unleash a spell technique? Su Xiaolan rushed over to Lin before pressing her hand to the punctured wound on his body. She unleashed a healing spell technique as she appraised Lin with a panicked expression. Are you all right? At this moment, an extremely terrifying burst of true intent began to wreak havoc within Lin's body. This was the true intent of the flawless Tao Jade. I understand now. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong injected its divine Tao reciprocation into my body following its death. And Lin was enlightened. It can do that? Dongfang Zhuangshi also flew over with an astonished expression on his face. And Lin knew that this was theoretically possible. When Rafaela had fallen, and Lin and Su Xiaolan had benefited the most from her divine Tao reciprocation. This was partially due to the fact that they were situated the closest to her. But it must have also had something to do with Rafaela directing her reciprocation intentionally or unintentionally toward Lin and Su Xiaolan. Why would it do that? Su Xiaolan was confused. Divine Tao reciprocation contained the highest level of Tao enlightenment a Tao integration stage super mighty figure possessed. Why would it give all of this power to Lin without any reservation? Was it trying to get Lin to inherit its power? Could it be that Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was beaten into submission and decided to do this out of profound respect for the one who had ended its life? A wry smile appeared on Lin's face as he threw up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the strange, golden divine symbols had crawled all over his entire body and fused together with his blood and flesh. He heaved a forlorn sigh. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and it was just a single step away from the God of Creation stage. Do you think it was trying to help me by injecting all of its divine Tao into my body at once? Su Xiaolan's features turned pale upon hearing this. It's trying to kill you through overload? What a cruel technique. It continues to be a pest even after its death. Dongfang Zhuangshi spat through gritted teeth. What do we do, Lin? Su Xiaolan had tears flowing down her face. She discovered that no healing spell technique she was capable of unleashing could clear out the divine Tao reciprocation that had been injected into Lin's body. Calm down. Blood trickled down the corners of Lin's lips, but a calm and collected smile appeared on Lin's face. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi both looked at Lin with anticipation upon hearing this. Lin drew his evil-slaying sword with a smile. My evil-slaying sword has a vanquish the heavens and slay all evil purification technique that can eradicate all debilitating effects cast upon me by an enemy. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up. Yes. I forgot about that. Hurry up and stab yourself. And Lin gripped onto his evil-slaying sword, and it became a flawless white color. It glowed with a holy light, making it appear as if it were the epitome of perfection. He immediately stabbed his evil-slaying sword into a spot on his body close to the puncture wound. The healing effect should improve the closer he stabbed to his wound. Blat! Blood splattered into the air, and Lin gritted his teeth with pain. Purification, activate. 10 seconds later, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's divine Tao reciprocation power was still wreaking havoc within Lin's body. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi were all rooted to the spot. Peculiar silence ensued. What's going on? Su Xiaolan mused with a blank expression. I don't recall there being a time lag for the purification spell technique to take effect. And Lin threw up another mouthful of blood and stared at his bleeding wound with a dumbstruck expression. Why? How could this be? Why isn't my hack working? Even Lin really was starting to panic now. He turned toward the sword in his hand and asked in an urgent voice, Little Xie, why is this happening? What happened to your purification ability? Little Xie's cold and tender voice sounded, It won't work. I can cleanse out all negative, debilitating effects, but this divine Tao reciprocation is not technically a negative effect. Furthermore, it's not just Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's power of the divine Tao. It is also imbued with the power of the paramount laws of heaven and earth. Unless you're able to sever the paramount laws of heaven and earth, you won't be able to get rid of this power. Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. Who would have thought that Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong would be capable of such a counterattack even after its death? Dongfang Zhuangshi was shocked. All Tao integration stage super mighty figures really were formidable foes. As for Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong, who was on the cusp of progressing to God of Creation stage, It had even more tricks up its sleeve. To think that it would use its own death and the laws of heaven and earth to unleash this one final attack. And Lin could use the tribulation lightning between heaven and earth to kill it, but it could also use the laws of heaven and earth to kill Lin. This was the epitome of an eye for an eye. What do we do now? The divine Tao energy within Lin's body was becoming increasingly more violent. The true intent was threatening to make his head explode, and he was in excruciating pain as he claws his hands to his head. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi were incapable of doing anything. This was truly a dire situation. However, right at this moment, a crisp, pleasant call sounded from the distance. Giant and Lin. Tina flew over to Lin quickly as a divine light emanated from her body. Get in! She rushed over to Lin and released a ball of light to enshroud Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi, immediately following which an extremely powerful spatial force began to emanate. Dongfang Zhuangshi was very curious and did not resist this spatial force. Whoosh! All four of them disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, they arrived in a completely different setting. This is a new world? Dongfang Zhuangshi was quite surprised. Tina appeared before everyone in her human size. Her absolutely flawless features, her perfect figure, and her godly aura struck one with the urge to kneel down at her feet. Within the divine mirror world, everyone was inferior to her. She was the most perfect goddess here. Tina flew over to Lin and pressed a gentle hand against his chest before speaking in a soft voice. Giant Lin, relax. Don't resist. Her voice had a special soothing power that dispelled Lin's anxiety. An extremely gentle flow of warmth that was also imbued with paramount power coursed through Lin's body. The energy wreaking havoc within his body somehow began to settle down, and the golden symbols on his skin began to quickly recede like the tide. Su Xiaolan was ecstatic, and she clenched her fists to repress her excitement. In contrast, Dongfang Zhuangshi drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. This energy fluctuation, there's no mistaking it. Tina, you're a god of creation. Tina turned toward Dongfang Zhuangshi with an enticing smile and did not deny his speculation. So this is the world you have created? But aren't worlds supposed to be in a set place? How can you just pull us into your world at your own behest? Dongfang Zhuangshi was still completely baffled. Tina wasn't going to tell him about how the divine mirror world had already fused together with her body. She only gave him a polite smile before continuing her treatment of Lin. Here in the divine mirror world, she was a goddess and she was the heavens. Even if this was a divine Tao reciprocation imbued with the power of the paramount laws of the Taichu continent, she could still forcefully take control and repress that power. And Lin was astonished. Little Na, you can already use the power of the divine mirror world to influence a power left behind by the Taichu continent? He knew that the divine mirror world was a world of a lower level than the Taichu continent. If she forcefully used her power of the heavens in the divine mirror world to influence the power of the paramount laws of the Taichu continent, a faint smile appeared on Tina's face. There might be a few side effects, but it's all worth it if I can save you. And Lin's heart was filled with guilt at the sight of Tina's carefree yet firm smile. I'm sorry, little Na. It's all my fault. And Lin apologized. Don't ever say that. Tina glared at Lin with her emerald eyes. Little Na was only able to have this world because of you. If it's for your sake, so what if this entire world comes to destruction? My top priority now is to save you. And Lin was extremely touched, as were Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi. Soon, the violent energy within Lin's body was forcefully repressed. Furthermore, Tina somehow managed to compress the Tao intent into a spherical crystal, which she placed within Lin's body. I've erased all elements of heavenly venerate Yu Cheng's power that are harmful to you. As for the divine Tao true intent and inheritance, I compressed it into a small ball, and you can slowly absorb that, Giant Lin. Tina withdrew her hand from Lin's chest, and she was a little pale, but she still spoke with a relieved smile. Absorb it. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. A cheeky smile appeared on Tina's face. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong repaid your cruelty with kindness and gave you such a big present before it died. Don't you want to accept its present? Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. And Lin nodded with a chuckle. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong truly is a selfless creature. Seeing as it insists on bestowing its power onto me, I'd be glad to take it. He sensed the ball of Tao intent within his body, and he found that it was in a stable, harmless condition and could be absorbed over time. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong probably would have never thought that its final, desperate attack would become a present that would further Lin's strength. This was all thanks to Tina. It didn't matter if Hack Lord and's hacks didn't work. He could just use his beast pet's hacks. Tina hesitated momentarily before speaking again. However, there is a slight side effect. What is it? And Lin instantly became nervous again. Tina replied, while you're absorbing Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's Tao intent, your body will be transformed by its divine Tao, which means that you'll become a jade person. A jade person? And Lin was a little dumbstruck. But it's no big deal, that's just temporary. You'll be able to transform back once you completely master that power, Tina consoled. And Lin could only reluctantly accept this. It shouldn't be a problem to become a jade person for a while. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's power was quite interesting. In order to obtain this power, and Lin gritted his teeth and decided that he was still going to continue absorbing this Tao intent. And Lin's condition was forcefully recovered due to Tina's efforts. Everyone returned to their original world. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Tina, and Lin, and Su Xiaolan arrived back at the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain. The Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain itself had already been completely destroyed. The area with a radius of several thousand kilometers around the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain had also been severely ravaged and annihilated by 100 mythological beasts. We can just hide in Tina's world if we encounter any danger, Dongfang Zhuangshi exclaimed with marvel. That won't work. We have to come out from whichever location we entered my world in. Tina shook her head. If we entered the Divine Mirror world only to have our enemies set up countless slaughter formations in this world, then we really wouldn't be able to get away. And Lin had a different opinion on this matter. If we disappear into thin air, our enemies might not wait as they don't know that we have to come back to the same location. We can just stay in the Divine Mirror world for 10 days or half a month, and the enemy will leave after growing tired of waiting. That could work, Giant and Lin. Tina's eyes lit up slightly. At this moment, the lightning clouds overhead began to roar and churn again. Hee hee. Sorry to keep you waiting. And Lin looked up at the golden void lightning in the sky with an apologetic expression. The golden void lightning was fuming with rage. First, it had been used by Enlin to blast Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong to death. Then, Enlin completely ditched them and only came back to this world after a long time. Golden void lightning had dignity as well. It was going to blast this arrogant bastard to the death in the name of the heavens. Enlin pulled out a spirit cigarette, which he placed in his mouth. Can I have a light? Boom! A bolt of golden void lightning fell, illuminating heaven and earth, and lighting Enlin's spirit cigarette. Enlin took a deep inhalation, and he felt like his body had been cleansed by a smoky, wispy energy, before slowly exhaling. If he had a pair of sunglasses right now, his image would be perfected. Su Xiaolan. Dongfang Zhuangshi was shocked beyond belief. He had lived for countless years, but it was the first time he had ever seen anyone transcend a tribulation in such a badass manner. Not only did he use the divine lightning to kill his enemy before ditching the divine lightning, but he was also using the divine lightning to light up a cigarette. And Lin took another puff of his cigarette to settle himself before instructing, "All right, you may begin. Hurry it up a little." The tribulation clouds in the sky churned violently yet again. The golden void lightning couldn't hold back any longer, and they fell in quick succession. Golden lightning illuminated heaven and earth. And Lin stood on the ground below with his arms wide open, welcoming the bolts of terrifying golden void lightning. The power of the golden void lightning wreaked havoc within his body, refining it through a process of destruction and rebuild. A lot of the power also streamed into his sea of vital energy like gentle streams, wherein Kirin opened his mouth wide and gobbled down the energy with elation. 10 bolts of lightning, 20 bolts of lightning, 30 bolts of lightning, 40 bolts of lightning, 50 bolts of lightning, and Lin's aura climbed steadily amid the divine lightning. Dongfang Zhuangshi was perplexed. Isn't this supposed to be only a small lightning tribulation consisting of 49 bolts? Why is it that over 50 have fallen, but it still hasn't come to an end? Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. You've known Enlin for a while now. Why are you still making the mistake of judging my Enlin using normal standards? Dongfang Zhuangshi had no response to this. She was right. Enlin was a freak, so why wouldn't his tribulation transcendence be freakish as well? The golden void lightning was still rumbling in the sky. One bolt of terrifying golden void lightning after another fell, all the way until 81 bolts did it finally stop. Dongfang Zhuangshi's lips twitched. What was supposed to be a small lightning tribulation for him was the same as a major lightning tribulation from the soul formation stage to the return to void stage for everyone else. Furthermore, the power imbued within the tribulation lightning was completely on a different level. The tribulation this time is very normal, Tina mused. Isn't that a good thing? I just want him to be safe. Su Xiaolin heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, and a vibrant smile appeared on her face, as if a massive weight had been taken off her shoulders. Dongfang Zhuangshi? Normal? A small lightning tribulation of 81 bolts was supposed to be normal? What was this definition of normal? The tribulation transcendence went very smoothly, and Lin's cultivation base had already stabilized at the return to void intermediate stage. The aura emanating from his body was frighteningly powerful, as if his body contained some sort of special energy. The tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated as well, revealing the clear sky above, and it was quite clear that the lightning tribulation had come to a conclusion. Dongfang Zhuangshi heaved a sigh of relief and joined his hands in a congratulatory salute. Congratulations on progressing to the return to void intermediate stage, Mr. Enlin. Ha. Thank you. Enlin laughed heartily. At this moment, a lithe and graceful figure in a jade dress dove into his arms. Enlin, congratulations! Su Xiaolan enveloped Enlin in an excited hug. Enlin felt her soft, warm body pressed up against his, and inhaled her enticing scent, and was momentarily intoxicated. You're not going to congratulate me in any other way? What else do you want? Su Xiaolan looked up at Enlin with curious eyes. Enlin puckered his lips together and closed his eyes, clearly indicating with his body language exactly what he wanted. You? A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and her chest rose and fell as if she was struggling with an internal conflict. In the end, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and planted a solid kiss on Enlin's cheek. Ha! Enlin's mouth gaped open with disappointment etched on his face. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips in a smile and stuck out her tongue at him in a cheeky manner as her eyes shimmered and rippled. Dongfang Zhuangshi had already averted his gaze and was currently making his way over to heavenly venerate Yu Cheng's body. Hee, I told you I'd be gouging the chaotic life core out of your body soon? Dongfang Zhuangshi chuckled as he plunged his hand into heavenly venerate Yu Cheng's chest, upon which a red light emanated from his palm alongside a mysterious suction force. Soon, a crystal glowing as brightly as a star appeared in his hand. I finally have you. Dongfang Zhuangshi was very excited. He put the crystal into his storage ring before plucking heavenly venerate Yu Cheng's storage ring from its finger and tossing it at Enlin. Mr. Enlin, seeing as you've inherited heavenly venerate Yu Cheng's Tao intent, why don't you inherit its riches as well? Dongfang Zhuangshi smiled. Enlin accepted the storage ring with a smile on his face. Great minds really do think alike. You only began to understand how good a person was after you lost them. For example, Enlin only discovered what a good person heavenly venerate Yu Cheng was after it died. It had left him with its true intent as well as a massive fortune. If this was not a philanthropist, then he didn't know what was. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go back. Enlin took the storage ring before proposing. I have to make a trip to the heavenly court as well, so I'll come with you. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded. and Lin was naturally more than happy to have a super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage accompany them. Thus, Lin, Su Xiaolan, Tina, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and Gluttony made their way back toward the kingdom of the 9 states together. Unbeknown to them, there was already a massive heavenly human tribe united army waiting for them at the border of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, and they were relentlessly pushing into the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The phenomenon triggered by heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's death had been seen across the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. It would be strange if the northern heavenly human tribe united army didn't catch wind of this. They had prepared themselves long in advance to survey Lin and others using the heavenly eye, which could encompass the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. Now, they were going to close in on Lin's group and annihilate them in one fell swoop. According to the information we received from our scouts, we can confirm that our enemies are sect leader Lin of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Pavilion Lord Divine Phoenix Maiden of the Flame Pavilion, and itinerant cultivator Demonic Blood Kirin. A heavenly human tribe great general half-knelt on the ground and delivered a report with a respectful expression. A black shadow flew over the sky, obscuring the sun, making it appear as if night had fallen. In reality, this was actually a massive earthy yellow divine dragon over 150 kilometers in size. The earthy divine dragon's back was like a small, floating continent, upon which a bunch of heavenly human tribe powerful beings stood. There was a humanoid figure as ethereal and insubstantial as mist with an equally insubstantial divine halo above its head sitting upon a throne, drumming its fingers onto the armrest. An ethereal and extremely enticing voice sounded. This Lin really doesn't rest. The Southern Front incident has only just taken place not long ago, and he's now wreaking havoc in the sinister spirit beast cesspool as well. An extremely tall and broad man in a white robe with a vast aura spoke in a confident voice. Heavenly illusion god, Lin definitely won't be able to escape this time. Let's not get complacent now. A woman with green, curly hair and skin as glittering and translucent as jade cautioned. Lin's combat prowess rating has already exceeded that of a normal heavenly god. Furthermore, taking into account his past feats, it would be much wiser to be safe than sorry. It's a pity that light, earth, and sea are all busy with matters of their own. Otherwise, we could have just killed him through brute force. A white ball heaved a faint sigh. There were countless black balls orbiting around it like planets. There was an extremely beautiful divine halo above its head, which one simply couldn't look away from. There was also a heavenly god in a gray robe with a grayish-brown divine halo above its head. It had a set of fierce features and a pair of sharp tusks protruding from its mouth. No problem. As long as we can drag Lin and the others into my soul realm, everything will be fine. The earthy divine dragon beneath the heavenly gods shuddered as it listened to this conversation. These legendary heavenly gods were formulating a plan to kill Lin? Was Lin that powerful already? One had to realize that any one of these heavenly gods could cause a cataclysmic disaster. It was a Dao integration stage divine dragon, but it could only cower and tremble in the face of these beings. But these terrifying heavenly gods, which consisted of 2 divine heaven stage heavenly humans and 3 representatives of the heavenly Dao, were hatching a plot to make the sinister spirit beast cesspool Lin's final resting place. If it still held skepticism toward rumors of Lin's legendary feats, then it was now under the impression that these rumors most likely didn't even do him justice. To be held in such high regard by 5 heavenly gods, it would be no exaggeration to say that Lin was comparable to a god of creation stage living being. This was what Lin was very concerned about. In the past, enemies would underestimate him, and he could turn the tables on them with his unexpected power. But now, enemies were throwing their most powerful units at him from the get-go. In the southern region of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, Lin and the others were traveling through space and quickly returning to the kingdom of the 9 states. Lin turned toward the middle-aged man beside him with a curious expression. You risked your life just for that chaotic life core? What does it do? Dongfang Zhuangshi fell silent for a moment upon hearing this before replying, It can't hurt to tell you. We're comrades that have been through thick and thin together. Furthermore, this is something you should know as well. I should know about this? And Lin was astonished. What did this have to do with him? Ahem. You remember Dongfang Mangjie. Dongfang Zhuangshi was a little embarrassed. And Lin recalled the city that was frozen in time as well as that gentle doctor and her not-so-gentle slaps. I sure do. And Lin nodded. He was probably never going to be able to forget the feel of those slaps. After entering that city frozen in time, he somehow ended up in Dongfang Zhuangshi's memories where he met Dongfang Mangjie. After that, it was slap, 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 slap. And Lin had never been slapped so much in his entire life. This chaotic life core is vital if I want to save her, Dongfang Zhuangshi said. You found a way to save her? And Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded with a peculiar expression before shaking his head. The chaotic life core can only dispel the disruption of time in her life, but I haven't found a good way to integrate the timeline from back then with our current timeline. And Lin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. A bold idea suddenly welled up in his mind. He repressed this bold idea first and flicked through Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's storage ring. As the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong should have quite a few treasures, right? And Lin refined the storage ring before looking into it, upon which he was completely dumbstruck. What the hell is all this stuff? And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. He discovered all types of organs and remains of ferocious beasts, some of which still exuded extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, clearly indicating that those ferocious beasts would have been extremely powerful during their lifetimes. And Lin suddenly recalled Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's 100 mythological beast mystic technique. Could it be that these remains had something to do with that mystic technique? Setting aside all this random crap, he was elated to discover that Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong had more than 160 million spirit stones, making it the richest super mighty figure he had ever killed. He calculated his own net worth to discover that it had swelled to 1.2 billion. He could call himself a cultivating tycoon now, right? Aside from that, he discovered a bunch of spirit tools, spirit pills, and spirit rank materials, as well as 8 immortal pills, 16 immortal pills, 20 immortal rank materials, and a divine rank material. And Lin could take the immortal tool and exchange all of them for immortal swords to be used for his tycoon attacks. As for the immortal pills and immortal rank materials, and Lin gave all of it to Su Xiaolin. He even gave the divine rank material to her as that was the essential remains of a Dao integration stage dragon tribe super mighty figure, so it would suit Xiaolin quite well. He was very generous toward his beast pets and his wife. However, as the MVP of this battle and Lin had gotten his just reward, he looked at the item that attracted him the most. This was a crystalline disc with countless blue light particles hovering around it, and from the energy fluctuations it was exuding, he could determine that this was a pinnacle divine tool. It was impossible for normal people to fathom just how rare a divine tool was. Not even Dao integration stage super mighty figures were guaranteed to possess even one divine tool. Just that fact alone was a good indication of just how precious divine tools were. However, Lin had discovered a pinnacle divine tool within Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's storage ring, which was a top-of-the-range divine tool. So how could he not be excited? Tina's eyes were also glowing with excitement as she looked at the crystalline disc in Lin's hands. Is that the divine tool that was able to blow our cover? She recalled that Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong had pulled out this very crystalline disc before discovering her. Tina had unleashed a divine technique while following Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong and the Divine Bat Emperor. In the end, they were discovered by Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong anyway, which led to a very sticky situation, and she was actually feeling quite guilty about this. Now that she had finally seen the main perpetrator for all of this, she couldn't help her curiosity. And Lin didn't know what this divine tool was either, so he used his divine inspection technique. A string of information appeared within his mind. Karma Star Protection Divine Disc. A protective divine tool refined using the fortune of the Big Dipper. It is connected directly with the essence of karma and can predict one's fortune. A formation can also be set up in advance to call upon its power of stars in order to protect the user. And Lin recited this information to everyone else. Everyone gasped in amazement upon hearing this. No wonder Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong didn't use this divine tool during the battle earlier. It requires a formation to be set up in advance, Su Xiaolan muttered. Dongfang Zhuangshi was even more excited. The main thing is that it's a karma divine tool. I don't need to tell you how rare divine tools of that nature are. Do I? And Lin nodded happily. Not bad. This is indeed a really valuable item. This is a protective divine tool refined using the fortune of the Big Dipper. Do you think it will bless its user with luck? Tina was curious. Probably not. And Lin shook his head. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong was using it before, but it still died. Tina had no response to this. Karma Star Protection Divine Disc. And Lin's brows furrowed slightly with a thoughtful expression. I feel like I've seen this shape before. Dongfang Zhuangshi chuckled. Pinnacle divine tools like these are completely unique. Even if you've seen something similar, it must be a coincidence and only similar in shape. And Lin didn't reply. Instead, he pulled out another disc from his storage ring. This was an antiquated bronze disc that exuded a menacing aura. Its disposition was completely different from the white, crystalline Karma Star Protection Divine Disc, but their outer appearances were uncannily similar in that both discs were of the same shape, and both of them seemed to contain a starry sky within. This was the starless sky of Slaughter Formation Disc and Lin had obtained after killing the Dark Knight Monarch. It was something that remained a mystery to him even after using his divine inspection technique on it. Because it was too mysterious and Lin forgot about it, and it had been lying in his storage ring this entire time. However, Lin suddenly discovered that the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc and the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc looked extremely similar. Not only do they look alike, but even their names are also somewhat related, Lin mused. He used his divine inspection technique, but he was still unable to glean the origins of the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc. Thus, he could only activate the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc to see what would happen. Whoosh! The Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc suddenly began to crack open as if it had been struck by some sort of unknown power. Wah! They all stared at the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc with astonishment etched on their faces. Could it be this formation disc was feeling so inferior in the face of a pinnacle divine tool that it was committing suicide? Bam! The Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc exploded. To put it more accurately, its outer shell had exploded, revealing the inner core within. A dark starry sky in which countless stars shimmered within a dark space was revealed to everyone. The light of the stars was quite feeble, but it entranced all onlookers, even striking people with the impression that they could jump into the starry sky and forever become one with it. And Lin held the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc, and he felt like he was holding an entire universe in his hand. Boom! An extremely terrifying spatial fluctuation erupted at this moment. The Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc began to tremor once again, and boundless killing intent erupted forth as it crashed toward the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc in Lin's left hand of its own volition. The Karma Star Protection Divine Disc refused to back down, and a dazzling white light erupted as it released a thin star barrier before crashing toward the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc as well. Bam! Their clash resulted in a violent explosion of energy. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and Tina were blasted flying, and even their spatial travel was encountering difficulties. As their master, Lin commanded in a loud voice, "Stop! Stop this right now!" However, the two discs took no notice of him and clashed again. Bam! 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 Energy surged violently and space crumbled. Everyone was astonished. How much did these two fucking hate one another? And Lin felt like he was a fake master. He had clearly refined both of them, but they refused to listen to him. And Lin immediately rushed toward the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc and grabbed it before tossing it into his storage ring. The Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc faltered abruptly, and its killing intent also receded. Phew! And Lin heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc, which entranced him slightly with its mysterious, enticing appearance. Is this your true form? What was that shell? It even blocked my divine inspection technique. Was it left behind by some unfathomable mighty figure? If that really was the case, then why would the Dark Knight Monarch possess something of this caliber? And Lin unleashed his divine inspection technique upon the starless sky of Slaughter Formation Disk again. Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disk. A special formation disk refined by Lord Luya using the cores of 99 slaughter stars. If a formation is set up in advance, it can be used to activate the power of stars within the formation disk to kill the user's enemies. The information was quite simple, but Lin was dumbstruck upon seeing this. This was a special formation disk refined by Lord Luya, and Lin recalled back to that shameless old man who had dumped his system upon him. With this in mind, he almost threw the starless sky of slaughter formation disk away. Fuck off. First, you offload your system to me, and now you want me to take your formation disk too. I ain't taking this shit. Fuck your starless sky of slaughter formation disk. And Lin raised the disk and was just about to throw it away. However, after thinking carefully about it, it appeared that this thing was pretty badass. It was refined using the cores of 99 slaughter stars, so it probably possessed some unimaginable power, right? One used the power of stars to kill enemies, while the other protected its user with the power of stars. No wonder the two of them would fight one another. The starless sky of slaughter formation disk could fight on par with the Karma Star Protection Divine Disk, so it must have been an extremely valuable treasure as well. It would be a shame to throw away something like this, and Lin struggled momentarily with this dilemma before placing his starless sky of slaughter formation disk into his storage ring again. And Lin thought about the two disks. One of them filled him with joy, while the other one made him quite uneasy. There was no shaking this feeling. He had already correlated it with Lord Luya, so he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Setting the starless sky of slaughter formation disk aside, and Lin was more interested in the Karma Star Protection Divine Disk. After putting the starless sky of slaughter formation disk into detention, he pulled out the Karma Star Protection Divine Disk before inspecting it with curious eyes. This was a divine disk with an extremely beautiful outer appearance. It was a pristine, white crystalline divine disk with flawless lines tracing the outlines of a clear, starry sky. Blue specks of light danced upon the divine disk, as if they were telling countless stories. Can this disk predict one's fortune? Let's get it to predict our fortune, Dongfang Zhuangshi proposed. A karma-type pinnacle divine tool's divination should be very accurate, Su Xiaolan chimed in. And Lin wanted to give it a try as well, so he immediately set the divine disk to work. The blue light particles quickly swirled before materializing into a handsome young light man, a beautiful young light woman, an elderly man with flowing hair and beard, a young boy, a lowly, and an infant, all of whom were about a dozen centimeters tall. This is the first time Master is using this divine tool, so please choose an artifact spirit. An extremely mechanical, emotionless voice sounded, and Lin was astonished. He could choose an artifact spirit? How advanced. He looked at the beautiful young woman, and his hand strayed toward her almost involuntarily. However, his hand suddenly faltered in midair as he glanced at the woman standing beside him out of the corner of his eyes. He then pointed toward the lowly. I choose that one. Choosing the young woman could earn him a beating from Xiaolan. Hence, he could just choose the lowly instead. I'm so smart. And Lin was delighted. Master has chosen Little Sister mode, now initiating divine tool. The mechanical voice sounded, and the figures constructed from light particles disappeared, leaving a lowly with twin pigtails wearing a white dress and standing above the crystalline disk. A pleasant, mellow voice sounded. Master, I am your artifact spirit, Xiao Fu. What can I do for you? The lowly raised her head and cupped her little fist as she stared up at Lin with her large, bright eyes, presenting a very adorable scene to behold. And Lin nodded with satisfaction. This was the right choice. Su Xiaolan stared at the chuckling Lin with bewilderment on her face, feeling as if he was a freak. Is your name Xiao Fu? What a great name. I like it. And Lin smiled. The lowly smiled sweetly in response. Master, the name Xiao Fu holds meaning as well. It signifies luck and fortune and can bring you good luck one. And Lin's heart melted at the sight of such an adorable and polite lowly. and he nodded with a content expression. All right, little sister Xiao Fu, can you use divination to predict my fortune? Of course. Xiao Fu's forte lies in divination, and I can guarantee 100% accuracy. Xiao Fu smiled as her tender little hands made a series of hand seals. The crystalline disk began to quickly revolve, and starlight shimmered as a peculiar ripple proliferated through nothingness and chaos. Everyone felt like their bodies had been scanned. Not only that, but they could feel a certain connection being established. 1 minute later, lowly Xiao Fu's smile gradually disappeared, and Lin was a little nervous. What is it? What's the result of your divination? Dongfang Zhuangshi was also quite curious. Lowly Xiao Fu heaved a forlorn sigh. Sigh. I only just met a new master, and he's about to go cold as well. How unfortunate. And Lin? Su Xiaolan was astonished. What do you mean by that? Lowly Xiao Fu looked at An Lin with a sympathetic expression. Enjoy the rest of your time in this world. I'm going to sleep now, bye-bye. The little lowly's body dissipated into blue light particles right before everyone's stunned eyes. This? And Lin's eyes widened as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Peculiar silence ensued. Xiao Fu seemed to have seen a bad future ahead for us. Tina mused from her perch on An Lin's shoulder. That's a huge understatement. Why did Xiao Fu look like she was in mourning already? And Lin clasped a hand over his chest and repressed the urge to throw up blood. Wasn't Xiao Fu supposed to bring us fortune and good luck? Why was she announcing our deaths instead? Su Xiaolan thought to herself for a moment. She said, I only just met a new master, and he's about to go cold as well. Why did this sound like she brought bad luck to all her masters instead? Is that the point? Dongfang Zhuangshi had chills running down his spine. Isn't the important part, enjoy the rest of your time in this world? She's hinting that we're all going to die soon. Everyone erupted into panic upon hearing this. Could it be that she's just pranking us? Gluttony trembled. Impossible. Pinnacle divine tools don't make jokes like this. We might be in a lot of trouble here, and this result was predicted by a karma-type divine tool, so no matter what we do, it will lead to our deaths. Dongfang Zhuangshi spoke with a disconsolate expression. It's very likely that we'll encounter something on our way back. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed. All of them immediately had an idea of what this something could be. The heavenly human tribe, the representatives of the heavenly Tao. The only enemies on the Taichu continent that could spell certain death for them was the heavenly human tribe. Xiao Fu, do you know any way to survive this situation? And Lin placed his hopes on the crystalline disk in his hand again. Xiao Fu's mellow voice sounded from within the crystalline disk. It's over. You're all dead. And Lin? Everyone? Fuck off. He had just obtained a pinnacle divine tool, but it couldn't do anything aside from telling its master that he was screwed? Was this a fake divine tool? We must have attracted some extremely terrifying enemies during the course of our battle earlier. There could very possibly be an enemy ambush waiting for us on the way back. And Lin said in a grave voice, What do we do now? Su Xiaolan's brows were tightly furrowed. Should we go around the opposite shore realm? We're most likely already under the surveillance of our enemies, so it won't matter which direction we escape in. And Lin pulled out his voice transmission talisman to try and call for reinforcements, only to find that there was no signal, as if some sort of signal jamming power had encompassed heaven and earth. Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do, the space ahead of them was suddenly sealed, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Tina, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and Gluttony were forced out of their spatial travel, and Lin and the others were greeted by a sight that chilled them to the bone. Underneath the blue sky, an earthy yellow divine dragon obscured the sun. Each and every flap of its wings sent gale-force winds surging for hundreds of kilometers. However, the dragon was not all that worthy of note. What was far more noteworthy were the dozen or so figures standing upon its back. There was a demonic bear the size of a small mountain with fur like sharp spikes. There was a 1,000-change divine monkey clad in golden armor. There were 7 heaven pioneer stage great generals. There were 2 heavenly human tribe living beings whose cultivation bases and Lin were unable to determine. And there were 3 beings with paramount divine halos above their heads. And Lin didn't know who they were, but he could tell that they were extremely dangerous. These were, without a doubt, heavenly gods. There were a total of 15 enemies. It wasn't much, but all of them were extraordinarily powerful. Dongfang Zhuangshir's eyes widened, and his flesh crawled. What kind of insane lineup was this? He was just an insignificant little beast at the Dao integration pinnacle stage trying to recover something that belonged to him. To what did he owe the honor of being greeted by such a grand welcoming party? He was on the verge of tears as he turned toward Enlin. Do they want to kill you that badly? Enlin replied with a slightly awkward expression. Well, you know that I'm rather popular among the heavenly human tribe. Dongfang Zhuangshir almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Popular my fucking ass. Why? Why did I come with you guys? Dongfang Zhuangshir howled with grief. He really wanted to smash his own head in. Why did he decide to accompany Enlin back to the kingdom of the 9 states? The heavenly gods could see that he was traveling with Enlin, so they were probably under the impression that he was Enlin's ally. He was well and utterly screwed now. How about we think about how to deal with this current situation rather than complain? Su Xiaolan suggested. Enlin heaved a faint sigh. No wonder Xiao Fu told us to enjoy the rest of our time in this world. To think our enemies are this formidable. Everyone had just endured an arduous battle and did not have much energy left. Even in peak condition, they would probably only be able to stand up to 1 heavenly god. But now there were 5 heavenly gods, and that wasn't even taking into account the 3 Dao integration stages super mighty figures and 7 heaven pioneer stage great generals. It didn't look like there was any way out no matter how they thought about it. This was a dire situation that plunged them into despair. It's very likely that the phenomenon triggered by heavenly venerate Yuqiong's death drew them here, Tina speculated. We should think about how we're going to get out of this situation, Su Xiaolan reiterated in a firm voice. Tina's tiny face instantly fell. It's exactly because I can't think of anything that I'm making all of these retrospective observations to try to alleviate our anxiety. Everyone was depressed upon hearing this. She was right. How could there possibly be any way to get out of this situation? They couldn't really do anything aside from making some useless observations in hindsight. At this moment, an earth-shattering bear's roar erupted. Roar! Sect leader Enlin of the 4-9 Immortal sect. I didn't think that you would have the guts to invade my sinister spirit beast cesspool. The primordial demonic bear's aura erupted into the clouds. You think you can run away after killing the divine bat emperor and heavenly venerate Yuqiong? Don't be naive. Today is the day that you die. I'm going to use your blood to commemorate the fallen divine bat emperor and Yuqiong. And Lin aimed a cold glare at the demonic bear and chuckled coldly. Dao integration initial stage trash has no right to run its mouth here. Find someone else to talk to me. Roar! The primordial demonic bear exploded with rage. At this moment, a voice filled with paramount might sounded, Enlin, are you surprised? The one who spoke was an extremely tall and broad man with an unfathomably vast aura. He was wearing a white robe. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. I didn't think that you would deploy so many heavenly gods just to kill me. Aren't you guys leaving the northern heavenly gate open to attack? There's no need for you to worry about that. An ethereal and insubstantial heavenly god sitting atop a throne chuckled in a gentle voice. A heavenly god with a pair of menacing tusks and draped in a gray robe spoke in a cold voice. Enlin, we have set up a formation within a radius of thousands of kilometers to kill you. You can't even use your voice transmission talisman here to call for help. If you relinquish all resistance and enter my soul realm, I, the great heavenly soul god, can grant you a comfortable death. And Lin chuckled upon hearing this. I surrender. Can you not kill me? Humph. And Lin, you killed so many of our heavenly gods. And you still want to live? You've already been included on our list of 10 must-kill living beings. A white ball with an extremely beautiful divine halo above it spoke in an enraged voice. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. 10 must-kill living beings? It really was a tragedy to be held in such high regard by the heavenly Tao. No wonder there would be 5 heavenly gods deployed at once to kill him. Couldn't they come one at a time? Even though Enlin was in despair, he couldn't show it. He continued to maintain his calm and collected facade as he tried to stall for time. I possess the powers of many heavenly gods. Don't you think it would be a pity to kill me? If you accept my surrender, I can definitely be of great help to you. A heavenly goddess with green curls chuckled with amusement. Sure, we can accept your surrender. Our mission is to kill all humans. So kill that woman beside you first to show us your sincerity. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura exploded forth. It was as if a paramount god had descended from the heavens with flaming wrath. The primordial demonic bear and thousand-changed divine monkey were both struck by an instinctive sense of horror, and they stared at the white-robed man in the distance with astonishment, feeling as if they were going to be engulfed by his flaming wrath. Not only them, but even the heavenly goddess with the green curls felt an indescribable sense of pressure. It was quite clear that his rage was directed toward her. I've changed my mind. And Lin's eyes had turned golden and were imbued with supreme divine might. I don't like the looks of you, so I'll kill you first. All of the heavenly gods smiled indifferently upon hearing this, as if they were looking at an ant that was struggling for its life. And Lin's storage ring flashed, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand, which he instantly crushed. There's a jade talisman that can transmit your location even from here? The heavenly soul god's expression darkened, and it waved a hand through the air, upon which an invisible soul power created a cage that isolated everything for thousands of kilometers. However, right at this moment, a bolt of golden void lightning tore a massive hole into its cage. An invisible ripple passed through the hole in the cage and disappeared into the distance. Come here, Grandmaster Construction Cultivator. And Lin called out. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator had once given Enlin a jade talisman, which she gave out to all high-level members. He would only have to crush the jade talisman, and the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator would immediately come to meet him. This was the VIP service high-level members enjoyed. This was so that they could provide timely construction services to their high-level members. Of course, Enlin hadn't called her here to build a house for him. He was only making use of the special nature of the jade talisman in that it was able to communicate even across different worlds. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator held her VIP members in high regard and was trying her best to offer her most exemplary service. Otherwise, she would not have made such a high-quality communication jade talisman. Just as a massive battle was about to erupt, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. A long, sexy leg emerged first, followed by a red miniskirt, a soft, slender waist, and that signature mount breast wrist. Why, hello there, my dear Enlin. Do you finally have a job for me? An excited, teasing voice sounded as a gorgeous woman with an explosive figure strode out from the spatial crack. Enlin was astonished. How was she so fast? He had just crushed the jade talisman, and she was here already. Was this what VIP treatment was all about? You're in luck. I just so happened to be gathering construction materials nearby, the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator said with a smile. She looked around at her surroundings, upon which she was completely stunned. A massive divine dragon that obscured the entire sky, the fearsome primordial demonic bear, the powerful thousand-changed divine monkey, 7 heaven pioneer stage great generals, and 5 heavenly gods were all looking at her with animosity in their eyes. Hee. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator's flesh crawled, and she looked at Enlin with daggers shooting from her eyes as she spat through gritted teeth. I'm busy, bye. Holy fuck. A battle was clearly about to erupt, so he definitely hadn't summoned her here with good intentions in mind. Boom. At this moment, a paramount aura instantly enshrouded the entire area, creating an unbreakable spatial seal. This was the power of a heavenly god. Don't even think about running off for reinforcements, the heavenly soul god said in a cold voice. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator? No, I wouldn't do that. I'm not even that familiar with Enlin. I thought he was looking for me for a construction job, and that's the only reason why I'm even here. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator waved her hands desperately. The Heavenly Soul God chuckled. Coming here is easy, but you won't be able to leave. Why should we believe you? Isn't it much safer to keep you here forever rather than let you leave? After all, dead people can't talk. They knew what the best course of action was in order to minimize risk. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator's arrival could potentially ruin their plans, so they weren't going to let her leave. And Lin, you're fucking screwing me over. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator exploded with rage. She was only here to build some houses, so how could she not be angry in a situation like this? And Lin spoke with an earnest expression. Celestial maidenly sinew, I really couldn't think of any other way to call for help. You say that you can instantly traverse through countless worlds, so you must have a way to get out of here. Please save me. Grandmaster Construction Cultivator. Hee. She was here to build houses, not to save people. You screwed me over, and you have the audacity to ask me to save you? The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator chuckled coldly. All of the enemy heavenly gods and mythological beasts also looked at Enlin with mocking expressions. You think you can escape from us? The heavenly soul god burst into laughter. Let's not waste any more time. Hurry up and kill all of them. The heavenly illusion god instructed in a cold voice, and Lin took a deep breath and finally unleashed his trump card. I have money. I can give you 50 million spirit stones to get us out of here. He knew that the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator was no ordinary mighty figure. She had the best level of mastery over spatial power among all living beings on the entire Taichu continent. After all, a sense of space was essential in construction, and the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator was the #1 construction cultivator on the Taichu continent. Furthermore, an unparalleled spatial ability was required to use materials and transform imagination into reality. No matter where their high-level members were, the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator could always get to them at the fastest speed possible. This also required extraordinary spatial traveling abilities. Hence, Enlin believed that the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator would be able to get them out of here. This was his biggest hope. However, right at this moment, a little snail crawled out from the crevice of Mount Everest before speaking in an indifferent voice. 50 million? Are your lives only worth 50 million? And Lin and the others all stirred upon hearing this. They knew what Holy Lord Tian's words entailed. It was implying that saving them was no problem as long as they offered enough money. And Lin was ecstatic. He was probably one of the richest cultivators on the entire Taichu continent, after all. 100 million then. If you can save us, I can give you 100 million. And Lin upped the stakes. In order to escape from here, my golden snail shell must be shattered. It would expend massive amounts of my energy and also a massive amount of resources to reconstruct my shell. Furthermore, I can only take one person with me, so I'll have to leave you all behind. Holy Lord Tianhua was still reluctant, and Lin took a deep breath. I'll give you 200 million spirit stones if you can tell Xianxia, the Celestial the Arch, and Patriarch Zhu in our current location, and tell them to come and save us. The little snail was confused. That requires time. They might not make it in time to save you. You don't need to worry about that. And Lin spoke in a firm voice. Well then, you've got yourself a deal. Holy Lord Tianhua smiled. And Lin heaved a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, atop the divine dragon. They're discussing how to get out of here? The male divine heaven stage heavenly god was shocked. Arrogant bastards. Does he think we heavenly gods don't exist? The heavenly goddess with green curls looked at the snail with a disdainful expression. They're just ignorant fools waiting to be crushed. The heavenly soul god stepped forward. All of a sudden, an invisible power erupted from all sides, sealing the entire space around them solid, preventing anyone from being able to escape. However, it was also at this moment that a divine light erupted from Holy Lord Tianhua's body. It began to expand from a little snail into a massive snail. Sinew, get in, Holy Lord Tianhua yelled. It then began to withdraw into its huge golden shell. Not only did its head withdraw, its entire soft, semi-transparent body also withdrew into the snail shell. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator immediately followed suit. The heavenly soul god harumphed coldly before bombarding the snail shell with its paramount soul power. Boom! The snail shell exploded. However, Holy Lord Tianhua and the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator were nowhere to be seen. What? They disappeared. The heavenly soul god's pupils contracted. An expression of astonishment appeared on its face for the very first time. All of the heavenly gods, Tao integration stage mythological beasts, and Heaven Pioneer stage great generals were also stunned. Holy Lord Tian were really managed to escape with the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator? They had escaped right in front of the 5 heavenly gods? How absurd. It was just a snail. And Lin pumped his fist with delight. Nicely done. He had made the correct gamble. Holy Lord Tianhua and the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator really were the most powerful beings on the Taichu continent when it came to the Tao of space. Escaping right before 5 heavenly gods was something anyone could boast about for tens of thousands of years. How could this be? The heavenly goddess with green curls murmured. She was just insulting the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator for her ignorance when the snail and the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator escaped without a trace. Reality came at her like a vicious slap to the face. The heavenly illusion god's eyes flashed as it spoke in its ethereal voice. That golden snail shell is connected to another. Holy Lord Tianhua unleashed all of the essences within that snail shell to forcefully break open the fortress I set up and escaped into another world. It can do that? Then doesn't that mean it has a portable passageway between 2 worlds? The heavenly goddess was astonished. The heavenly illusion god shook its head. Not quite. Even a god of creation cannot carry a portable world that we cannot encroach upon. It has only used the power gathered within its snail shell to forcefully establish a passageway between 2 worlds. Doing so incurs an extremely heavy price and is very difficult to use again. The heavenly soul god chuckled coldly. So what if those 2 got away? As long as Enlin is still here, we have what we want. By the time the reinforcements get here, Enlin would be long dead. That's true. Our target has always been Enlin anyway. Let's hurry up and eliminate him in case any more unprecedented circumstances arise if we delay any longer. The countless black balls orbiting around the white ball creature suddenly released bursts of extremely substantial light. I wonder what gives him the delusional confidence to think that he can survive against our combined attacks for so long. The heavenly goddess with green curls chuckled as she drew a thin, jade sword from thin air. She slashed the sword gently through the air. A sword projection swept forth, slicing over 100 mountains in the distance in half. Just a casual swing of her sword unleashed a power that was comparable to a full-force strike from heavenly venerate Yuqiong. My name is Wu Ming. Remember the name of the one who will kill you. In that instant, the heavenly goddess with green curls put away her disdainful expression, and her aura completely transformed, as if she were a peerlessly sharp divine sword capable of slicing the entire heavens in half. The muscles on the tall and broad male heavenly god's entire body bulged, and just the massive power emanating from his body was making the space around him crumble and collapse to form a black hole. Remember this before you die. My name is Heavenly God Long Kue. The heavenly soul god's divine halo surged, and its grayish-brown energy proliferated for over 500 kilometers as it spoke in a cold voice. Wu Ming, Long Kue, don't use the powers of your divine halos in this battle in case you suffer backlashes from the heavenly Tao. You 2 can just take care of the others and leave Enlin for us. I am the reality, and the world is vibrant because of reality. The round ball rose slowly into the air, and an intoxicating light was released from its divine halo of indeterminate color. That light seemed to contain all colors in this world at the same time and was extremely beautiful and enticing. Everyone was utterly intoxicated by that light and forgot everything else, as if everything would be all right as long as that light existed. However, in the next instant, Enlin's heart jolted with shock, and the wind divine halo appeared above his head as he unleashed his wind of absolute power to enshroud himself as well as Su Xiaolan and the others. I am illusion. Everything in this world is possible within my world. The ethereal and insubstantial heavenly god rose from its throne, upon which a grand, lavish world appeared behind it. An extremely terrifying suction force swept through heaven and earth. It was going to suck everything in this world into the world it had created. The heavenly gods had all displayed their powers, and their auras swept forth like divine wrath. If it weren't for the fact that Enlin unleashed his heavenly wind power to its maximum extent, they would most likely have been severely wounded by the combined powers of all of the heavenly gods. Ha 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 ha. Do you see how pitifully weak you are now, Enlin? How can you stand up against us? A cruel smile appeared on the primordial demonic bear's face. Do you still think you can stand against us? Heavenly God Long Kuei spoke in a cold voice. Enlin really wanted to bash these heavenly gods, but he knew that the inevitable result of a direct confrontation before any reinforcements arrived would be their deaths. However, he didn't have to do that. I'm sorry to tell you this. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Enlin's face as he said, but I don't need to fight all of you. Enlin placed Tina at the center of his palm. Little Na, take us to the divine mirror world. Tina faltered initially before a brilliant light erupted from her eyes. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi came to a sudden realization. No wonder Enlin had been so calm and collected this entire time. He had already thought of a way for them to survive. They were just discussing the feasibility of escaping into the divine mirror world in order to escape from insurmountable enemies not long ago. But who would have thought that this would be put into practice so soon? Within the world created by Tina, the heavenly gods would not be able to reach them. Right at this moment, the powers of the three heavenly gods began to infiltrate Enlin's heavenly wind power. This was the first time Tina had encountered resistance when trying to teleport between the two worlds, and this was extremely formidable resistance. However, she quickly reacted to the situation as a series of golden-veined patterns appeared all over her body, upon which her aura elevated explosively, and the energy fluctuations erupting from the golden divine symbol on her forehead reached its peak. Open! Tina swept a hand through the air. Her fingertips seemed to possess the power of tearing through the heavens. An expression of astonishment suddenly appeared on Enlin's face. He was very familiar with this scene. This was the spell technique Patriarch Zhu Yin used to open the heavens upon returning to the God of Creation stage. Tina had only seen it once and could already use it. Just as he was caught in stunned silence, everyone was encapsulated by a ball of white light. A powerful spatial force dragged them away from this world. Heaven and earth fell silent once again. 5 heavenly gods stared blankly at the empty space before their eyes. All of the great generals and mythological beasts were even more dumbstruck. Where did they go? They had made their bold proclamations, used their divine halos, and were fully prepared for a battle, but their enemies had disappeared. The high and mighty heavenly gods were struck by the urge to vomit blood for the first time. A deathly silence ensued. The heavenly gods were feeling extremely awkward. Why was this scene so familiar? It appeared that Holy Lord Tian had also run away from them in the exact same fashion. They could accept it if Holy Lord Tian were the only one who had escaped. After all, that was not their target. But what about now? They had plotted for so long and deployed so many unimaginably powerful beings to kill Enlin, only for him to escape right before their very eyes. They felt like they had been slapped in the face for a second time. If word of this was to spread, the reputation of the heavenly gods would be swept to the ground. How did they get away? Wu Ming's mouth gaped open with disbelief. What a powerful spatial force. They've escaped into an alternate world. The heavenly soul god took a deep breath and said, and this is not by establishing a spatial passageway between two worlds. Instead, that little fairy used her own body as the spatial passageway into the world she had created. The world she created? Isn't that fairy only at the return to void pinnacle stage? The 1,000-changed divine monkey was astonished. And to use one's own body as a passageway, isn't that literally carrying a portable world? How could she do something even a god of creation would be unable to do? Wu Ming was even more perplexed. She was quite powerful, but she was not omniscient. The scenes that had just unfolded before her eyes had clearly transcended beyond her realm of understanding. Furthermore, She was extremely enraged and indignant whenever she recalled the smug expression on Enlin's face when he got away. They had been slapped in the face again. Holy Lord Tian were escaping was just a slight tap to the face. But Enlin's escape was a full-blown slap. They had set up an inescapable trap and victory was assured. Only for Enlin to laugh at them before escaping into an alternate world. How humiliating. None of the heavenly gods could figure out how Tina's strange ability worked. To be able to create a world at just the return to void stage, and a portable world at that. It looks like the danger level of the Realm Pavilion Lord, Tina, will need to be re-evaluated. The heavenly soul god said in a cold voice. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. There were too many unexpected surprises. First, Holy Lord Tianhua and the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator came and left. Then, Tina unleashed a power that was completely unexpected to them. All of them felt like things were a lot more difficult than they had anticipated. The black balls around the heavenly reality god's body swept through the air and created an extremely terrifying slaughter formation around the location, and Lin and the others had disappeared. A portable world has a fatal flaw in that, if they want to return to this world, they have to return to the same location they had disappeared from. All we need to do is to wait for them here. The heavenly reality god set up the slaughter formation as it spoke. What if they never come back? Heavenly goddess Wu Ming asked. The heavenly reality god. If Enlin's reinforcements arrive, we may be the ones getting surrounded. Long Kuei was also quite concerned. He was quite wary of gods of creation as well as the heaven-crushing sect and heaven-mending sect. The heavenly reality god. Even though it didn't want to admit it, if things continued like this, they really could find themselves in some trouble. How had things become like this? The heavenly illusion god heaved a forlorn sigh. Perhaps it's time we ask the heavenly heaven god for help. It should have a way to rectify this situation. That guy's a nutjob who proposes destroying all living beings on the entire Taichu continent. Are we really going to ask it for help? The heavenly soul god was not convinced. They loved all other beings in this world aside from humans and didn't want to have to communicate with nihilistic nutjobs like the heavenly heaven god. There's no other way. This is the best choice. The heavenly illusion god was very calm. I'm sure it would also be happy to see us eliminate such a huge obstacle. It probably just wants to see us die along with the human race. In that case, no heavenly gods would be around to prevent it from destroying all of the living beings on the Taichu continent. The heavenly reality god was also not a fan of this paramount heavenly god. This was probably the main reason why the heavenly heaven god and the heavenly life god hadn't participated in this war yet. They weren't in a hurry at all. They were going to wait until the power restricting them was lifted before they truly displayed their might. Meanwhile, in the divine mirror world, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, Tina, and Gluttony were all situated in the Holy Land, recovering from their injuries and replenishing their lost energy. Tina, stop using your power as the heavens to heal us. Combating the reality in the Taichu continent will only exacerbate the backlash inflicted upon you. And Lin said in a concerned yet firm voice. Tina's face was already a little pale, and her bright eyes had become dim. She was the goddess of this world and always appeared in her dazzling and vibrant form. When had she ever been this feeble? Su Xiaolan's heart also throbbed with pain upon seeing this, and she also urged Tina to stop in a stern voice. Tina sheepishly stopped what she was doing. She had already suffered a backlash from clearing out Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheng's power from Enlin's body, and now, she was trying to use the power of the Divine Mirror World to forcefully heal the injuries Enlin and the others had sustained in the Taichu continent. It's all right. This is the place with the richest and most abundant vital energy in the entire Divine Mirror World. Even without your help, Xiaolan and I would be able to recover our strength in no time. Enlin lay down with Su Xiaolan in their coffin and kissed her on the cheek with a gentle smile. They're even so happy when sleeping in a coffin. This must be the epitome of true love. Dongfang Zhuangshi sighed with emotion upon seeing this. He was very envious of the coffin-dwelling Enlin and Su Xiaolan. If he had a chance in the future, he also wanted to sleep with Dongfang Mengjie in a coffin together. Of course, they were only going to be sleeping and preferably not dead. Everyone began to focus on recovery. Giant and Lin, what do we do now? Tina picked an immortal fruit from the Holy Land before chomping on it. What else can we do? We'll have to just chill here. And Lin rolled his eyes. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded in agreement. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army is intent on killing Lin, and they could quite possibly be waiting outside for him. Let's rest and recuperate first and stay here for the time being for safety purposes. We'll just have to wait for reinforcements. Su Xiaolan smiled. Tina nodded. I'll deploy scouting devices at regular intervals to survey the situation outside. If Chun Chan and the others arrive, we'll get out of here to join forces with them and kill our enemies. Oh ho, our little Na has a bit of fight in her yet. An amused smile appeared on Lin's face. We have to pay them back for trying to kill us. Tina waved her tiny fist with an enraged expression. Tina opened up a passageway before releasing a scouting device. That scouting device was formed by an inconsequential wisp of Tina's divine sense. Through it, she would be able to see what it saw from a first-person perspective. The scouting device was created using a divine technique, and it looked exactly like Tina. The scouting device made its way out into the Tai Chu continent, upon which it discovered 5 heavenly gods looking at it expressionlessly. A terrifying slaughter formation was in operation, and killing intent had made the surrounding space so viscous that it was also most solid. This was a terrifying slaughter formation that could make a Dao integration stage super mighty figure poo its pants. However, the scouting device had no emotions. It looked at the 5 heavenly gods, as well as the Dao integration stage and Heaven Pioneer stage powerful beings, before pulling 5 spirit fruits out from its mouth. Goddess Tina told me to deliver some fruits to all of you. It must be hard work waiting for us outside, so have some fruit to quench your thirst. Little Tina giggled. Boom! Terrifying energy intermingled with boundless killing intent crashed down upon it. Little Tina and those 5 spirit fruits were instantly annihilated into nothingness. The heavenly god could destroy an entire continent with their wrath, let alone a little scouting device like this. Offering spirit fruits? This was an unadulterated provocation. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming gritted her teeth with rage. How dare this coward send someone out to insult us? That little fairy is trying to survey our actions. The heavenly soul god spoke with a dark expression and a cold voice. Our enemies are very cautious. It looks like they won't come out until their reinforcements arrive, so even the heavenly heaven god might not be able to do anything. Within the divine mirror world, a massive amount of information flashed through Tina's eyes before she heaved a forlorn sigh. Our reinforcements have not arrived, and the heavenly gods have already surrounded the location we disappeared from. As expected, they won't give up so easily. And Lin was not very surprised by this development. Do you think the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator will actually contact anyone? And even if she does, will they come and save us? Dongfang Zhuangshi was still very uneasy. Don't worry so much. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator has an exemplary reputation. And Lin waved a hand from within the coffin. As for whether people will come to save us, I don't know about the others, but Chun Chun will definitely come. The second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect will definitely come? Dongfang Zhuangshi was astonished. In reality, he thought that the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect would be the least likely to come. After all, in the eyes of all living beings on the Tai Chu continent, the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect was even more noble and important than a god of creation. Why would he take a risk and come to save Lin? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Dongfang Zhuangshi's reaction. And Lin's not making things up. You're only surprised because you don't know about the relationship Lin and Chun Chin share. Dongfang Zhuangshi was even more curious now. What type of relationship is this? A super intimate one. Su Xiaolan raised a thumb. She then felt like this description was a little weird, and she corrected herself. A super solid one. And Lin. Dongfang Zhuangshi was astonished again. And Lin, you have a solid relationship with the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. Chun Chun is even more mysterious and powerful than a god of creation. How did you develop such a solid relationship with him? Could it be because you fought side by side a few times before? In his mind, the only interaction Lin could have had with Chen Chun was when they fought the heavenly time god in the opposite shore realm, and when they were in the extermination team together, which was why he came to this conclusion. And Lin couldn't be bothered to provide him with an answer. If he told Dongfang Zhuangshi that Chen Chun was simply really good to him for no reason, Dongfang Zhuangshi wouldn't believe him anyway. Hence, he chose to remain silent. Dongfang Zhuangshi had no choice but to bury his curiosity. However, he didn't repress his own imagination. When one was bored out of their mind, they really would end up doing some very strange things. Dongfang Zhuangshi was already envisioning Lin and Chen Chen going through a series of dire situations together before slowly transitioning from two strangers to two brothers who could give up everything for one another. What an intimate relationship indeed! Dongfang Zhuangshi suddenly sighed with emotion. And Lin? Why was he suddenly spouting nonsense like that? Was he feeling all right? I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and I've had many brothers in my lifetimes, all of whom are dead now. They've either been killed by more powerful beings or died from old age. The path to seeking Tao is actually very lonely. Dongfang Zhuangshi seemed to have thought of something, and tears welled up in his eyes in a rare display of vulnerability. Don't worry, I'll always stay by your side. And Lin suddenly interjected from within his coffin, We're brothers too. Dongfang Zhuangshi shuddered upon hearing this. Brother? I haven't been referred to as such by anyone for a very long time. Dongfang Zhuangshi's lips quivered, and Lin continued with an earnest expression. We won't be true brothers until we're part of the same sect. Our 4-9 Immortal sect is a very big and happy family. Are you interested in joining, Brother Zhuangshi? Dongfang Zhuangshi's emotions faltered. He couldn't help but feel like this was a trap. With this in mind, he was immediately depressed. How could you do this, and Lin? I see you as my brother, but you're trying to swindle me into joining your sect. How could this be called swindling? And Lin was not very pleased to hear that term. I'm showing you a very good path forward. And Lin became quite animated as he said, In the entire kingdom of the 9 states, aside from the heavenly court, which power can compare to our 4-9 Immortal sect? Surely it's not humiliating for you to join the 4-9 Immortal sect. That? Dongfang Zhuangshi opened his mouth, and Lin didn't give him a chance to speak. The first-rate power on the Taichu continent, the Snow Maidens, is one of the pavilions in the 4-9 Immortal sect. The first-rate power of the Dark Marshlands, the Blood Tribe, has also pretty much been completely recruited by the Blood Pavilion. The Dragon Pavilion and the Flame Pavilion have 2 Dao integration stages, super mighty figures each. Not only that, but our Bai Ling knows how to crush the heavens. Our Tina can come and go as she pleases even when being confronted by 5 heavenly gods. Our sect leader, not much needs to be said about him. Let me ask you this, where are you going to find a better sect than this on the entire continent? And Lin continued to press home his advantage. Dongfang Zhuangshi had no words in response. A vehement expression appeared on Lin's face. Brother, I created such a powerful sect for you, and all you have to do is join me. All right, stop. I believe you. Dongfang Zhuangshi was developing a headache. Let me have a good think about it. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were ecstatic. Sinister spirit beast cesspool. A spatial rift appeared. Little Tina appeared once again. It turned toward the heavenly gods, great generals, and Tao integration stage mythological beasts that were aiming a death stare at it. It then threw a few piles of extraordinarily stinky poo toward them with a smile on its face. Have some dog shit. The heavenly gods had guessed that Tina's scouting device would appear on the Taichu continent again. But they didn't think that the polite scouting device that had offered them spirit fruits last time would be throwing shit at them now. What impudence! It was throwing shit at the heavens. The heavenly gods instantly exploded with fury. A terrifying ripple descended from the heavens. Everything within a radius of over 100 kilometers was reduced to nothingness. Little Tina and those piles of abhorrent shit were no exception to this. Even though none of the heavenly gods had been struck by the shit, they were enraged beyond belief and wanted nothing more than to kill Lin and his group. The heavenly gods were representatives of the heavens and should be revered and worshipped by all. No one dared to show them any dissent or disrespect. But now a scouting device dared to throw shit at them. What shocking humiliation. Arg! I'm going to stuff shit into Lin's mouth once I get my hands on him. Wu Ming was enraged beyond belief. Achoo! And Lin suddenly sneezed within the divine mirror world. What's up? Su Xiaolin asked. Nothing? And Lin waved a hand and said, someone must be thinking about me. It's not easy being this popular. At this moment, Tina burst into laughter outside the coffin. What's there to be so happy about? Dongfang Zhuangshi was perplexed. Could it be that our reinforcements have arrived? Gluttony's eyes lit up. Tina shook her head with an amused smile. Not yet, but I've successfully enraged the heavenly gods, and it feels really awesome. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Enraged the heavenly gods? How is that awesome? And Lin was a little panicked. He was still hoping that the heavenly gods would grow tired of waiting and leave. But Tina was drawing more hatred from them. What was she doing? Tina raised her head with a proud expression. I love seeing them hate me but can't do anything about it. Dongfang Zhuangshi was astonished. He couldn't comprehend this fairy's logic anymore. And Lin thought about this and felt like Tina was right, so he gave her a thumbs up. Nice one. After being encouraged, Tina continued to look for the stinkiest and most disgusting piles of shit from all over the divine mirror world before delivering them to the heavenly gods with her scouting devices. She did this time and time again. All of the heavenly gods were just about tearing their hair out by the roots. What the fuck was this scouting device doing? They were infuriated by the fact that they could only watch and do nothing about this. All of their prestige had been swept to the ground. Heavenly goddess Wu Ming was so angry that her curly green hair was now completely straightened from anger. She gritted her teeth as she looked at the receding spatial crack before them. 8 times. This is the 8th fucking time. I've never thought that a living being from this world would dare to throw shit at me and do it repeatedly. The heavenly soul god wore a thunderous expression. Calm down. They won't be able to keep up these shenanigans for much longer. The heavenly heaven god is on its way here. And once it arrives, it's going to crush all of them within the divine mirror world. And Lin pulled out his Karma Star Protection Divine Disc and summoned Xiao Fu again. Hee hee, Xiao Fu, you stupid thing. Look at us. We're still alive. And Lin spoke with a mocking expression. Didn't you say we were screwed before? What about now? Xiao Fu sat with her legs folded beneath her and her hands resting on her legs as she looked around with confusion on her face. Impossible. You changed your fate. And Lin pursed his lips. Are you really a pinnacle divine tool? If you had offered some sort of rebuttal, it would at least be a show of your pride. But now you're just sitting like an idiot on the crystal disc. You're making me wonder if I obtained a fake divine tool. Xiao Fu's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and she flared up with rage and humiliation. You're the idiot. You're the idiot. You're the idiot. And Lin. So his newly obtained divine tool had been reduced to hurling playground insults at him? That's enough, and Lin. How could you bully a little child? Su Xiaolan persuaded. Yeah, don't be so cruel. Even divine tools have pride. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded as he patted Xiao Fu's head with a sympathetic expression. The more sympathy Xiao Fu received, the more embarrassed she became. Her eyes shimmered with tears, and she was just about to escape into the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc again when her body was caught between 2 fingers. All right, Xiao Fu, I won't scold you anymore. And Lin sighed as he said in a gentle voice. Xiao Fu pursed her lips and didn't say anything, as if she was an aggrieved child. And Lin hesitated momentarily before injecting his divine weapon origin energy into the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc. Xiao Fu moaned as her body tremored gently. She raised her rippling eyes to look up at Lin. What type of power is this? It's spread through my entire body, and it feels really good. It's my divine weapon origin energy. It can restore a weapon's energy and maintain them, and Lin explained in simple terms. Xiao Fu blushed as she spoke in a quiet voice. Could Could I have some more? And Lin. All right. And Lin injected a few more bursts of divine, weapon origin energy into the disc, and Xiao Fu moaned with satisfaction. After being fed, Xiao Fu was no longer upset, and she sprawled onto the disc with a smile as her large, bright eyes lingered on Lin's face. This world is beyond the realm of my divination, so it clearly possesses the ability to detach itself from karma, which is quite surprising to me. Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. There was no way to escape from karma as long as something existed in this world. This was an undeniable fact. But this divine mirror world had the power to escape karma? This was a scary notion, and Lin and the others had known from the beginning that this world was not ordinary. But they didn't think that it would be this badass. You've drastically improved your chances of survival. After conducting more divination and taking this world into account this time, I'm very happy to tell you. An elated smile appeared on Xiao Fu's face, as if she was genuinely happy for them, and Lin and the others were all elated to hear this. That your chances of survival have increased to 10%. Xiao Fu clapped her little hands in celebration. And Lin, silence, deathly silence. Wait, did I hear that right? And Lin forced himself to repress the urge to throw up blood. 10%? Are you serious? Su Xiaolan was also in disbelief. Xiao Fu cocked her head to the side. Increasing your chances of survival from infinity approaching 0 to 10% is already an extraordinary feat. Did you turn stupid from overdosing on divine weapon origin energy? And Lin rolled his eyes. Setting aside the fact that we have reinforcements coming. Even if that weren't the case, we can just hide in here and our chances of survival would still be 100%. After entering the divine mirror world, he didn't even consider death an issue now. Instead, he was thinking about how to retaliate. Throwing shit at the heavenly gods was one form of retaliation. The heavenly gods had exploded with rage, but they couldn't do anything to them. Once Chen, Patriarch Zhuyin, and the Celestial the Arch mobilized their forces and arrived on the scene, their chances of victory would increase significantly, and they might even be able to kill a heavenly god or two. But now Xiao Fu was telling them that their chances of survival were only at 10%? What a joke! Xiao Fu was not enraged by everyone's skepticism. Seeing as Lin had just fed her, she provided a patient explanation. There are 5 heavenly gods outside, and they're still standing outside and waiting for you despite the fact that they know you have reinforcements on the way. Don't you find that strange at all? And Lin and the others faltered upon hearing this. It wasn't like they hadn't thought about this question, but they simply attributed this to the heavenly gods' burning desire to kill Lin, which was why they were going to risk it even if reinforcements were coming. However, thinking carefully about it now, that didn't really make sense. After all, no one could stop Chun unless a paramount heavenly god made an appearance. They couldn't still be here just to offer their lives to Chun. Could they? As such, there must have been something they were waiting for, and that notion was making Lin and the others panic a little. Xiao Fu was finally starting to look like a karma-type pinnacle divine tool as she tapped her little feet gently against the side of the disc, making the Big Dipper stars on the disc release a peculiar light and ripple each time. She offered her analysis. After conducting more divination, I suggest that the best chance of survival you have is to fight. And Lin and the others were astonished. They had finally escaped into the divine mirror world, and now she was telling them to go out and fight? An extremely terrifying heavenly god is going to break into the divine mirror world to kill all of you. Xiao Fu spoke with an extremely solemn expression. As the paramount goddess of the divine mirror world, Tina has the highest chance of survival at close to 100%, but you won't be able to protect anyone else. On the opposite end of the spectrum, and Lin's chance of survival is the lowest. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. All of the heavenly gods wanted to kill him, so that made sense. But wouldn't we still have an advantage if we fought in the divine mirror world? After all, Tina is an omnipotent goddess here. Su Xiaolan speculated. Xiao Fu shook her head with a wistful smile. Using the heaven of a lower-level world to fight the heaven of a higher-level world? Forgive me for being blunt, but doing something like that would be akin to suicide. If Tina transformed into the heavens of the divine mirror world, the heavenly god wouldn't be able to do anything to her. But if she used the power of the divine mirror world to fight the heavenly god, she would suffer the backlash from the higher-level heavenly Tao of the entire Tai Chu continent. Xiao Fu's words placed a massive weight on everyone's shoulders. Patriarch Zhu Yin is also a god of creation. Didn't he say that even if the heavens invaded his world, he would be able to kill the heavens? And Lin was clinging onto one final ray of hope. Xiao Fu rolled her eyes. And talk is cheap. And Lin? Everyone. Her words were so blunt that it made everyone want to throw up blood. The mighty image of Patriarch Zhu Yin in their hearts crumbled at that moment. They had thought that a god of creation like him wouldn't tell any lies to them. However, looking at it now, and Lin chose to trust Xiao Fu as Xiao Fu had been fed, and there was no incentive for her to lie. I followed Tao Lord Luya in the past, and he's also a god of creation. However, he told me that all of the worlds created by the gods of creation were lower level than the Tai Chu continent. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Wasn't the starless sky of Slaughter Formation Disk refined by Tao Lord Luya? Even the Karma Star Protection Divine Disk was related to Tao Lord Luya? Did both of these disks belong to him? Xiao Fu continued her analysis. The heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent wouldn't be able to destroy their worlds under normal circumstances. But if they were to try and use the powers of their worlds to combat the Tai Chu continent, then they would perish from the boundless backlash. Tina would die as soon as she tried to attack, so what advantage would you have in her world then? Furthermore, Master's battle style relies heavily on the powers of the heavenly gods. But here in this divine mirror world, Master won't be able to unleash much of those powers. Everyone turned to Lin upon hearing this. And Lin tried to use his powers of the heavenly gods here, only to find that the heaven and earth of this world were restricting his powers, and he could unleash only less than 30% of his normal powers of the heavenly gods. The heavenly god will also have its powers restricted by the subconsciousness of the divine mirror world, but that restriction will only be by half at most. After all, it is a representative of the true heavens, and the divine mirror world wouldn't dare to go too far. Xiao Fu continued in her analysis, and Lin understood their situation now. Within the divine mirror world, their combat prowess would be restricted more severely, so there was a better chance of victory and survival if they went outside instead. Xiao Fu, you are a wealth of knowledge, and Lin wore an expression of approval. He was starting to develop increased respect for this artifact spirit. He didn't even know himself that his powers of the heavenly gods would be restricted here in this divine mirror world. But Xiao Fu was aware of this. Just this alone was enough to earn Lin's respect. The little girl raised her proud head. I have seen the past and present, and my forte is to glean the future. In terms of knowledge, I am superior to even some Dao tools. But all these conjectures are based on the assumption that the enemy would be able to break into the divine mirror world. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly. If the enemy is unable to do so, you don't need to worry about that, Xiao Fu interjected. The heavenly god will definitely be able to break into this place. Su Xiaolan. So she was supposed to be not worried about that? If you don't believe me, you can wait until the instant the heavenly god breaks into this world before running outside. It won't be able to insta-kill all of you anyway. Xiao Fu shrugged. Everyone felt like this was reasonable. They should see if the heavenly god actually had the ability to break into the divine mirror world first. After hearing Xiao Fu's analysis, Tina began to search for the stinkiest piles of shit all through her world with renewed vigor before summoning her scouting devices at a more frequent rate to hurl shit more regularly at the heavenly gods in the Tai Chu continent. The heavenly gods were about to be driven insane by fury, but they had no way to vent their rage. Within the sinister spirit beast cesspool, divine lightning rumbled for over 1,000 kilometers. At the same time, destructive winds wreaked havoc for over 10,000 kilometers. This was the phenomenon the heavenly gods had unintentionally triggered with their rage. It was clear to see just how destructive they could be once their rage was fully unleashed. A little Tina began to slowly tear open a spatial rift before appearing in the Tai Chu continent. It was just about to throw more shit at the heavenly gods as usual when it faltered in its movements. Little Tina raised its head to discover the gargantuan face of an elderly man. The face encompassed the entire heavens, and there was no end to it in sight. In the face of that face, it was just an ant. No, it was a microscopic organism. The face even gave it the impression that it was even bigger than the heavens. Its eyes were brighter than the sun, and its flowing, white hair was like a series of true dragons that extended into infinity and beyond, while its inhalations and exhalations decided the transitioning of the seasons. The human face smiled upon seeing Tina. "I am the heavens. May I visit your home, beautiful fairy goddess of creation?" Little Tina's expression went blank. This was a terrifying being that it could not comprehend. Even up against the 5 heavenly gods, it dared to provoke them by throwing shit. However, when confronted by this human face, the emotionless scouting device was struck by an instinctive sense of horror. This was an omnipresent horror. It was the feeling as if the most fundamental things in this world were facing annihilation. It referred to itself as the heavens, so this must have been one of the 6 paramount heavenly god, the heavenly heaven god. First there was heaven. After that there was earth. This was the very first heavenly god to ever exist. All matter and living beings required space to develop. If there were no heavens, then nothing could develop, which meant that the world wouldn't exist. This notion epitomized the vital importance of the heavens. Its understanding of space and the world were unmatched. It was exactly because of this that little Tina panicked when it inquired whether it could visit Tina's world. Little Tina knew that the heavenly heaven god was serious, and that it was capable of entering the divine mirror world. Bam! Little Tina suddenly self-detonated, leaving no trace in this world. Neither the heavenly human tribe united army nor the heavenly heaven god had attacked it. This was a direct command issued to it by Tina from the divine mirror world. Meanwhile, in the divine mirror world, Tina's face had turned pale, and she was dripping with cold sweat. "Little Na, what's wrong?" And Lin was given a fright upon seeing this. Tina replied with a fearful expression, "The heavenly heaven god is here." Everyone's expression shifted upon seeing this. "Heavenly heaven god? You mean like one of the 6 paramount heavenly god? That heavenly heaven god?" Dongfang Zhuangshi murmured with shock and horror in his eyes. Never would he had thought that accompanying Lin back to the kingdom of the 9 states would draw one of the most terrifying beings in this world. He was just accompanying them for a short while. What had he done to deserve this? So Xiao Fu's divination really could eventuate. And Lin was shocked. Xiao Fu had once said that an extremely powerful heavenly god would force its way into the divine mirror world. The heavenly heaven god was the most powerful being in this world, and it was most suited to the task of breaking through to an alternate world and forcefully creating a passageway between 2 worlds. Everything was going according to Xiao Fu's predictions. In the sinister spirit beast cesspool, the head of the elderly man obscured the entire heavens. A pair of eyes brighter than even the sun stared at a certain spot in midair. There really is a world here, and the world follows its creator. How interesting. A voice imbued with boundless might reverberated through the heavens. This world is nothing to be scoffed at. It has great potential. All of the heavenly gods stirred upon hearing this. The heavenly heaven god had seen countless worlds, so its praise was noteworthy even though it didn't sound like much. The heavenly illusion god stepped forward. "Heavenly heaven god, do you have a way to create a passageway between the 2 worlds and pluck them out of there? I am just a projection, so I don't have the power to pluck them out. However, if I expend all of my energy, I should be able to create a passageway between the 2 worlds. The rest will be up to you." A forlorn expression appeared on the heavenly heaven god's face. Wu Ming was not very pleased with this response. If it really wanted to help, then it would have come here in person. Why was it feigning an expression of disappointment now? It was probably over the moon. The heavenly heaven god clearly didn't want to help them with all its might. All it wanted to do was to give everyone a chance to fight Lin and his group. It would then look on as both sides suffered losses as a result. To the heavenly heaven god, not only was the human race its enemy, the heavenly gods who were opposed to its plan of destroying all life forms on the Taichu continent were also enemies. Even though it didn't say this was the reality. We must trouble you for your efforts then, heavenly heaven god. The heavenly illusion god said in a polite manner. Even though they knew this was a trap, they still didn't want to give up on this opportunity. The heavenly heaven god's eyes began to dim, but its aura elevated rapidly until it was so terrifying that it felt as if it could destroy the entire world at a whim. At the same time, countless worlds flashed before its eyes. No worlds could escape its detection. All worlds have been revealed to me. Open heaven and earth. Boom! A gray beam of extremely substantial light shot forth into a certain spot in the air. Rumble, crack. Space was punctured. Spatial power swept forth in a frenzy. An extremely chaotic light gate began to appear. My power has been completely depleted, and I can forcefully maintain this passageway for an hour. I wish all of you luck. The heavenly heaven god's face dimmed as well before disappearing. Hee. An hour is more than enough. The heavenly soul god chuckled coldly. Let's go. The heavenly illusion god dove toward the massive light gate connecting the two worlds atop the huge divine dragon. Within the divine mirror world, Tina's expression shifted drastically. Crap! The heavenly heaven god has forcefully created a passageway into the divine mirror world. Can you immediately destroy the passageway? And Lin asked in an urgent voice. I can't. This is a passageway created after the projection of the heavenly heaven god unleashed all of its power. If I want to destroy the passageway, it would take at least 5 minutes. Tina shook her head. 5 minutes. For some reason, and Lin wasn't feeling so panicked anymore. A projection of the heavenly heaven god? Doesn't that mean that it won't be able to battle anymore now that it has expended all of its power? The heavenly gods are coming. Let's hurry up and get out of here, Dongfang Zhuangshi urged. Everyone prepared themselves to leave this world. Xiao Fu had been right all along. Now that the spatial passageway had been created and the heavenly gods were about to descend upon this world, they had no choice but to run outside. Otherwise, they were going to be at an absolute disadvantage. Hold on. And Lin suddenly held up a hand. What is it? Dongfang Zhuangshi turned toward him with a confused expression. I have a bold idea. Let's stay here and fight. And Lin's eyes lit up as he pulled out his Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation Disc and his Karma Star Protection Divine Disc. The two discs both required formations to be set up in advance, and once activated, they could draw upon the power of stars to kill their master's enemies or to protect their master. Have you gone insane? Dongfang Zhuangshi was bewildered. What are you planning? Su Xiaolan didn't reject An Lin's decision immediately. At this moment, the sky above the Holy Land was torn apart by a brutal power. A spatial passageway between two worlds appeared, and space tremored around it. An extremely terrifying aura surged forth like a tsunami wave. The heavenly gods were quickly approaching them through the spatial passageway between the two worlds. There's no time to explain. If you trust me, then fight by my side. My plan should be feasible. And Lin quickly set up the two formation discs at the opening where the spatial passageway had appeared before injecting his energy into the two discs. Su Xiaolin gritted her teeth and rushed over to An Lin, placing unconditional trust in him. Boom! Su Xiaolan's power was also injected into the formation. In the sky above, the power of stars surged before landing upon the formation. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, you. Screw it. Dongfang Zhuangshi hesitated momentarily before standing with An Lin, and he too injected his energy into the spell formation. Tina's expression became extremely grave. They're here. The Karma Star Protection Divine Disc's power was fully unleashed. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper transformed into 7 extremely dazzling stars, which hovered over the formation. An adorable, porcelain-like little girl appeared at the center of the formation. She was An Lin's artifact spirit Xiao Fu, as well as the formation spirit of the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc. Xiao Fu turned toward An Lin with surprise on her face. Her original plan was for An Lin to escape from the divine mirror world, then engage in an intense battle with the heavenly gods until their reinforcements arrived. But now, An Lin chose to stay in the divine mirror world? She had laid out all the facts for him, so why had he still made this decision? Xiao Fu was very angry, but she didn't have time to continue her divination. All she could do now was focus on combating their oncoming enemies. It was then that she discovered something that made her even more furious. "And Lin, why did you let that bastard out?" Xiao Fu pointed at a chubby baby within the formation with an enraged expression on her face. This chubby baby's entire body was as pristine white as jade, and his features were extremely intricate, but they were currently twisted in an extremely malicious expression as he glared at Xiao Fu, as if he wanted nothing more than to rip Xiao Fu apart with his bare hands. If it weren't for the fact that Lin was their master and he was facing grave danger, he would seriously pounce onto Xiao Fu and fight her again. "I don't care about what differences you two may have had in the past, but please set those aside and face the enemy. Otherwise, you're both going to end up like this mirror." And Lin pulled out his vermilion bird mirror. Gasp. Xiao Fu and the chubby baby both drew a sharp intake of breath at the sight of the cracked vermilion bird mirror. They could sense that the vermilion bird mirror was an extraordinary object that was very likely to be on the same level as them, but it had been ravaged mercilessly by Lin. Was this the consequence of going against Lin's wishes? What a cruel and terrifying master! With their tragic predecessor as an example, Xiao Fu and the chubby baby were instantly much more obedient, and both of them unleashed all of their powers to strengthen the formation, in fear of Lin smashing them like how he had smashed that mirror. The vermilion bird mirror spat through gritted teeth. "Idiot, I'm already in such a miserable state, yet you're still extorting me by using my shattered body to scare other artifact spirits? Do you even have a fucking soul? Don't get mad. I'm just trying to give you something to do in case you got bored." And Lin chuckled with an awkward expression before putting his vermilion bird mirror back. As for its cracked surface, he would just have to ask Ziwei to repair it. At this moment, a massive figure suddenly appeared in the air above the spatial passageway. Roar! The roar of a divine dragon shook the very heavens. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. This was the aura of a Dao integration stage Western dragon. Immediately afterward, auras that were even more terrifying began to descend. "And Lin, today is the day that you die." Wu Ming stood atop the dragon's head as her sword intent and killing intent roared like howling winds around her body. "We're going to get payback for what that little fairy did to us," Long Kuei said in an enraged voice, and Lin's chest constricted upon hearing this. Why did he have to take the blame for the shit Tina tossed? Why didn't they go and find Tina instead? However, he didn't say that. He was a true man, and true men took the blame for their beast pets. "Karma Star Protection Formation, activate," and Lin yelled. The formation that had been injected with everyone's power was abruptly activated. Blue-veined patterns spread over the earth, and the light of the Big Dipper created a dazzling star formation in the sky. At the same time, a cylindrical energy barrier began to materialize before encapsulating everyone. "Oh? Do you expect this formation to be able to stop us?" The heavenly illusion god smiled as it looked at the formation on the ground below. "It's definitely quite a good formation, and mythological beasts and great generals wouldn't be able to do anything against it. It's just a pity that we are your enemies." It gripped the air with its hand, upon which energy surged for over 1,000 kilometers like clouds and mist before materializing to form a colorful heavenly saber. It was as translucent as jade and seemed to contain all things in this world. Within the saber were bustling cities, mortals living out their lives. This was a world, and Lin could sense the might of an entire world emanating from within the saber. Experience despair. Illusion World Saber. The heavenly illusion god's saber fell toward Lin. The colorful saber robbed heaven and earth of all colors as it fell from the sky. The saber fell with the power to destroy an entire world. And Lin's entire body trembled. Did this look like its power had been restricted in this world? Wasn't the powers of these heavenly gods supposed to be blunted here? Why was it still so monstrously powerful? Boom! The illusion world saber crashed into the Karma Star Protection Formation, upon which a boundless, dazzling light erupted forth. Xiao Fu stood at the center of the formation with one hand raised to the sky while opposing the illusion world saber with unyielding determination on her face. This formation is not bad. Looks like the heavenly illusion god won't be able to break it anytime soon, so let's give it a hand. The heavenly reality god chuckled as the black orbiting balls around its body began to orbit at an even faster rate. And Lin focused his gaze, and an inky black formation suddenly appeared. A vast star formation encompassed the entire heavens. What? All of the heavenly gods looked up with stunned expressions. They were not expecting there to be a spell formation set up overhead as well. A galaxy of stars with no beginning and no end in sight appeared up above. One red star after another began to crash down from the galaxy of stars, all of which were imbued with boundless killing intent. This killing intent could even freeze space and shatter the heavens. The starless sky of slaughter formation had been activated to its fullest extent. Not only did this formation possess absolute power of stars, but it was also imbued within Lin and Su Xiaolan's heaven-crushing true intent, so it could puncture even the defenses of the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods also sensed peril from the red stars falling from the sky, and all of them unleashed their powers to defend themselves. The red stars fell at extreme speed with devastating power. They could even sense the essential power of chaos within those stars. The stars fell like rain. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shattering collisions erupted as gale-force winds swept through heaven and earth. Some of the Heaven Pioneer stage great generals were blasted flying with blood gushing from their mouths. There was even a star that managed to sneak through everyone's defenses before inflicting a massive puncture wound upon the divine dragon's body. Howl! The divine dragon howled in agony, and its body plummeted from the sky before smashing a massive crater into the ground. And Lin was astonished. The starless sky of slaughter formation was even more powerful than he had imagined. During the process of impeding the 5 heavenly gods, he had severely wounded several Heaven Pioneer stage great generals and a Dao integration stage divine dragon. However, the duration of offensive output from the starless sky of slaughter formation was simply too short. It had only reared up for about a dozen seconds before going flaccid again as its attacks became significantly weaker, clearly running out of the power of stars. And Lin looked up at the panting chubby baby in the sky with an expression of understanding. The chubby baby was still a child, so he couldn't be expected to do too much. The starless sky of slaughter formation's assault came to a conclusion, revealing 5 slightly disheveled heavenly gods standing in midair. They were all completely unscathed, but they had been completely provoked as they charged toward Lin with flaming fury. Xiao Fu raised a hand at the 5 oncoming heavenly gods and rose up to meet them atop her Big Dipper. Wu Ming slashed her green longsword through the air, creating a sword projection that stretched for over 100 kilometers. Dubhe! Xiao Fu waved a hand through the air, and the Dubhe star transformed into a scorching sun that rose straight into the air, crashing into the sword projection and pouring forth scorching energy that threatened to melt Wu Ming. Long Kuei descended from above and launched an almighty fist, making the space before Xiao Fu tremor and shudder. Merak! Xiao Fu launched the bright blue star to her left. The Merak star hurtled toward Long Kuei. At this moment, Long Kuei's fist crashed down. The space twisted and warped as the power behind his fist exploded forth for over 150 kilometers. The Merak star suddenly cracked open and transformed into a massive blue gate of light from which boundless dark energy erupted, freezing the space before it. Long Kuei's fist was slowed down by this power of extreme frost, thereby blunting its power. In another direction, a black orbiting star detached itself from the heavenly reality god's body. In that instant, the mundane-looking black star suddenly seemed to have become the center of the universe. It was as if it were the only thing grounded in reality in this world. Fecta! Xiao Fu kicked out at a white star in front of her with her delicate little foot. The white star that was shimmering with a divine light hurtled toward the black orbiting star. A vast, mighty projection of an immortal appeared, and it pointed a finger at the sky with one hand. At the same time, it also pointed a finger at the black orbiting star with the other hand. Boom! Energy exploded, rocking heaven and earth. The projection of the Immortal managed to stop the black orbiting star. It was also at this moment that heaven and earth fell dark. It was as if a strange world was about to appear. The heavenly illusion god's illusion world saber had fallen once again. Migrez, Alioth, go. Xiao Fu raised her foot again and unleashed a combo kick upon the two stars before it, kicking both stars high into the sky. The Migrez star unleashed extremely fearsome dark power of stars, threatening to engulf all things, including the world within the illusion world saber. The Alioth star hurtled through the air with an unstoppable force, crashing into the illusion world saber and stopping it in its tracks. The heavenly soul god hovered high in the sky. Its grayish-brown soul power quickly erupted from its body, transforming the world around it into a colorless realm. This was its soul realm. It was confident that Enlin and others would be dead for sure if they were dragged into its soul realm. Xiao Fu waved a hand through the air. Mizar Alcade, go! The Mizar star unleashed a boundless light even brighter than that of the sun, shining down upon heaven and earth and piercing through space. This was the extreme power of light. And this power of light just so happened to be the bane of soul power. It crashed into the soul realm unleashed by the heavenly soul god and prevented it from being able to spread any further. The Alcade star rose into the sky, warming up the entire heaven and earth with its benevolent light. However, it was exactly this benevolent light that tore through the heavenly soul god's soul realm. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fu had used her Big Dipper to keep all 5 heavenly gods at bay. All of the stars had been perfectly allocated, thereby allowing to achieve the best result with the least amount of effort. Even Enlin was completely astonished by her exemplary judgment and execution. Dongfang Zhuangshi was both envious and in admiration. As expected of a karma-type pinnacle divine tool, this defensive prowess is simply amazing. The middle-aged man injected his energy into the spell formation as he exclaimed with excitement. It sure is. To think that it would be capable of keeping all 5 heavenly gods at bay with its power. And Lin was also in amazement. The Karma Star Protection formation did have all 3 of them injecting their powers into it. However, without this formation, the 3 of them wouldn't even be able to keep 2 or 3 heavenly gods at bay, let alone 5. All 5 heavenly gods felt quite humiliated by the fact that all of their attacks had been blocked by a formation. Shatter! Wu Ming yelled as a boundless light erupted from the long sword in her hand, further enhancing its insane sharpness and slicing the star before her in half. Bam bam bam! A series of earth-shattering booms erupted. The blue gate of light began to cave in and crack open from Long Kuei's devastating fists. I am the epitome of reality. The heavenly reality god's body suddenly expanded. The black orbiting stars it had shed also began to expand, all of which were also imbued with paramount power of laws to break through all things. Pitiful being like you should not continue to make fools out of yourselves. The heavenly reality god harumphed coldly as the mighty immortal projection materialized by the Fecta star began to crumble. Let the illusion become reality. The heavenly illusion god's insubstantial divine halo suddenly became clearer, and it was as if there was an actual world contained within it. The illusion world saber also became more substantial, and it sliced through the Migrez and Alioth stars with extremely brutal force. The boundless soul power within the soul realm also began to erupt forth with renewed vigor. The Mizar and Alcade stars were quickly being weakened and were soon completely engulfed by the power of the soul realm. All 7 stars of the Big Dipper were destroyed at the same time. The backlash from the formation made Xiao Fu's aura extremely feeble and diminished. I'm sorry, Master. I won't be able to go on any longer. She was unable to even maintain her formation spirit body as she spoke, and she dissipated into specks of light. Xiao Fu! And Lin yelled. There was no response from the formation. 5 minutes. There are still 3 minutes left. We only need to hold on for 3 more minutes. And Lin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. 5 minutes. Su Xiaolan immediately understood what Lin's plan was upon hearing this, and her eyes lit up with excitement. This was a fantastic opportunity to turn the tables. They only needed to hold on for 3 more minutes. However, at this moment, 5 heavenly gods were already rushing toward them alongside 3 mythological beasts and 7 great generals. Xiao Fu was gone, and the Karma Star Protection Formation had been weakened by over 50%. How was it supposed to keep this terrifying array of powerful beings at bay? Everyone began to panic. And Lin focused his gaze, and countless red stars began to crash down from the galaxy of stars in the sky once again. The starless sky of Slaughter Formation had once again unleashed its formidable power. This was a power that even the heavenly gods could not ignore, and they all took defensive measures to keep the falling red stars at bay. Right at this moment, and Lin had already latched onto Su Xiaolan's hand. Run! The power of the formation had been completely depleted, so they could no longer use it to hold off their enemies. Everyone immediately fled into the distance without hesitation. The formidable red stars were all destroyed, and the heavenly gods proceeded to give chase. There were still 2.5 minutes left. Run? Where can you run to? Vast sword intent surged from Wu Ming's body as she flashed through the air at an incredible speed. You're too slow. It will take me less than 10 seconds to catch up to you. The heavenly reality god transformed into a shooting star and quickly closed in on Enlin and the others, moving twice as fast as heavenly goddess Wu Ming. The heavenly gods are coming. What do we do? Should we get out of here? Dongfang Zhuangshi was starting to panic. And Lin was the most powerful one among them, but his power was greatly restricted here. It appeared that they would have no chance of survival unless they escaped from the divine mirror world. Gluttony was only at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, and it was the slowest of the lot, which was why it was quickly chased down. It let loose a wail of grief and despair, thinking that this was going to be the end. And then, a group of extremely terrifying beings shot past and completely ignored it. That's right, it had been ignored. The heavenly gods did not want to waste valuable time on killing an inconsequential immortal beast. Gluttony looked at the heavenly gods and other members of the heavenly human tribe united army hurtling away from it, and it silently came to a stop. A sense of sorrow intermingled with joy welled up in its heart. Gluttony had survived due to how weak and inconsequential it was. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. Xiao Fu certainly wasn't kidding when she said that he had the lowest chance of survival. The heavenly gods were clearly extremely intent on killing him. And Lin, how about we split up? Dongfang Zhuangshi suggested with a serious expression. And Lin, even Dongfang Zhuangshi was abandoning him now. Brother Dongfang Zhuangshi. And Lin turned to him with a sour expression. Say no more, brother Enlin. Even if you die here, I'll still join the 4-9 Immortal sect and take your sect to greater heights. Dongfang Zhuangshi spoke with a pained expression. And Lin was completely speechless. Was this what brothers did to one another? Just as they were talking, the heavenly reality god was already upon them. Don't run. I'm going to show you the most beautiful thing in this world. The heavenly reality god's voice sounded from behind them. The most beautiful thing? The most beautiful thing in this world was clearly Xiaolan, and she was right beside him, and Lin completely ignored the heavenly reality god and continued to flee into the distance. At this moment, the heavenly reality god's halo suddenly lit up. It was impossible to describe what kind of light this was. It made everything else in the world pale in comparison and entranced all onlookers. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi all involuntarily turned to look at that divine halo. It was very beautiful. In fact, it was incomparably beautiful. The entire world was lit up by its existence, and it seemed to give meaning to everyone's life. And Lin smiled in a trance. So beautiful. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I really just want to look at it forever. The heavenly reality god quickly rushed toward him. That's right. Keep looking at it. Keep admiring it. The black stars around its body began to orbit even more quickly, and each of them was imbued with an unimaginable power that would allow them to easily puncture a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure's body. However, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi were completely oblivious to this. They were still intoxicated by the divine halo above the heavenly reality god's head. Ha ha ha! Die! You'll be able to perish with my beautiful halo etched into your mind as your final memories. The heavenly reality gods' black orbiting stars whistled through the air. Right at this moment, a flawless woman appeared. Her green dress danced, her dazzling emerald eyes rippled, and a divine light glowed around her body. She was the epitome of perfection, and she also made everything else in this world pale in comparison. At the same time, she struck all living beings with the urge to kneel before her and concede to her will. She was the paramount goddess of the divine mirror world. Tina, the heavenly reality god's divine halo, could entrance all living beings. But this was the divine mirror world, where Tina was omnipotent. No matter how powerful the heavenly reality god was, it was incomparable to the heavens here. Tina's emergence snapped Lin and the others out of their intoxicated trance. And Lin was not elated to see the woman standing before him. Instead, he immediately cautioned in a panicked voice, "Get out of here, little Na. Don't fight them no matter what happens." His voice had only just faded when a burst of light enshrouded Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi. In the next instant, the space around them completely transformed. The heavenly reality gods' attack struck thin air. All of the heavenly gods were dumbstruck once again as they stared at the empty space before them. In the northernmost region of the divine mirror world, the power of extreme frost surged through the air. Snow and ice swept over the landscape, and frosty winds as scathing as blades blew through the air. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi looked around at the vast expanse of snow and ice around them, unable to comprehend what had happened. An extremely beautiful fairy appeared before them, and Lin came to his senses and immediately held tightly onto her hands. "Little Na, are you all right?" Tina was the only one capable of instantly teleporting everyone to a different location. "I'm fine." Tina shook her head with a faint smile. "Didn't Xiao Fu say that I would only suffer a backlash if I was to fight the heavenly gods? In that case, I won't stand against them in a direct confrontation. I'm only going to use my power to teleport all of you away, so I'm not actually fighting the heavenly gods." Everyone was enlightened upon hearing this. "You're right. You're not fighting the heavenly gods. You're only transferring the living beings in your world to a different location, so that won't incur backlash from the subconsciousness of the Tai Chu continent's heavenly Tao." Dongfang Zhuangshi exclaimed with excitement. We were all blinded by our panic. Thinking about it from a different perspective now, we actually have quite a few ways to deal with this situation. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief. "Well done, little Na." A smile appeared on Tina's face. "But don't get careless, Giant and Lin. When the heavenly gods first arrived in this world, they were able to find us immediately. It's very much possible that they might have a way to trace our location. Well, we still have you in any case." And Lin smiled and said, "When they chase us down again, you can keep teleporting us away, so they'll never be able to catch us. Wouldn't it be better if we could just get out of here?" Dongfang Zhuangshi suggested. And Lin, "Get out of here?" Su Xiaolan turned to him with a disdainful expression. "Why would we want to do that? Wah?" Dongfang Zhuangshi didn't understand why they were looking at him with such disdainful expressions. Tina smiled. "They're going to take about 2 minutes to get here, which will be more than enough time for me to completely destroy the passageway between our two worlds." Dongfang Zhuangshi finally realized what they were plotting. Could it be that this was the reason why you chose to stay here and battle? Dongfang Zhuangshi turned toward Lin with astonishment intermingled with excitement. "That's right." And Lin turned toward the south with a cold smile on his face. "The 5 heavenly gods want to come into the divine mirror world to kill me? I'm going to make sure that they're the ones who are going to die here." The heavenly reality god's body revolved as a map appeared upon it. This was the map of an entire world. Not just any world, but the divine mirror world. And Lin and the others haven't moved. Has the goddess of creation run out of energy? The heavenly reality god chuckled coldly with fury burning in its eyes. This was the 3rd time that Lin had slipped away from right under their noses. Never had the 5 heavenly gods been humiliated like this. "We'll use our power to trap Lin and the others immediately when we find them so that the pesky little fairy won't be able to teleport them away again. If the fairy tries to use the power of the divine mirror world to combat our powers, she will undoubtedly perish from a backlash. The heavenly illusion god's ethereal voice sounded. All of the heavenly gods nodded upon hearing this. They had been figuratively slapped in the face over and over again. This time, Enlin was not going to be able to get away again. All of the heavenly gods rushed toward Enlin's location as quickly as possible. The heavenly reality god's countless black balls had already spread over the entire sky of the divine mirror world, and they acted like satellites that were keeping tabs on all living beings in this world, including Enlin and his group. This was the most powerful scouting satellite. The reason why the heavenly gods were able to find Enlin and the others with such unerring accuracy both in the sinister spirit beast cesspool and the divine mirror world was because of this ability. Soon, a vast expanse of snow and ice appeared before them. "We're about 5,000 kilometers away," the heavenly reality god said. A ferocious expression appeared on heavenly goddess Wu Ming's face. "This time, I'm going to slice Enlin into countless pieces." Her expression was mirrored by the heavenly soul god. "I'm going to drag Enlin into my soul realm and force-feed him shit tens of thousands of times." All of the heavenly gods held unbridled fury toward Enlin. In the extremely far distance, Enlin seemed to be able to see where the heavenly gods were coming from, and he turned toward the direction that they were coming from with a smile on his face. "Time's up. Goodbye, heavenly gods." A white light enshrouded Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi. Immediately afterward, they began to disappear from the spot. All of the heavenly gods exploded with rage upon seeing this. "They've run away again." It looks like that fairy's spatial teleportation required either no cooldown time or only a very short cooldown period. This is quite troublesome. Are they trying to make fools out of us by leading us on a wild goose chase? Is the goddess of creation of this world really not afraid of incurring the wrath of the heavens? She's not actually using her power to fight us, so the subconsciousness of the heavenly Tao won't inflict backlash upon her. Arg, this is so frustrating. The heavenly gods were all infuriated. How many times had their enemies escaped from them? Heavenly reality god, where's Enlin right now? Heavenly goddess Wu Ming asked with fury burning in her eyes. The heavenly reality god was a little stunned by the information being reciprocated to it by the countless satellites in the sky. "I suddenly thought of a way to capture them. Where are they now?" The heavenly soul god's soul power surged as its eyes lit up. It was thirsting for Enlin's blood. I can't see them in the divine mirror world anymore," the heavenly reality god murmured. "Wu Ming. Heavenly soul god. Heavenly god Long Kue. How could that be? Could it be?" An expression of disbelief appeared on the heavenly illusion god's face. "I think they've already exited this world," the heavenly reality god confirmed. Another period of silence ensued. The heavenly gods were absolutely fuming. "Let's get out of here too. We can't let them escape." Heavenly god Long Kue roared with rage. The heavenly gods rushed back to where the passageway between the two worlds was situated. Their unbridled fury and killing intent could almost incinerate this entire world. However, they were dumbstruck once again when they arrived back at the Holy Land. They were greeted by the sight of clear blue skies without any trace to suggest that a passageway had once existed here. Silence. Deathly silence. What's going on? Didn't the heavenly heaven god say that this passageway could be maintained for an entire hour? It has barely been 5 minutes. The heavenly soul god wore a thunderously dark expression. Maybe it lied. Or perhaps the 1-hour time limit only applies if no one tries to disrupt the passageway. If the goddess of creation here was determined to destroy it, then it probably wouldn't even be able to last 10 minutes. The heavenly reality god gritted its teeth with fury burning in its eyes. All of that didn't matter anymore. The important thing was that they had been screwed. Not only had they been screwed over by Enlin, but they had also even been screwed over by the heavenly heaven god. The heavenly heaven god had given them unreliable information, and Enlin had taken advantage of this information asymmetry to trap them in this divine mirror world. Boom! 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 The flaming wrath of the 5 heavenly gods erupted into the heavens, threatening to lay waste to this entire heaven and earth. And Lin, heavens! Kill! 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 I'm going to kill all of them. The heavenly gods completely exploded with fury as they wreaked havoc upon the world around them in order to vent their rage in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. And Lin, Dongfang Zhuangshi, Su Xiaolan, and Tina looked at each other, and they could all see the relief in each other's eyes. Soon, all of them burst into elated laughter. Ha ha ha! I would love to see what the heavenly gods are doing right now. Dongfang Zhuangshi chortled with glee. They're probably tearing their hair out from frustration. Tina grinned. Su Xiaolan wound her arms around An Lin's arm with an expression of admiration on her face. I didn't think that you would be able to find such a good course of action in that dire situation. She was not trying to flatter An Lin. In the situation they had been in, it would have been very easy to panic and listen to Xiao Fu's advice. However, An Lin was able to retain clarity of mind and think of such a brilliant course of action under such extreme pressure. This required exemplary resourcefulness and mental fortitude. An Lin was quite elated by her compliment, and he responded in kind. This was also all thanks to the unconditional trust you placed in me. Otherwise, I would not have been able to pull off such an epic heist. Su Xiaolan blushed slightly and looked deeply into An Lin's eyes. Stop! Stop! Dongfang Zhuangshi immediately prevented this from progressing any further. Come to think of it, the heavenly gods are either extremely stupid or extremely brave. They knew that I could break the passageway between the 2 worlds at any time, but they still chased us all over the divine mirror world without taking any precautionary measures. Tina was a little perplexed, and Lin and the others were also quite befuddled by this. The plan had progressed far too smoothly. It was as if the heavens were helping them. Let's get out of here first, Tina suggested. The heavenly heaven god was able to find the divine mirror world and forcefully open up a passageway between the 2 worlds as it knew the location in the Taichu continent, at which I had entered the divine mirror world. If we leave this place and change our location, even the heavenly heaven god wouldn't be able to do anything to us. And Lin felt like this was a good idea and proceeded to leave. However, at this moment, a youth with an aura as insignificant as a speck of dust made his way toward them. He seemed to be moving quite slowly, but he covered a distance of several hundred kilometers with each and every step. He held a silver crescent moon object in his hand, and even though no one knew what it was, it looked quite badass. The youth faltered slightly upon seeing An Lin and his group. Where are the enemies? And why do you all look so happy? The youth looked at An Lin and the others with a confused expression, wondering if he had been fed with false information. Weren't they supposed to have been surrounded by 5 heavenly gods? Weren't they supposed to be in an extremely dire situation? Why did they look like they were having a picnic instead? And where did the 5 heavenly gods go? Chun. And Lin was extremely touched. I knew you would come. Chun. Chun was speechless. He felt like he had been swindled by the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator. So your relationship with Chun really is as solid as you say. Dongfang Zhuangshi was both shocked and a little envious. Chun made his way over to An Lin with a speechless expression. What's going on? Where are the enemies? An Lin began to explain the situation. So on so forth. Chun was quite amazed after hearing An Lin's story. You can do that? He had truly been dazzled by An Lin's extraordinary plan. Using the world created by a god of creation to trap the heavenly gods. What imagination and courage. I can't help but feel like the heavenly gods are a little bit stupid in this case, Chun murmured. And Lin paused momentarily before offering his insight. I think it must be because they were driven into a blind rage by all of the shit Tina kept on throwing at them, and their fury clouded their judgment. Chun Chen's lips twitched upon hearing this. What a bullshit explanation. If the heavenly gods within the divine mirror world were to hear their conversation, they would probably explode with rage again. They had clearly been screwed over by the heavenly heaven god, but they were being treated as if they were retarded. Right at this moment, wind and clouds suddenly surged in the distance. A graceful man in an imperial robe rushed over from afar. He was the most powerful being in the kingdom of the 9 states, the Celestial the Arch. The Celestial the Arch was also holding a strange item of indeterminate function. Almost at the same time, the sky in the east became completely dim. Patriarch Zhuyin rushed over atop a red cloud seemingly with mountains of corpses and oceans of blood behind him, creating an extremely terrifying scene to behold. "Enlin, are you all right?" The Celestial the Arch looked at Enlin before catching sight of Xianxia, upon which his expression shifted slightly. "Where are our enemies? Did they get chased off?" Xianxia was here, but the heavenly gods were nowhere to be seen. As such, this was the only possible explanation he could think of. "Enlin, I'm glad you're all right," Patriarch Zhuyin said with a smile. Enlin was a little surprised that Patriarch Zhuyin had come. Enlin knew that Patriarch Zhuyin wanted to detach himself completely from this war. As such, he didn't really have any expectations for Patriarch Zhuyin, but he really did travel here for his sake. Enlin recounted what had happened to the 2 new arrivals. Sure enough, the Celestial the Arch and Patriarch Zhuyin were both astonished as well after hearing his story. "You can do that?" The Celestial the Arch drew a sharp intake of breath. "Tina, you have a portable world that can follow you wherever you go? That's amazing. And you can even trap heavenly gods within your world. That proves that your world is very much out of the ordinary. Do you feel any negative side effects right now?" Patriarch Zhuyin inspected the tiny fairy with excitement and curiosity. Tina shook her head. "Not at all. I'm just worried that the heavenly gods are going to destroy my world in a fit of rage." "Don't worry about that. You will suffer a backlash if you attack a heavenly god. But the heavenly gods will also suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao if they were to go on a spree of destruction and slaughter in your world, so they wouldn't do that." Patriarch Zhuyin revealed another vital piece of information. He was then greeted by the sight of everyone looking at him with peculiar expressions. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" He was perplexed. Who was it that said they could kill anyone who entered their world, even if the invader was a heavenly god? And Lin spoke expressionlessly. "If it wasn't for that reminder from Xiao Fu, I would most likely have perished from the heavenly Tao's backlash already." Tina also spoke expressionlessly. Su Xiaolan chuckled coldly. "How about we set a heavenly god loose in Ding Xiaoru's world, and let him show us how he kills heavenly gods?" Patriarch Zhuyin had cold sweat pouring down his face. Let me explain. I really didn't know at that time that this little fairy had created a world of her own. And how was I supposed to know that heavenly gods would invade your world?" Everyone continued to stare silently at him. Even the Celestial the Arch and Chun Chun were looking at him with disdainful expressions. Patriarch Zhuyin finally gave up on trying to talk his way out of this. "All right, I'm sorry, Tina. This is all my fault. I was only thinking about flexing at that time." The paramount god of the ghost tribe, the most powerful being in the entire opposite shore realm, was now admitting to his mistakes like a guilty child. The world would probably be in disbelief if word of this was to spread. Everyone's expression eased upon receiving such an earnest apology from Patriarch Zhuyin. "You should have just apologized at the beginning, Brother Zhu." And Lin patted Patriarch Zhuyin's shoulder with a smile. "We're good friends of one another, so we would definitely forgive you if you apologize." "I forgive you." Tina nodded. She had almost died after receiving misleading information from Patriarch Zhuyin, but it didn't happen in the end, and Patriarch Zhuyin had delivered a sincere apology, so she wasn't going to hold it against him. Of course, the other reason why everyone was so quick to forgive Patriarch Zhuyin was that he had arrived on the scene to save them, even though it could quite possibly result in a battle against the heavenly gods. Everyone departed from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Patriarch Zhuyin returned to the opposite shore realm as Enlin didn't really need him anymore. He was not quite ready to fight the heavenly gods by Enlin's side yet. Chan Chen and the Celestial the Arch accompanied Enlin and his group back to the Kingdom of the 9 States, and all of them felt much safer there. They then turned toward Tina. "What are we going to do to these heavenly gods next?" Enlin spoke with a smile, but a cold light was flashing in his eyes. The heavenly gods were like caged lions. They couldn't come out, but they were still very ferocious and terrifying. The celestial thearch's brows furrowed slightly. 7 Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General, 3 Divine Heaven Stage Mythological Beasts, 2 Divine Heaven Stage Heavenly Humans, and 3 Heavenly Gods. The Heavenly Human Tribe really do want you dead. He knew that they were all targeting Lin. And Lin was developing a throbbing headache. Please don't reiterate that. Do you think I want to be at the center of their attention? I just want to be an ordinary cultivator. The celestial the arch burst into laughter. An ordinary cultivator? You're even more extraordinary than me. Your wish will probably only come true in your next life. Su Xiaolan scoffed at this notion. And Lin won't have a next life as he won't die in this life, as expected of his Xiaolan. And Lin's heart was warmed by her words. All right, let's talk about what to do with the heavenly gods first. The conversation was quickly going off track, so Dongfang Zhuangshi stepped in again. In comparison to taking care of these heavenly gods, I'm more inclined toward grabbing this opportunity. A rare hint of battle intent flared up in Chen Chen's eyes, and Lin instantly realized what Chen Chen was referring to. You want to take this opportunity to break the northern heavenly gate? Everyone was shocked to hear this. That was insane. Their mission to destroy the southern heavenly gate last time had placed them in dire situations many times, but they were now thinking about destroying another gate now. That's right. Chun Chin nodded. I suspect that these heavenly gods were deployed from the northern heavenly gate, which is the one closest to the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Seeing as all of them have been trapped in Tina's world already, why don't we take this opportunity to destroy their gate? Everyone swallowed upon hearing this. What a brave plan. It was almost absurd, but no one stated a rebuttal. This really was an extremely rare opportunity. These idiots had left behind their home behind in order to kill Lin, only to fail to kill Lin and were trapped in the divine mirror world as well. This was a perfect opportunity, and it would be a massive waste to let it go begging. Those few heavenly gods in Tina's world are very dangerous and have to be taken care of as soon as possible. The celestial the arch stated his opinion. Tina, you go hide in the 4-9 Immortal Sex Phoenix small world for now. If the heavenly heaven god can't find you, then it won't be able to force open another passageway between the two worlds. And Lin instructed. Tina nodded. Take care of yourself, Giant and Lin. The little fairy flew away. And Lin, the celestial the arch, Su Xiaolan, Chun Chen, and Dongfang Zhuangshi remained. All of them were very nervous yet also extremely excited. So, should we turn back now? Su Xiaolan asked. The sinister spirit beast cesspool has the beast tribe's heavenly eye surveillance system. Let's skirt around it and travel toward the northern heavenly gate via the North Tsong Mountain realm. That would make our operation more secretive and add in an element of surprise, Chun Chun suggested. Everyone expressed their approval and traveled toward the North Tsong Mountain realm. Kingdom of the 9 States, Wind Plain State. There was a heavenly human tribe united army of over 20 million stationed in 9 different locations here, creating a massive formation that allowed the divisions of the army to communicate with one another. A heavenly human tribe great general with flowing white hair, golden eyes, and a vast, ethereal aura stood at the forefront of the army while looking into the distance with a hint of concern and distress in his eyes. Great General Zhongqing. A well-built, heavenly human tribe general half-knelt respectfully before him. Zhongqing nodded. What was the result of your investigation in the sinister spirit beast cesspool? Why did the primordial demonic bear and the 1,000-change divine monkey leave without saying anything? The general was still half-knelt on the ground, and his body trembled, perhaps with fear or perhaps with excitement. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong and the divine Bat Emperor have both fallen. And Lin, the divine Phoenix Maiden, the demonic Blood Kirin, and Tina were responsible for this. Zhongqing's expression shifted wildly upon hearing this. What? And Lin and Su Xiaolan appeared in the sinister spirit beast cesspool? And they slew 2 mythological beasts? How would they dare to do something like this? The heavenly human tribe general replied. Apparently, following the demise of the 2 mythological beasts, the beast tribe witnesses on the scene reported sightings of terrifying energy explosions hinting at the commencement of another battle. However, all of the beast tribe powerful beings close to the battlefield had died, So we don't know what happened there. Zhongqing nodded upon hearing this. The heavenly gods of the northern heavenly gate must have intervened, and the primordial demonic bear and the thousand-changed divine monkey must have been deployed by them as well. The half-kneeling general was ecstatic upon hearing this. With the intervention of the heavenly gods, Enlin would find it extremely difficult to escape. Escape? Zhongqing chuckled coldly. If the heavenly gods of the northern heavenly gate really did intervene, then Enlin is dead for sure. Do you really think Enlin is invincible? He is at most comparable to only an average heavenly god. But the northern heavenly gate has a total of 5 heavenly gods. And here we were treating Enlin as one of our main enemies. Who would have thought that he would be so foolish as to kill mythological beasts right under the heavenly gods' noses? Zhongqing shook his head with a hint of mockery on his face. In fact, he was actually a little disappointed that an enemy he had taken so seriously would fall to such an elementary mistake. Deliver my orders. Make preparations for a celebratory heavenly festival, Zhongqing ordered. But Great General, the results from the sinister spirit beast cesspool are still unclear. The heavenly human tribe general was quite taken aback. Celebratory heavenly festivals were only held when the heavenly human tribe had something very significant to celebrate. The verdict from the sinister spirit beast cesspool was still unclear. So would it not be premature to prepare a celebratory heavenly festival? Humph! How about you tell me how Enlin can survive after being attacked by 5 heavenly gods at once? Great General Zhongqing's eyes narrowed, and his voice rumbled with divine might. The heavenly human tribe general trembled uncontrollably and had no response to this. He was right. All heavenly gods were unimaginably powerful beings, and now that 5 heavenly gods had intervened at once, how could Enlin had possibly survived? Enlin is dead for sure. Let's hold our celebratory heavenly festival and announce to the world that the very same Enlin who had destroyed our southern heavenly gate has now perished in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Show the world that all those who stand against our heavenly human tribe will be squashed like ants. After the destruction of the southern heavenly gate, all of the heavenly human tribe united armies had been forced to retreat over 5,000 kilometers. As a great general of the heavenly human tribe, Zhongqing was greatly frustrated by this, so he was naturally not going to miss out on this opportunity to vent his frustration. Thus, the northern heavenly human tribe united army of over 20 million suddenly held a grand festival of celebration and joy. They sang, they danced, and they drank to their heart's content. At the same time, one piece of news began to spread from the northern heavenly human tribe united army, and it shocked the entire continent. Enlin and his group had slain heavenly venerate Yuqiong and the divine bat emperor in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. At the same time, they had also been slain by the 5 heavenly gods of the northern heavenly gate. The Taichu continent was once again in shock. Enlin had just led his extermination team and destroyed the southern heavenly gate before becoming the biggest celebrity on the entire continent. But he was now apparently dead. His popularity had only just begun to wane a little, but it once again spiked to an all-time high. All living beings in the world were shocked to hear this news. How could such a freakishly talented being die like this? This wasn't fake news, was it? Fake. It must be fake. The Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army is just trying to crush our Kingdom of the 9 States United Army's morale by spreading fibs like this. The patriarch of an immortal sect flared up with rage. But patriarch, if this news is fake, then why hasn't the 4-9 immortal sect clarified the situation? An elder stated a rebuttal. The patriarch was stumped, and the rage in his eyes gradually died down. He had no response to this because the elder was right. Why didn't the 4-9 immortal sect release a statement on this matter? Could it be? Many people across the entire continent thought the exact same thing. The lack of a response made by the 4-9 immortal sect convinced everyone of the authenticity of the news that had come from the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Furthermore, the natural phenomena indicating the deaths of 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures in the sinister spirit beast cesspool further verified the information released by the Northern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Thus, news of Enlin's death spread throughout the entire continent like wildfire. There were many people who felt wistful and forlorn. They felt like it was a massive loss for the kingdom of the 9 states that Enlin, the divine phoenix maiden, and Tina had lost their lives in exchange for the lives of 2 Dao integration stage mythological beasts. There were also people who insulted Enlin and felt like he had gotten what he deserved for his arrogance and complacency. At the 4-9 Immortal sect, within the conference chamber, everyone was discussing this matter with dumbstruck expressions. So, our sect leader died again? Bai Ling massaged her brows as she repressed the urge to laugh. Tina sat at the head of the table, recounting to everyone the events that had taken place in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect were enlightened. They were also shocked by the heavenly human tribe's premature celebrations. Were they not afraid of being slapped in the face? Everyone within the conference chamber was already eagerly anticipating the events that were about to take place. Let's keep this a secret first. We can reveal the truth to the world after Master completes his mission, Xiao Tu said in a level voice, but he was struggling to repress the amused smile that was forcing its way onto his face. What an assist from the heavenly human tribe. They've managed to convince the entire world that Big Brother and is dead, thereby completely pulling wool over everyone's eyes and making Big Brother and's mission even more secretive. Woof! Dabai slapped an excited paw onto the table. And this is information that has been officially verified by both the heavenly human tribe and our 4-9 Immortal sect, so no one will doubt it. Cassidy chuckled. They could already envision the spectacular events that were going to follow. At the West Sea Alliance base, Lan Xiaoni took a glance at the newspaper headline before tossing it aside. Big Boss Enlin is playing this game again. I wonder who's going to get screwed this time. A faint smile appeared on her face as she turned toward the northeastern direction with anticipation in her eyes. On a mysterious floating continent. This was a place of eternal night. Within the palace at the very center of the floating continent, the laughter of an emperor erupted forth. Ha ha ha! Enlin is finally dead. We can't let the evil-slaying sword fall into someone else's hands. Let's go retrieve it. The Dark Wing Emperor issued a command, and all of the powerful monarchs heeded his call as they rose into the sky. Enlin should have died a long time ago. Ha ha ha! Well deserved. Let's go set off some fireworks at the place of his death. I'll come with you. I'm going to take a commemorative photo there as well. The emperor and monarchs of the Dark Wing tribe spread open their black wings and flew away from their floating continent. If they couldn't commit murder and robbery, then they would just have to become scavengers. The dark marshlands. Within the divine palace of life, a graceful man in a snowy white robe waved a fan in his hand with a smile on his face. Enlin is finally dead. Looks like Helen has been avenged. What a pity that he never returned to the dark marshlands. I was going to show him what the true Tao of blood was. Humph! To think that a mere human dared to refer to himself as the holy leader. Emperor Deng drank to his heart's content as he chortled with glee and muttered the name of his son at the same time. This was the second time he was doing this. The first time was about 100 years ago. Almost all of the living beings on the Taichu continent were convinced of Enlin's death. At this moment, in the northernmost region of the Taichu continent, this was a black world with black earth, black wind, and red snowflakes, which provided the only hint of color in this region. The black wind was imbued with a peculiar gas that could suffocate all living beings. The red snowflakes were filled with killing intent and were absolutely lethal. Even soul formation stage living beings would instantly be sliced into billions of pieces by these terrifying red snowflakes. This place was much more terrifying than the southernmost region of the Taichu continent. It was exactly because of this that there was no scenery at all in the entirety of this vast region. The snowflakes here are all imbued with extremely powerful severing intent. And Lin observed as he sat on his black brick. A few red snowflakes brushed along his palm, and an extremely cold and sharp tearing sensation shot through his hand. If it weren't for Enlin's thick skin, he would have been sliced into ribbons already. Su Xiaolan sat at the forefront of the brick, swinging her long legs gently in the air as she looked up at the murky gray sky. Black, gray, red. These were the only three colors between heaven and earth. For some reason, she had a nagging urge to incinerate all of the snowflakes in the sky. South tree, north flower, west cloud, east mist. This sums up the four extreme regions of the Tai-Chu continent, Xianxia surmised. This was the first time Lin had heard this saying, and his interest was piqued. Don't west and east consist of oceans? What is this about west cloud, east mist? Chen smiled. Back when I was young, I once traveled to the extremes of all four directions on the Tai-Chu continent, and those were my findings. When you go to the end of the West Sea, it's no longer an ocean. Instead, it's a place above the clouds. Even I can't see what lies underneath that layer of clouds. When you get to the end of the East Sea, it's no longer an ocean either. Instead, it's a vast expanse of white mist, within which I had no sense of direction nor space. It was a very wonderful place, and Lin was flabbergasted. Wonderful? It sounded like a terrifying place. I can see the northern heavenly gate, the celestial the arch suddenly announced, and Lin and the others immediately focused their attention on the northern direction upon hearing this. At the conclusion of the boundless expanse of black wind and red snow, there was indeed a gargantuan gate of light that could be seen indistinctly, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, the celestial the arch, and Chun all adopted solemn expressions upon seeing this. They began to slow down and surveyed their surroundings with caution at the same time in case there were ambushes waiting for them. Chun had told them that the paramount heavenly gods, earth, light, and sea, had either been restricted or didn't dare to attack, so they were no threat to them. However, that was not an invitation to grow complacent, as there were still two paramount heavenly gods whose attitudes remained unclear. The heavenly heaven god could break into Tina's world, so who could guarantee that the heaven and life paramount heavenly gods wouldn't attack them again? If it weren't for the fact that Chun had told everyone that he had a super badass artifact that could facilitate everyone's escape should that need arise, and Lin would not have made the decision to take the risk and destroy another heavenly gate. Everyone drew closer and closer to the northern heavenly gate. The red snowflakes here had already become extremely large and were capable of inflicting gash even into space itself. These weren't snowflakes, these were flying sabers, and they were flying sabers capable of killing return to void stage mighty figures. This place is not very welcoming, and Lin grumbled. He had no choice but to unleash his power to protect himself now. Otherwise, even though the snowflakes couldn't slice into his body, they did hurt, and it was very uncomfortable. Don't worry, we'll get out of here as soon as we smash the gate, Chun consoled. This feels really stimulating. A smile that was intermingled with nerves and excitement appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. The celestial the arch also smiled. Undertaking a secret mission like this really was very stimulating. Mr. and Lin, how about I just wait here for you? Dongfang Zhuangshi was a little scared in contrast. He was not prepared to be seen as an accomplice to Lin. After all, he wasn't even a human. He was a Kirin. All of the paramount heavenly gods prioritized the destruction of the human race, and he did not want to needlessly involve himself in something like this. If he really did cooperate with Lin and help him destroy the northern heavenly gate, he would undoubtedly be listed as an enemy to be eliminated by the heavenly gods. Life would become very difficult for him then. Even now, he still got chills when thinking back to the dire situation where they had been surrounded by 5 heavenly gods. And Lin knew what he was thinking as well, but he was not enraged by it. Instead, he delivered a calm, vital blow. Dongfang Mengjie is a human as well. Do you want to see her get resurrected only to be killed by the heavenly gods again? Boom! These words struck like a bolt of lightning. Dongfang Zhuangshi shuddered before exploding with rage. Fuck it. I'll come with you. Let's fuck this gate up. If the heavenly human tribe wanted to kill the human race, then they were going to be a threat to the woman he loved the most. How could he allow them to do that? Dongfang Zhuangshi was initially bringing up the rear, but he was now marching at the very forefront of the group. Su Xiaolan chuckled gently as she whispered in Lin's ear, "You're so evil now. You're even using his wife against him." And Lin replied with a serious expression, "I'm not using him. I'm just reminding him of the truth. If anyone tried to kill you, I would kill them without any hesitation. Su Xiaolan blushed upon hearing this. Don't be so violent. You're going to become a mighty cultivator of justice. How could you always be talking about killing others like this? I cultivate because I want to be with you forever. If anyone is a threat to you, I naturally have to eliminate them. And Lin smiled. Stop. Stop. Dongfang Zhuangshi's rage was being quelled by Enlin and Su Xiaolan's conversation. Who could understand his pain? As a super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, his senses were extremely sharp, and he could still hear their conversation clearly even though they were conversing in whispers. And Lin and Su Xiaolan did as they were told, and they looked on at the northern heavenly gate up ahead with cautious expressions. There was a grand and majestic palace up ahead. Be careful of the formation up ahead. Chun suddenly cautioned. This is a formation imbued with the paramount laws of death. Even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure would be killed instantaneously if they were to step on it. Up ahead, the countless red snowflakes falling from the sky became smaller and smaller as they fell, and they completely disappeared before even reaching the ground, as if they had been wiped from the face of the world. They knew where the snowflakes came from, but they did not know how the snowflakes perished. Even during the snowflakes' final moments in this world, there were no clues given with regard to how they had perished. This was a true death. What terrifying laws of death! And Lin's brick came to a halt as an expression of shock appeared on his face. The snowflakes within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers all disappeared in midair. Up ahead was a vast expanse of deathly silence. There was no change, no color, and no vitality, as if this region had been like this ever since the beginning of time. Only with change could life emerge. If there was no change for eternity, then there would be no life. This was the true state of death. A hint of fear appeared in Su Xiaolan's eyes. Not only would living beings perish upon entering this formation, but even the falling snowflakes, the wind blowing through the air, and even the air itself would also perish. The formation before renewed her concept of death. No wonder the heavenly gods would choose to come out in full force. This formation is something quite extraordinary. Dongfang Zhuangshi marveled and said, I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and I've never seen such an exquisite and terrifying formation. The formation's laws are too powerful. We need to find a weak point in the formation, then unleash our heaven-crushing techniques upon that weak point in order to break open this formation. Chun said with a grave expression. Find a weak point? Leave that to me. And Lin stepped up to the plate. His eyes then became pure white in color. Divine inspection technique. Boom! An extremely complex set of formation veined patterns appeared before him, within which were imbued the paramount power of laws. And Lin was instantly afflicted by a splitting headache. A voice imbued with paramount divine might suddenly erupted in his mind. Die! And Lin's entire body was gripped by boundless horror. Ah! He let loose a wail of anguish as his body fell back. Su Xiaolan immediately wrapped her arms around him. What happened? Are you all right? And Lin had cold sweat pouring down his face, as if he had made a trip to hell and back. My divine inspection technique can't see through this formation. His hack had always been effective on enemy formations with no exceptions until now. Chun Chen's brows furrowed with a hint of distress. This formation was set up by the heavens, so it's naturally not easy to break. Furthermore, I've had a good look at it, and it doesn't look like something set up by a normal heavenly god. This was most likely something set up by a paramount heavenly god. Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. Which paramount heavenly god do you think it was? And Lin asked. Chun heaved a faint sigh. The heavenly life god.